on the weekend. Come on, pretend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what weekend. Come on, pretend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what.
Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down, let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through, and I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, be just fine. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. pagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If we move a little slower, the music might stop. If we get a little closer, my heart just might pop. If they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation, I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door, tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our
tonight.
cares behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
And
one.
say to and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
The music might stop.
if we get a little
Her
closer,
heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what we get. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what.
Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. Everybody get on down. Let's rock the night away. I hope you know to take my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright. Yeah.
If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you were mine. If you were mine, I would climb up to the chimney tops, shout the news till everybody stops, to see what the fuss is all about. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, won't you please be mine? If you were mine, I would never let you go. I'd hold you up like a candle to the window, and we would shine, 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 shine. If you were mine, if you were mine, the world would never be the same. Ooh, Sometimes a dream is just a dream. Sometimes it can change right in front of your eyes. Ooh, you're not mine. You may never be mine, but I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be just fine.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
keeps returning. Nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're back here in the LPL, right where you belong. It's a glorious Thursday. It's a comforting Thursday. Before you get towards the weekend, this is how you pace your day. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Orcs. First name Dan, last name Harrison. And boy, oh boy, has he got stories for you as to what he did over the last couple of days, don't you, Dan?
Yep, you want to know the honest truth?
Yeah.
I played the Lego Star Wars video game quite a bit.
Like I said, a barn burner, man. Already a good story.
Honestly, I was vibing, man. That game is a hoot, you know. But yeah. So I've had a lot of time off. You know, I got to be on the first 2 days, which was great.
Sure.
And then 4 days off in which I spent my free time watching the LPL because is there anything else to do with life? I don't think so. I think that is my purpose. That's what I was put here on this earth to do, is just ingest the LPL. And we had several games.
Oh, 7 days a week. It keeps you going, doesn't it? And speaking of which, we'll update you. That's why we like doing yesterday's games. Anyone tuning in for the first time or even just for the first time in a while, this is what happened yesterday. And we can update you on the standings as well as we go through. Because for LNG and Anyone's Legend, that's how we kick things off. Orcs, I think it's fair to say that for LNG, they kind of needed this momentum to continue going, considering that the first win was on the nose a bit.
Yeah, well, if you look at spring and last summer, LNG goes both times went 7-0 to start the split and then kind of fell off. So, you know, if they start losing now, it's a bad omen. But regardless, I feel like LNG, as you said, Series 1, a little bit shaky, more convincing against AL. AL definitely did challenge them. They weren't a team to give up. But I honestly felt like I was hoping or expecting them to at least take a game. AL have definitely looked better coming to the season. But LNG pretty convincing. That game 1 was a bit of a banger. We had WB returning to that Kled mid, Tarzan on the Sejuani, and they just completely bullied out Forge. Then we had the second series, which I think if you watch Spring, you'll look at that and think V5, top the table of regular season, TT close to the bottom. No surprise it's going to be super one-sided, but Dream was actually in instead of Rookie. Rookie is currently away, so he's not going to be playing for a while, and they brought in the LDL mid laner. And I still think the team looked pretty solid, despite Carter's best efforts on that Poppy game to try and make things a little bit easier for TT. But Dream definitely fit in the roster. But it shows without Rookie, this team is very different.
Yeah, he really ramped up. Second game was amazing on the Lysandra, I believe it was, which is a sick performance all around. So nice to see Dream filling the spot. Remember that Rookie is going to be away for quite some time, so get used to it. But we're going to talk about today because before we start looking towards, you know, the standings and everything, I guess we'll be looking at that once RNG finally play the game and we have all 17 teams with a series under their belt. But for today, RA OMG is where we kick off. After that, Ultra Prime BLG, for a lot of fans, might not be too excited, but Ultra Prime with a roster change, Orcs, I know you're feeling pretty good about them. Might be a bit closer than people think.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, Ultra Prime did pretty okay in spring. They didn't make playoffs, but they weren't too far away from it. And Zoom came into the roster, which is a massive upgrade.
Yep.
We have seen BLG make a switch in the top lane as well with Bin coming in there. But ultimately, I think BLG, considering how stacked their roster is, have underperformed. And I think Ultra Prime so far, it's only been one series, but they look like they fit together well. So I think that should be closer than maybe people expect on paper. But obviously, before that, we have our first series of the day, which is the RA against OMG.
I just hope we can get Zoom into starting role on that note as well. But you're right, RA versus OMG, where we have to park our car for the time being. And we can kick things off with RA because, honestly, RA were another team where, yes, they made playoffs coming into spring. They're a team that could go a lot further. They're a team that could also hold quite a bit of distance and maybe not even make playoffs once upon a time. But for RA, you know, it's kind of keeping a straight face, Dan. Is that the right word? Would you say keeping a straight face? How would you put it?
I feel like after their performance they had, you kind of have to keep a poker face. You have to put that on. You have to try and really just, okay, not a good start, but focus on going forwards into the next series. Again, RA, a team who made playoffs against AL, that absolutely should have been a victory for them. And credit to AL for stepping up, but RA, a little bit disappointing in that one.
Yeah, and especially since, you know, last split, we're like, oh, man, there's some really good elements of this team, like Lo Yan, for example. As we start rolling through the clips as well, like, yeah, Strive became a bit of a solid piece. And there's a lot of questions because for RA, again, yeah, you just said it yourself, they were a playoff team, and it's anyone's legend. While they might be looking a little bit better, it's still AL who you expect that RA should have the advantage over, and they kind of got creamed in some of these mid-game fights.
Yeah, and I'm going to say the bot lane for RA a little bit underwhelming. This moment, them getting picked off by a beautiful engage from Xiao Hao. Honestly, had a fantastic series. And then they instantly just transition it into this decisive Baron. I have to say the game 1 draft as well, the knocked-in seems really off-theme for the composition. Enemy team has a Swain and a Kayle, great anti-dive tools. There's even a Lee Sin to kick away. And it just wasn't really working out too successfully. I also want to credit Betty and Chocho. Some fantastic play with this Lucian Nami. I'll say Lucian Nami obviously super strong, but we have seen some teams struggle massively with it. Betty and Chocho looked very, very comfortable.
Yeah, they did. And I think in spring, you could say the same thing, that this team was starting to ramp up with their bottom lane. Like, Betty had some shaky times on RNG, but on Anyone's Legend, it's each split that we're starting to talk about it more and more. I will also say, Orcs, remember we were looking for the clips for this. And I said to you, I'm like, man, they're playing Jinx and stuff. And, you know, like, Anyone's Legend were just creaming the bottom lane. That was spring. I got confused. And the spring clips, literally the same deal. Like, Betty and Chocho were just looking so damn good.
Yeah, and I think this one particularly, I actually had some concerns about Chocho coming into this meta. We're seeing more enchanters, and I thought Chocho was really this heavy engaged player playing things like Nautilus Leona. But look at this, right? Game 1, he played Nami. Really fantastic performance. Game 2, playing this Bard, and that is not the same clip twice in a row. He did the same trick twice of going for that engage, and iBoy and Yanji just got absolutely crucified by it. Credit to Forge as well for roaming down to help secure that second kill. But just really heads up play, setting up those early advantages. And then RA was still actually ahead in gold at this point.
Yep.
But AL just so good at picking these fights, setting up the right opportunity for themselves.
And so it feels like coming into today, look, there will be a bit of talk about bot lane, but also, you know, we're looking at people like the Forge who's improved too. It kind of feels like the team of improvement, to be quite honest. You know, like ZDZ up there, like Xiao Hao as well, coming into a bit of an opening role. So I think there's a lot of good points coming through. I'm talking about Anyone's Legend. You know I am, Dan. You know I'm off the charts right now. I just want to talk about AL apparently, dude. So sorry. What I was going to say is this is a team of improvement, because for RA, like people like Le Yen are a really big deal. Cube had a great split as well. And now that I've finally gotten there, I can actually shift over to the other team. And Dan, I'll bring us back on track. OMG on the other side. For this one, it's like, well, OMG, at the end of last split, they were a potential playoff team. They had a really, really strong start to spring. And they just sat on the edge and never actually made it into playoffs, which was a shame considering that OMG felt like they were a 9th or 10th place team.
Oh, it was so close, especially the start of the split. Everyone got super hyped. They did have a little bit of an easier schedule, but it really looked like they could have been one of our teams making the playoffs. And so many people are still hyped on Cream. Really felt like, as it says, they were on the edge of glory, but not quite making it there. And then their series against Ultra Prime, I think, you know, we'll see Ultra Prime later today, so I think you can dive a bit more into them when we're talking about this if you want, Jake. Obviously, AL won't be playing today.
Hey, that's all right.
OMG, I definitely think that they underperformed compared to expectations, but Ultra Prime absolutely knocked expectations out of the park. This play, not a huge fan. I understand that you have the Braum Ezreal pretty strong in these early level ones, Talia, the Trundle as well, but just end up getting completely dismembered here. Great target selection coming out from Ultra Prime, and it ends up failing on a spectacular level, and that gave Ultra Prime the early advantage in this game that they could use to start to take over.
And they got dismantled, as you said, as well, and, you know, they got creamed, no pun intended. And for OMG, like, it is a disappointing start when Ultra Prime seem to be at a similar level as them. It feels like, you know, OMG came in raring in spring, and if people are kind of catching up, Shanji, Cream, they were the people we were talking about, but after their win streak came to a halt, these people kind of fell off, especially Shanji in the top side. So there's a lot of questions coming into this summer split. And Orcs, I know as well, you want to talk a little bit about Champion Pool and their adaptation, because at least from what we saw in this Ultra Prime series, it felt like OMG were, a bit behind the times, if it's fair to say.
Yeah, I definitely feel like there are a lot of situations where Ultra Prime really read what OMG wanted to go. Like at game 1, I feel like they had the advantage in drop, but game 2 in particular, I really don't know what OMG are doing here. Yeah. Carly, I know it's a Cream special, but not the best pick into the Talia, who obviously has the Unraveled Earth that just stops half of your kit, which is dashes. And then also the Zed into what ended up being Zoom's Kayle, so just really not working. And you can see, I know they're ahead by about 3,000 gold here, but Ultra Prime, honestly, just style on OMG at this point. And at this moment, 90 minutes in the game, it wasn't technically over, but it really felt like all hope was just vanishing for OMG, and Ultra Prime were just playing the game as they liked. Yeah,
and look, it is a concern again. OMG, that team we have pretty high expectations for to hit on the barrier of playoffs. This is what we talk about being on the edge. This start, not ideal, but again, today they were going up against RA, so I would say, similar kind of range for OMG to deal with. And Orcs running into this matchup a little bit. We have criticized both RA and OMG, right? And praised anyone's legend when it's not even their series. So, you know, that's we've done it all, man. Where do you want to focus on this matchup? Because as we know, there is a different mid laner starting today for OMG. Yep. Also, we don't have Jerry this time around. We do have Cold coming back in. So what do you want to kick us off?
Don't have Jerry. Don't have Tom. Do have Cold, though. Ultimately, I want to hone on the mid lane matchup because I originally actually wanted to hone on the mid lane matchup for Strive against Cream, both players who are relatively new to the pool. But then Cream got subbed out for 0909, which actually makes even more sense for us talking about this. You know, Strive at the start of the year came up from the LDL. 0909 coming up, he was playing for EDG Youth in spring. And so now we're looking at a situation where both of these players are trying to prove themselves in the LPL. I think Strive has done a fantastic job. Had that great series up against Xiaohu where he really bodied him in the mid lane on the Victor.
True.
But 0909 looking for the potential to prove himself in return. His first ever LPL game. Will we see a star born? That is the question.
It's the biggest question because remember, that's how Cream started, right? Like, Cream became a bit of a star, even though last split, it fell off. And last split wasn't his for the taking. For 0909, Orcs, this is the only fun fact I'll give you of the day. If you add those two numbers up, you actually get 18, which is his year. So if he plays again next year in the LPL, he might be 10-10.
0910? Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, potentially. And I think there's some logic to this. A lot of people who are big fans of Cream will think back to 2021 summer really fondly, but the meta was so good for Cream then, right? It was the Silas, it was the Akali. I don't think the meta is working right now for Cream, someone who prefers those assassins to skirmishes. I mean, I think Silas is playable, but clearly doesn't feel comfortable, so they're trying out 0909 to see if they can find more success. I think it makes sense, particularly against Strive, someone who will challenge in lane, to have someone who's proficient going up against them, but we'll have to see if that's able to work out. And something I will say for some context, Strive, when he came up from the LDL, it was from RA's second team, and they had just won the LDL. They won last summer, ended up coming first, so Strive was a hot prospect coming to the roster. That's not to say 0909 isn't, but his performances in the LDL, for his team at least that he was on with EDG Youth, weren't as convincing, but still a lot of people feel like he is a hot prospect, could potentially be a big star.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, these LDL players that come through, and EDG Youth have really developed their youth talent as well. So I have a lot of hope as you see him on your screen. Now, remember as well, we talked about support being subbed out. Jerry started the season, but Cold is back, and Cold is that franchise player now. OMG's changed so many times, but Cold's been there since like 2016. I'm going to have to confirm that because I don't like giving false information. But he's been there for so long, Orcs, and you know, he didn't have the worst split, you know, last split either. I think Cold has been one of the more solid members when OMG have been figuring out their identity with all these rookies coming in and out.
Yeah, I think last split was a bit rough at times for everyone on the roster. But I think, you know, Cole definitely had moments where he was performing. It just felt like the cohesion wasn't necessarily there. It felt like some of the early wins they got on the back of Shanji didn't come to fruition against some of the stronger teams. And we'll have to see how things play out. Aki is going to be a big factor, I feel like, in this team's success as well.
Yeah.
What he can do in terms of finding potential early leads or just quenching fires that might end up occurring around the map. Ultimately, as I said before, I'm going to be honing in on mid lane. I want to see how this lane develops. We've seen Strive in spring really challenge even Xiaohu. That's the critical thing. RNG got 2-0'd by RA last split, and it was on the back of Strive, on the Victor into Xiao's Corki, absolutely annihilating him. Yeah. So I think 09 has a big task on his hand. I think there's definitely teams in the league that have easier mid matchups that could have been like an easier way for him to come into the LPL. Sure. So it's trial by fire, in my opinion. It's not quite on the level of, you know, Knight Rookie, but Strive will look to challenge here. And hopefully, I think for OMG, giving them a good matchup could go a long way.
Well, debut of 0909 coming up right now. OMG on the red, RA on the blue. Now, Orcs, quickly, I want to validate my information I said before. It was actually summer split 2015 where Cold came into OMG, and he's been here ever since. So a couple of months inactive, but apart from that, 6 years, like 7 years coming up now. This guy has been there for a while, yeah. Kind of like how, you know, Rookie in the Shire was so attached to IG, Xiaohu attached, and Ming attached to RNG. So we view him like that as we go on to pick and ban. Now, Orcs, walk me through a little bit here because we did criticize OMG's, I guess, read of draft, read of picks coming through in their last series versus Ultra Prime. I'm curious about pick potential here, and I want you to start walking me through the first couple.
Yeah, so Wukong ends up getting left open. OMG ban lands trademark Nidalee, but don't actually have to ban the Lucian because Rare Adam ban it themselves. They set themselves up for that powerful Wukong first pick, but in response, OMG kind of pick a solution. You know, Senna, Tom are really strong bot lane, but also you have that safety net against the dive. Rare Adam continue to commit to like sort of dive threats, pick up that Gwen, and then we see Ezreal, which has kind of come up as the counter to Senna, as you have a fairly easy lane into it. You know, and then you scale quite well in the mid game. You really outrange the Senna, and then we are firing off picks so quickly. Looks like OMG considering the Kayle into the Gwen. It's a matchup where you both scale, but the Kayle does outscale, and also you can kind of just kite the Gwen in a lot of situations and maintain distance. So pretty solid pick in that regard.
As we get a Bard ban across the board, so maybe we're going to see a bit more flexibility down in the support role at some point, considering it wasn't just only a little pocket coming out the other day. But as we go through support bans, Orcs, I'm just going to jump in and say that it feels like, you know, we've got the big power picks here. Walk me through a little bit more about that mid matchup, because we're yet to see anything out of 0909 or Strive, which is our highlight matchup.
Yeah, so I feel like in this situation, OMG have a bit of flexibility because they picked top and they got that counter pick on 3.
Yep.
They also can potentially have a mid counter pick if they need. You'll see bans coming out are directed towards support. They don't want to deal with Yuumi, don't want to deal with Bard. Those, you know, you have the Roman option and the scaling option to pair with the Ezreal. There is still the Rakan, which would obviously be able to assist with those that dive threat. So we could see that come out for Rare Adam. But for now, they're really targeting those jungles. They've taken the Diana away. We'll see what they end up going for as well. We've seen Diana paired up with Set be quite successful. Obviously, Yasuo is the traditional combo. Actually, going to go for the Trundle here, something that can maybe match the Wukong in the early levels pound for pound. There is still the Lee Sin open available. There is still like the Xin Zhao, which is definitely lower priority, still available. Volibear. These picks are all options that could be taken. And actually, something that we've seen a little bit of, in particular, JJ on EDG had a great game on this, specifically into Ezreal, into LWX's Ezreal with the Vi, was able to consistently shut it down. So that will come through as a response to that. Now, where I'm considering support options, Rakan makes sense in my mind as something that can obviously provide that engage. We'll see if they feel similarly.
And you talk about the Rakan, then we're left with mid, so cards have to be put on the table. And I'm curious what Stripe pulls out into this one now. We've been seeing a lot of things like Ari, which is already banned away. Swain, which is still up and available. Swain's just been pummeling teams in the LPL, and even though it's not the greatest win rate, still feels pretty impactful as FPX can't shot us in their loss. So let's see if this gets locked in here, Orcs, because on the other side, what do you start taking into Swain? What do you start looking at for 0909's debut? Because you don't even get the Swain. You're like, hey, play the Ori.
Ends up being the Orianna, something we haven't seen too much, but definitely still a decent blind. One of those control mages coming through. You have a lot of dive threat to set up that shockwave potentially. In response, OMG themselves could take the Swain if they wanted to. They could also take something like a little bit more mobile to try and assist with sort of like these backline dives like the Lissandra. Like you have the Lissandra and the Vi. Very hard for an Orianna to function to that. So much lockdown, so much CC. The Ezreal as well, something that typically is great at outplaying skill shots. Can't do anything against Lissandra and Vi unless you take cleanse, and even then it's got a quite long cooldown. So OMG investing into a lot of single target pick potential here, and very much it feels like Vi and Lissandra, they have those engage tools, but also just playing interruption, because it'll eventually get to the point of this game where Senna will outscale Ezreal, Kayle will outscale everything.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to protecting these backliners for OMG. But I like that the mid jungle does give them options. They've opted into a mid jungle that can contest. Whereas Rare Adam, I feel like the power curve is a bit more smooth. The mid game will be absolutely fantastic. Their dive potential is massive. So if Rare Adam do get an early lead coming out here, they should just be able to keep that momentum going. Keep looking for plays, keep trying to make things happen, find flank angles, and be quite successful in that regard. But I do feel like the game has a bit of a timer.
Yeah, it's interesting that you pull that out. You know, Kayle, you already mentioned the center as well. I will say, further to your point, it feels so nice to be a Kayle in that composition. It feels so nice when you have a Lissandra, when you have a Vi, a Tahm Kench as well, that can have multiple options with center, with Kayle depending. So I like that you pointed out the timer here, especially for OMG. On the other side, remind what you just said as well, because RA, the dive ability there, building up a bit of an early lead too. I'm kind of curious about objectives here, Orcs, because for me, I see a team with Gwen and Oriana. We've got a Wukong as well. There is a lot of all-in, great R button potential that lay it all together. OMG can get blasted in an instant.
100%. They can easily set up these big dives when it comes to team fights. I think RA, if they can start securing any dragons, those dragon fights will be really threatening. And I think something we're talking about is this Ezreal Senna matchup. So Senna eventually gets to the point where with all the souls, she becomes such a menace in the late game. But for a lot of the game, Ezreal will outrange her. And Ezreal's mid game, everyone knows, really strong. 2-item spike, fantastic. But also, one issue Senna can find is she'll be behind on levels in the mid game. This is less of an issue. She tends to be able to catch up later on in the game when, eventually the enemy AD carry caps out. Level 18 is a long time away. But even when you get to like level 16, level 17, you can gain some ground. But I've seen so many games where you'll have a level 10 Senna and a level 13 Ezreal on the other side. Because obviously Senna isn't farming, won't always be there to pick up waves, or if she is, she'll be sharing experience. And so that can make a massive difference, especially when you think about the durability changes. A lot of the durability changes were armor, HP, and magic resist per level. Senna can be a bit of a liability in the mid game, so that is the pivotal window where RA should be looking to take the lead.
And we'll have to see how it builds up first as well. Further than that, RA, as we walk into this game number 1 between OMG and the formerly mentioned, remember that both these teams took a loss in their first series. Ultra Prime, Anyone's Legend respectively, and looking for the first win of their LPL split. Both teams that were on the edge or either a little bit into playoffs. It's hard when two teams are on different angles. Now, Orcs, I wanted to ask you a little bit about runes coming through here. iBoy has gone for the first strike. A lot of the time we've been seeing a lot of press the attack Ezreal, also sometimes Leaf with Tempo in the past, but not as much anymore. iBoy gone for the first strike here, looking at abuse Tahm Kench, get free gold, free money.
Yeah, I really like the first strike because this lane, you're not going to have too much pressure overall. And it's a better mid-game rune. That's where it really spikes, where you have enough damage to get a lot of gold. But also your ult, it just adds essentially 10% damage onto your ultimate. And that's a really good tool as well for Ezreal's. If you hit her ult onto the center, particularly when she's under-leveled, you can poke her out of the lane. So press the attack is more like an all-in rune, right? Gives you more power in the laning phase, kind of similar to what Conqueror did, except a bit better at the moment. So it makes sense that he's gone for that. I also like Strive going for the cleanse in this situation, having that readily available. What we sometimes see is into Lissandra, we actually saw this, I can't remember which game specifically, but they took TP and then Spellbook and switched to cleanse. I prefer this arrangement because the cleanse is going to be, you want it as much as possible, but when it is down, you can potentially, pick up the TP yourself or other options. Does mean Strive has that flexibility. 0909 has gone for the electrocute, as you expect from the Lissandra in this matchup, is going to want to try and apply some pressure onto this Orianna early.
Yeah, for his debut performance, we're going to watch 0909 closely as well. You also talked about what mid-jungle could do as well, and looking towards that 6 point, the lockdown is going to be scary. So, yeah, one cleanse coming right up here for Strive as a starter. Now, watch junglers, because Aki is heading towards the bottom side. You can also see Le Yan on the opposite side of the map heading upwards, but massive pushes from both top and bottom lane for the opposite ends here, Orcs. So, no ganking potentials just yet, but pings around Scuttle, and I guess maybe we'll be looking at mids for both sides. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I mean, Leanne is just trying to provide some support for his mid laner, but ultimately, I think it's very hard to gank Lissandra, especially when you expect Aki to be on the other side. But Aki has positioned himself perfectly. He's supporting his pushing lanes, so they have coverage. And, if this had been before 12-10, you might think, oh, what about the Kayle, who's isolated in the top lane? Well, fortunately, with the balance changes, you don't really need to worry. Chances of a dive kind of slim up towards the top side. Now, we do see Aki just going to recall here, but so far, the Tom and the Senna applying a lot of pressure in this 2v2. If Rakan can find an all-in window into the Senna pre-6 before Tahm Kench has a gobble, they can maybe apply some pressure, but typically it's kind of hard to do, especially with an Ezreal backing you up. So this is kind of just going to be a favored lane towards OMG. Now, something I do want to know is for Shanji, he's gone for the Fleet Footwork and the Ghost. One of the extra movement speed. I talked before about the ability to kite for Kayle in this matchup against Gwen. Gwen takes the Ghost herself because she wants to stick onto a target. And if Shanji can maintain distance later in the game, can really give him a lot of power in the matchup.
But for now, look at Cube. I mean, heading up, Shanji running out of mana, and Cube is abusing this. Waiting for the Kayle to come back in and smack her hard. I also want to point out that in this game, we've we've got ourselves a timer as Orcs said in draft. Remember that. We've got Kale, we've got Senna. A lot of conditions for OMG that they'll be able to hit no matter what. So already the game's starting out quite slow, and ward coverage by OMG going to help that, tracking out Loyan in his bottom side jungle.
Yeah, getting some extra information, and this is kind of the shift that we've seen with the really powerful towers early. We don't get nearly as much activity in the early levels unless they can find gank windows. Tends to just be a bit more farming. I think that'll change when Aki gets level 6.
Okay.
Gives a lot more potential to find something. And ultimately, it may not be the first gank that results in a kill onto Strive. They might just be in the cleanse. But the second will definitely be super threatening. And maybe even the first could be enough if they bring in that Vi ultimate. Such a powerful tool at locking down a target. I will also say, as much as we talk about dives being far harder, OMG actually have a pretty strong composition to set up a dive. You know, they see a window, Lissandra can tank the tower and then use her Glacial Prison on herself to drop aggro, heal up. Tom Kench can take more tower hits than a typical support with that great health. And obviously he's going to be quite tanky given that he's the one farming. So there is potential if the opportunity arises, but ultimately teams still so wary of those powerful towers. Naki is just going to start up that dragon.
It'd be pretty insane. Like, the second turret hit hurts so much. First one feels normal. The second is just so bizarre with the damage it puts out. So, yeah, we've seen a little bit less, but still it's the LPL. You kind of expect some of those shenanigans to happen. As the dragon starts, though, bringing it on track. It's been a slow early game, folks, but again, no ultimates available yet, and ultis do feel like what we're going to talk a hell of a lot about in this first game. For now, it is just OMG getting the Ocean Dragon to kick things off, and Loyan just hovering nearby in case it turns into anything else bot.
Yeah, and honestly, this is fantastic for OMG. We said before, timer in the game, any dragons you pick up early on, basically just add time to the game. Obviously, if RA go for the soul as a win condition, they are now 20 minutes away from the earliest soul. So just delays that, and that's assuming OMG don't get a single another dragon, which honestly there's a chance they get more. I will say as well, first dragon is an ocean, second is a cloud. It's either going to be a Hextech Mountain or Infernal Soul, all three very powerful, and will make a big difference in terms of dictating the outcome of this game. For now, no more action coming in. Aki is approaching that level 6 point that we're highlighting though, and it'll be interesting to see where he opts to go for with that cooldown.
And so let's flip it on the other side. Tell me a little bit more about what RA do, because they're hitting that 6 point as well. Strive now level 7, Shockwave available, Cube has needlework. Loyan just marked 6, so the Cyclone's there. I want you to tell me a little bit about how RA can speed up the pace of this game and actually force OMG to overstep their bounds.
But I think if you find a numbers advantage set up for an objective like Herald, you can absolutely bring in the likes of, you know, like Rakan syncing with Ori, with Wukong, could be super powerful around those Herald fights. But there is also the potential just to wait a little bit longer until iBoy is online. But personally, I wouldn't be against them going for the Herald if they can find a window in. I feel like that's where they might be a good match. Bear in mind, Kale, although she's hit that level 6, isn't the most formidable opponent at this point. And I think RA do want to be finding some momentum. So we do see Yuanja moving from bot lane. But if you look in response, OMG have actually sent both of their bot laners over to respond to this Herald. So personally, I think RA, you can kind of show some resistance around here. Don't get baited into the fight unnecessarily, and just try and pick up some plates in the bot lane. Get iBoy closer to his spike. I will say, though, losing out on this Herald definitely hurts quite a bit for them.
Yeah, what lane would you put this in as well? Because for OMG, so many options here, Orcs, and you know, Cold denying a little bit of the turret plating. iBoy might be able to step up in a second, pull out that 160 gold, but
yeah,
for now, that's no trade.
No place taken, really rough for RA. So OMG very happy with how this early game's gone. I feel like taking down the mid tower can open up the map quite a bit, but obviously it's reliant on you getting both the first and second Herald. Like first Herald, typically you're not going to find a window to get that mid tier 1. What I kind of like is giving gold over to the Senna, because Senna obviously is quite gold starved with his fasting build. Definitely a potential to set it up, and we do see them heading towards the bot lane.
Yeah, that's a Vault Breaker getting charged up onto Loyan. Doesn't get over the wall and has to flash as well with the Cyclone out. Burns the summoner being caught out for an invade after the Herald he thought was a safe play.
And honestly, I think now you know Loyan doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, he's chunked out, not in a position to contest.
Yeah.
This is a scenario where you could potentially set up to go for the Herald, but it looks like Aki is just going to continue his clear for now. Like I said, giving the gold to Abel would be fantastic. A lot of people look at the Kale and think, well, wouldn't you want to give gold to the Kale? well, absolutely golden Kale is nice, but also Kale is quite experience dictated. So really waiting for those levels more than anything. Not that the gold would be bad, but we'll see what Aki does up to do. Ultimately, finding a window to get the most value possible is the big thing. We do see Abel finding a window here, should be able to pick up this plate. And again, as I said, a lot of extra gold for that center goes a long way.
Also coming back to what you're talking about with Shanji's Kale, staying in the laning phase a little bit longer when you're going up against a Wukong, a Gwen, right? No long lane, I should say. Feels pretty nice to continue this status quo that he's built up in the top side, because Shanji's only about 7, 8, 9, 10 CS at max behind the Gwen. And right now, you know, feeling pretty good here for OMG. They might only be 500 gold behind, but the way this game's going, with the objectives already taken, with the Kale farming up, with Center down in the bottom lane having a good time harassing too, feels like for RA, they're getting in more and more trouble every 10 minutes we pass, Orcs.
Yeah, and my big question is around this dragon, because we see, if you look at the minimap, OMG very much set up for this spawning in 40 seconds. We are going to see Leon reset and he can head down towards this, but OMG already doing a great job of setting it up. Could even lean bot lane if we see iBoy and Yanja overstep. They are a very mobile bot lane, typically very safe, but this is Lissandra Vi, all that point and click, at least going to make them higher into the tower. I'll see Aki is just going to channel a reset and go back with that Rift Herald. We'll see if this gives RA an opportunity to move in on this dragon. Pings are coming out. I think if you don't get this dragon, the Soul win con is going to be pushed back so far. Over 30 minutes for RA if they don't get this one. And I think they have to try and make this happen.
I mean, Strive still has the cleanse, and he just based too. So while RA coming back out on the map, there's no mid laner there for Rare Adam. Top side doesn't have teleport. Shanji without his, but it's still a Kale. So OMG start up this dragon, but 0909's over the wall. He'll be here before RA's mid laner with a glacial path. He flashes in, puts him in their place. The prison down, the tomb enabled, and iBoy running for the hills. But the Vault Breaker and Assault and Battery for Aki's first blood. RA in shambles.
0909 finding a great window, and those are the tools we talked about to shut down iBoy. The double point and click means he has no opportunity to outplay. It's only one kill for OMG, but they get the dragon, and they're going to put that Herald down bot, so Abel going to get a bunch of extra gold, which is the important one, is spread around between Cold and Aki, so pretty fantastic now. 0909 could be in trouble.
Yeah, Shockwave puts him against the wall. Strive wants a solo kill here with the command attack. He gets it, but under turret, it ramps up. Welcome to the LPL. I think he's going to fit in quite nicely here.
Yeah, doing a good job. Honestly, punished there by Strive. Little bit of a misplay for 0909, but he turns it around, manages to get that route. As you said, the tower hits ramp up, and it's a 1-for-1. Even the Frozen Thrall helps to clear out the minions as well, so not even missing too much. He is down in CS, but Strive, someone who we said is such a proficient laner, I think 0909 is getting more value out of this game so far. Ultimately, this Orianna will be a pivotal piece of RA's late game, but for now, OMG can be really happy with how the game's going.
All right, replay time. Walk me through the bottom lane, because 0909 set this up nicely.
Yeah, I do think the Claw could have been a bit further behind them, as you know they're going to back up when they see it, but he goes for the flash route, gets the ultimate as well. Then Aki using all his mobility to close the gap, and there's nothing iBoy can do in that situation. Really powerful there. Now 0909 could be in trouble.
Well, maybe not.
Oh, wait, he's playing Lissandra.
Hey, he gets out. Who knew that was possible? Leon tries, but it's so hard at this point. Now, Orcs, I need you to tell me a little bit more about what's going to go on from here, because Strive Leon moving up to the top side, but Shanji's safe too. He even got a bit of turret plating on Kale.
Yeah.
There's two dragons for OMG. Like, this is so rough to watch. What's happening in the bottom side? That's where the flash went for iBoy? Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Licky Tongue just pretty much 1v1'd him.
I don't 909 with another roam. Has the CC, the layering. Don't think they'll be able to kill you, Anja, but zones him off the tower, and that's going to be first tower taken. Look at all that gold for the center. Someone who we typically say really struggles to pick up that gold when you're playing that fasting build, so a lot of value there. Aki's going to cover mid, and I think 0909... Sure, Strive has that laning prowess. He's up in farm, but there's Lissandra constantly moving, finding these great angles. And considering we said the Vi and Lissandra with the early game assurance for OMG, but RA needed a spike in the mid game. OMG, 2k gold up, 2 dragons in pocket. This is fantastic for them so far.
It's so well played. Changing out Cream here, and this game 1 has been a massive success. Cold as well coming back in. Like, what an absolute chat here on the Tab Kedge. At the 1-0 start, he's got a Frost Gauntlet in his back pocket, and even though RA may be on an objective finally now, still far behind with a composition that needs to get moving. Now, Orcs, a fight's coming up, and OMG aren't scared to take it.
Yeah, they should feel confident. They're rocking gold. They've been performing well in these fights. RA are trying to posture for this one. And look at Yuanji on the flank, but he's been spotted.
Yeah, he has, and he's been bursted out a little bit to start it off. Already the True Shot Barrage flies through. Luoyan, though, gonna get stolen! Arky didn't even get that close to it. The Assault and Battery is ready as the Shockwave brings in two. It's Abel and Cole the Flash. The Cyclone good. Luoyan finally switching on. The knock up there from Yuanji great as well as Luoyan keeps on going. Shanji now caught up. It looked horrible again for RA, but it's those wombos, man, that hurt so deep.
And that's the mid-game team fighting from RA that we could see perform the backline access. And Lien, someone we praise so heavily as being a pivotal piece for Rare Adam, finds the engage. Not only do they get that team fight, they get the mid tower. Yes, they missed out on the Herald. They did actually deny OMG from picking it up themselves, so not too big of a loss. And look at Strive. You know, we've been praising 0909, but this is 172 CS in this Orianna, 3-1 and 2. And he is an absolute monster here. But look at Lien. At this point, OMG, walk away. You don't need to be here. I know they want the Herald, but it's not that big of a deal. They keep posturing. The Shockwave from Strive, massive to catch them. And that gives the window for Lien to go in. And importantly, Cold, because he gets locked down, isn't able to eat up the center.
I mean, it's just amazing to see it all come together finally for RA. We were ragging on them a little bit because this game just looked so easy for OMG to pace out. But as you said, sticking around too long, one crucial mistake from OMG, and now RA with the gold lead. And a 3-1-2 Orianna. I love that he pulled out the CS numbers, that he is ahead of the clock by quite a big amount. We were talking a little bit about Strive versus 0909, but now with the extra 2 kills, now with 2 items, RA have their mid-game Orcs. What do you do with laning phase now finished and 17 minutes into the game, and a Dragon now finally going into their back pocket? How do you emphasize this as we just saw in that last play?
Well, I think you can start setting up for these plays. You can see them leaning down. It's going to be a trade of towers. We saw Shanji take one on the top side. They will answer here. Ultimately, you've taken this bot tier 1. You've taken the mid tier 1. Top might be the next objective on the cards, but you want to have this opened up map and start fishing for these opportunities. Now you feel like you're more in control. You have Ezreal closing on that 2-item spike. Yep. This is where you can really find some momentum in the game, and you need to really establish control now and continue because, you know, they have time. The Orianna isn't really going to fall off, but I'm just concerned about the Kayle, the center. As we get into the deep late game, will become really problematic. Level 16 for Kayle, and just, you know, the center is infinitely scaling. That range will become obnoxious at some point. So for now, RA, maintain vision control, set up well for these objectives, and pick fights. That next Dragon in 4 minutes, if OMG up to contest it and you win a team fight, that could just lead to Baron. That could be the potential opportunity. But RA, that team fight was so important for them, a much needed win in this game.
Otherwise, we'd just fall into the wayside. Completely agree. So for now, RA, when you talked about vision, start heading up towards the top side and clearing out some of OMG's defensive line. And you can see already that Luoyan is pathing upwards, but 0909, big mistake as the Glacial Tomb locks himself down, but Strive's there waiting the path out, but Yuyanji off the side. Everfrost zones him, but doesn't get the kill. Yuyanji was close, but not close enough. Instead, RA after the pick, they're going to get the turret as well.
Yeah, a really nice play from RA. You know, they have the bot lane pushed in from taking that tower. They then reset on that side, commit onto this side of the map. Anyone who shows up, this time was 0909, they heavily commit to. They don't end up killing him, but it's not important. They zone him away, and that allows them to secure that top tower. So now they've taken those 3 out of towers quite quickly. A lot of gold in pocket, and the map opened up. You know, they can push in deeper. As a result, set up vision. And something that's very important for this lineup of RA, something I highlighted is, for OMG, the backline wants to be protected. You know, Kayle and Senna able to fire off at max range and not really be threatened by the Wukong or the Rakan or the Gwen. Those Hex Gates can make such a massive difference. It's just easy access to flanks for multiple members on the side of RA, so allows creative options to get in onto this OMG lineup. And I hope to see RA looking to utilize those when they're trying to approach these team fights.
I mean, especially since we've got a Dragon in 2 minutes 30. So looking forward to that one. 30 seconds till the Baron as well. But RA maintaining that 1k gold lead for now. They picked up that Dragon before as well. And again, worth noting with what we set as the conditions all game long. Aki hovering to the wing. He wants a pick, and OMG, you mentioned in Draft Orcs, they have very good singular pick potential. Now maybe trying to utilize that as they start losing control.
Yeah, if they find a window, especially to burn summoners before that dragon, that could be the window to fight it. Oh, but Cold might be in trouble. Okay. Looks like he built to ward it away. So, like, there's if you look across, there's all summoners available for RA. Yan just Fashi's just coming up. If you go for a fight, it can be quite difficult dealing with those summoners. So 2 minutes before an objective is when you can start a fight. Just a short one. You end up getting those summoners. As long as you don't lose too hard, they want Baron, and then those won't be available for the dragon while your ults will come back off cooldown. But that time is kind of being missed away. So I think now it starts to talk about the setup for the objective. And something I want to say, I want to make very clear.
Yep.
OMG don't need to fight this dragon. OMG can just let this dragon go.
True.
It's the second for RA. It really doesn't matter. The earliest RA is going to get a soul is like 32 minutes. You can just sack this. So going into this dragon, we want to see how OMG approach it. And if it's a bad setup, just remember they didn't have to go for it.
Okay, well, I hope they take those words of advice. For now, though, it's the Baron bait that RA are trying to play with until that dragon comes up. No vision on the neutral objective until that scrying ward comes through, but it's control. Aki is being very patient off to the wing here, but for OMG, they don't really know what's going on. I mean, Luyan's going to clear this out. Threaten once again. And Strive is just hovering over, waiting for that perfect shockwave to be hand-delivered to him. They're even starting the Baron for now, whether it's a turn or not.
Yeah, so they'll get vision. They'll see them back away. Ultimately, RA playing around with that one, but you really don't want to get stuck in the pit against the Sandra Vi. So just trying to bait with the Baron to try and start a fight. It won't happen, though. 30 seconds till Dragon, and the control of the area around Dragon is better for OMG, but still quite sparse for both teams. We'll see if they can establish more. Now, Cube does have to be a little bit careful here, but will be able to back away. And OMG just backing away from this Dragon. Looks like they're not giving too much effort into trying to contest it. Personally, I think this is the right call.
Yeah, honestly, again, we talked about the pacing coming through. Aki just going to get himself out. Loyan still looking for that pick. Back over to the Dragon. Now, anyone who's sitting there going 8 kills, 21 minutes, 22 minutes, fear not. We do have a Kale who is level 14, 2 items now picked up. It's not the Shy's crown build, so I think we can be okay.
Thank the Lord.
Oh, man. There was a lot of YouTube comments on that one. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, I can bet.
It was something else, but again, the Shy, different story. Shanji going a bit out of the textbook for this game. And look, he's got a bounty on his head as well. That's how much CS he has. We're talking a lot about Strive's numbers on this Orianna. And even though Shanji's not that far ahead of Cube, 243 CS at 22 minutes. Big numbers to hold by.
As well.
Yeah.
As a gold bounty just off the CS now. OMG, they not only backed away from the Dragon, they try to contest some vision around the Baron area. RA once again trying to set up for it, but I just want you to hone in on the early Dragons, how much that has meant for OMG. Now, RA could have had soul if they'd secured them. They're going to try and start this Baron to bait a fight, but OMG are ready to respond, and this is a precarious position to be in for RA.
Yeah, it is, but Strive turning off for now. Cyclone early, True Shot Barrage. There's the charm on the back line. 0909's caught out, and OMG are going to let him go. It's a double Zonya's coming through. In fact, no, they saved their brother. Cold eats him up as the Glacier pass over the wall, but not taken. Everything's down. They stop the Baron. They burn a couple of ultis and a summoner to boot.
Yeah, fantastic play from OMG. We can't have the double Zonyas anymore. No Zonyas in a stopwatch, but he uses his self-ult, and then the Zonyas
That's the one.
able to do that himself. And the most important thing off this play is OMG hold their nerve. Shanji does not TP in. Waits, wants to see what's going on. They decide the fight isn't going to continue. They can get 0909 out. The Baron isn't continue. Alright, use a lot of their tools. And the Kale level 15 now.
Yep.
Boy, again, this is his big spike. 2 items, has the QSS. Ahead of Abel in experience was 2 levels, just closed down to 1, but not much. But eventually the center is going to get more and more value. You can see this Tom Kench as well with that extra gold input. 2 items, quite a beefy boy. And OMG are just doing a fantastic job of stalling this game out, waiting until Shanji becomes a monster, until Abel really comes online. And you can feel RA know they're on a timer, as we talked about. They are trying to make this happen, trying to set up the plays, and it hasn't worked yet.
And I mean, going to be delayed by an extra couple of minutes until they can try and bait the Baron again. Vision's been mainly cleared and set up by OMG around the pit. And we've got 2 minutes 45 to wait for that Dragon. Orcs coming towards the third Dragon. I mean, you said OMG didn't have to fight for the last one. They played the patient game in this rather slow game. Is that another option to play through again, or do you just keep baiting Baron over and over and hoping OMG fall for it?
I feel like RA, you know, that even if they get this next dragon, which there's a good chance they do, OMG can decide if they want to fight it. Depends maybe on whether the Kale gets level 16. I think it's not going to fix everything, right? You don't get that power until the 4th dragon. Still another 7 minutes from now. So much time. Kale absolutely going to be level 16 at that point. And now OMG looking for a heavy play through bot. Both have TP and can join the Baron. You do see RA have started up though, so there is a timer potentially coming in on this bot lane play.
And they need fresh vision on the pit as well for Cole to move in and get that. It's going to be pretty hard as Abel starts moving up as well. It's a 3-man squad at 4K now with the teleport channeling through from 0909. He's joined in. 4 versus 4 as Baron aggro is halted. Kept up a little bit by iBoy, but he's at half HP.
Yeah, and Aki could get into the pit. Engage comes in.
Liang going to start it up. True Shot Barrage as well on the backside. Abel heals up, but Baron has been de-aggroed and healed up.
Over the flank.
You wanted to see this, Orcs, and now for 0909, the Glacial Present taken and set down for the tomb. Liang's caught out in the newbie on OMG doing work on this Lysandra again. No one dies, but RA will have to reset once more, and the clock keeps ticking.
Not quite enough to get the fight going, but something pivotal is that they actually get Cube to burn his TP. Yeah. Originally, Shanji burned his, and there wasn't the follow-up from RA. They were happy to disengage. 0909's forcing that play meant that Cube matched, but now going into that dragon fight, Cole does not have his flash available. Abel, who we've seen RA really work to punish, does not have the flash available. 2 levels down in the Ezreal. We do see the Rylai's. It's a level 16 for Shanji. He has the Rylai's. He has the Wit's End. He has the Riftmaker. This is a very strong Kale. We'll see if OMG now feel like it is the time to contest this dragon. They don't have to necessarily. They could give this one up. It's still 1 more for Soul, but they may feel like they are now powerful enough with that Kale level 16 to look for something. May want to deny that Soul point, and they are trying to find priority mid. We'll see what RA can do to stop this.
And Eclipse just picked up as well, worth noting here for Abel. So 2 items center. We're getting a long path as well with the Morel and Oblivion Orb, excuse me. So OMG with some stronger items. The Shanji doesn't take too much, but Abel does. iBoy still hurting like a bit of a truck here in the mid game as OMG reclaim their path towards the Baron. They're going to start this off, Orcs, and they do it pretty quick with a Kale in center.
Yeah, and very tanky members with Cold on the Tom Kench, so they can safely start this. I don't think they want to flip this one, but maybe they do. RA have to posture, moving in. Shrelly has popped.
Being very patient. Loyan now over the wall. Cyclone very early at 4.7k. Loyan keeps it aggroed as Strive's helping out too. It sits at 4 though, and for OMG, playing with time, the Cyclone is now down. 0909 once again with the Glacial Path. His flash is available, and it's burnt to a crisp. He gets a pick down and straight away to the backside as well with the Sultan Battery. OMG going in deep. Aki a bit too deep, and he's punished for it, but Shanji still full HP, and the Shockwave coming through means nothing. 0909 securing himself a bit of a health bar too, and they're chasing this up. True Shot Barrage might slow that down. It's messy, but OMG still making sure no one gets the Baron, not even themselves.
So scrappy from OMG, and it feels so split. 0909 engaging on one side, Aki flash engaging on the other. It's so divided between them. Ultimately, Aki goes down. It's not enough of an advantage for RA to look for the Baron, but they'll easily sweep up that dragon. 28 minutes 20. We'll be looking at a 34-minute Soul if RA can secure the second one. But what's this play, right? I think it's just so divided. I like the decision from OMG. Leave Leon in the pit, let him tank, but then they go for the engage here onto the Gwen. Doesn't quite work. And then look at the other side. Aki solo engaging onto Strive, ends up getting crucified, and Shanji doesn't burn the Kale ultimate. He doesn't really care for his jungle. He's like, I am level 16 Kale. My ultimate is for me. And as a result, RA know they can't really commit to this fight. You don't want to run into that Kale who still has the ultimate available. It's enough to ward them off the Baron. But RA, they do get the dragon in pocket. We are approaching critical mass at this point. Abel 3 levels down on iBoy. This is the XP difference I was talking about earlier. Now Aki could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's just walked into his jungle thinking it's still his, but RA lying in wait. True Shot Barrage didn't tag him though. So Aki lives on to tell the tale, but with no jungler, with a low health HP bar, RA start the Baron again, Orcs.
Yeah, does have a dead man's plate and the hex gates to get him there a little bit quicker, but this is going so fast. OMG need to try and fight them off this one, but time's running out.
Yeah, big steal needs to come through, but not from the jungle. The glacial path in, or 909 can't do it. And OMG now for the chase, though, is RA with a numbers advantage, but they're running the opposite way. Cube as well has to run away from Abel. iBoy might be in a pinch with Aki chasing up. There's no assault and battery available as they need to work zones through. Loyen is the risky one as 09 jumps in once more, but iBoy has the range. True Shot Barrage hurts like a truck in the face, but no one dies. RA with the Baron, they get out of there. Still going to be a net positive for the team that is running out of time.
Fantastic play from RA, and I love the fact they just don't let Shanji function. Every time he tries to get into these fights, they're disengaging, they're running away. Yuanji's doing a fantastic job of peeling 0909 and shutting him down. And RA, as time is taken away, find the opportunity. They get the Baron in pocket. This should help them crack some of these tier 2 towers, get some extra gold. And I am looking at that timer for the next Dragon Soul. With you look at how well RA are kiting, the Soul could make such a big difference now. You're looking at Leon and Yuanja again working together to find a pick. They won't get anything. But look at how they set up the lanes. So they're pushing up this mid priority, trying to support this Baron wave. In the meantime, Cube is pushing in this wave bot. They will rotate through the jungle to match this wave and try and crash it in to take that bot tier 2. You can see already Aki trying to push to defend, but because everyone's moving down, that leaves mid a little bit exposed. Cube looking now.
We'll see if he can find anything, because Aki was waiting in the bush. It was a bait, a ruse, and a lockdown tomb again. Big shutdown. Cube by himself. They found a nice little window, and RA now suddenly the Baron is slowed down.
Massively slowed down. Cube does have teleport, but by the time he's up, by the time he gets back on the map, that Baron is going to basically be expired. So they get one tower. That's all they get for the Baron. They obviously get the gold from it itself and the experience, not to be ignored, but it's still a lot less than RA maybe would have hoped for. It's that Dragon in a minute 50. That is the next big objective. Sorry, yeah, that they want to play for. The Dragon Soul potentially. Now Aki has found Lien.
Yeah, that's going to be a Vault Breaker into Lien. Why is he here? There's a Kale in front of him. Level 18 as well. With the Fiendish Codex. No fourth item just yet, but this might open up the window into bottom side. Aki saving his winged beast and making sure no harm comes to him. Shanji with 600 gold and 18 out of 18, guys. Sorry, the clock doesn't go any higher. We don't push it up. It's literally max level Kale with 365 CS at 32 minutes.
Yeah, pretty strong. I think it goes without saying. Doesn't yet have the Nash's Tooth. Would like to see that come in. Obviously, this is an AP Kale, but did go for that Wit's End for the laning power, that extra magic resist. But ultimately, team fights are very much around Shanji right now. Abel, despite the fact he's got a fair bit of souls, still 3 levels down on iBoy. It's expected for the Fasting Center, but this is kind of still being down that far in levels, thanks to the fact I already got the Baron, doesn't help. And you're looking at iBoy with those True Shot Barrages. If you land on Abel, it does like 50-60% of his HP. But now that you can see RA setting up pretty heavily around this Dragon area, a lot of deep vision. And the question is, how are OMG going to contest this one? Moving through the Fog of War, so risky against this composition from RA.
I mean, Abel's going to stick close to cold. As you see, level 12 versus level 15. You've been comparing 80 carry levels all game here, Orcs, and Abel is so darn squishy. And now I want to point out, while we're quickly talking about Shanji, he's got Zhonya's for this upcoming fight, but no Nash's Tooth. Very defensive for a team with a Tahm Kench and I guess a Lissandra Vi by your side. We'll see how much damage he puts out as we start walking into River. And Orcs, Dragon's now up in 1. This will be Soul if RA get it.
And honestly, a True Shot Barrage not doing nearly as much damage as it was before.
That's true.
Abel not being chunked out that much, able to heal it back up now. Team's posturing. Look at 0909. He's the one who's been trying to find the flanks, and they have vision off RA right now. No one on that team looking for flank angles, but they're looking to burst this Dragon.
And it's going down pretty quick. I mean, OMG going to move on it immediately. Who gets the Soul coming through? It is actually RA who picked it up with the Hextech Soul in hand. 0909 gets in the back line and is interrupting 3 people. Shanji at full HP, and Orcs, I'm watching with bated breath, because if iBoy steps in range, he's dead. 0909 will not take the Glacial Path, but iBoy is stepping forward again. They lose the Soul. OMG do not have themselves another chance. That is iBoy over the water. You devil, he's a newbie. Stop bullying the child.
Really making things difficult for 0909. It's a heavy engage from OMG. They want to start the fight. They want to give space, give time to Kale. But ultimately, it's a 1-for-1, and RA secured the Hextech Soul. massive factor in this one. When we talk about the kiting potential, the fact that Kale, all she needs to do is be in range to hit targets. The slow from the Hextech Soul will make a difference. So we see this one. We see OMG move in so aggressively. Aki nowhere near the dragon for the smite. Goes so deep. And Yuyanji again, fantastic job on the Rakan. Peeling there, creating space. He does go in to buy time for Lien and ends up trading his life. But at this point, how can they follow up, right? Shanji can't get in range. The Hextech Soul help him with the kiting. 0909 throws down the claw, but if you take that, it's certain death. And boy, this is such a risky play. There's still opts to go for it. No vision.
Mr. Q.
Why not?
Oh, man. I mean, I respect it, you know. From iBoy to iChat and a single play as RA want to keep giggering it up as Yuyan Jar's first over the wall, but he takes a big response damage. He's devoured too. Loyen saving his support as iBoy comes in once again. The Chad's returned. This Ezreal may be mid-game focused, but Orcs, he hurts so much. OMG have walked in piece by piece without the Kale, without the Vi, and now they're exposed.
It just completely lost. The Kale's not there. The only champion on your team, really, at this point of the game. He's so much stronger than everyone else. 50% of your lineup not there. And OMG try with a fight and RA there now looking to end.
I mean, how? Like, OMG have got a Kale. They've got a max range Kale here as the ultimate's finally used. I think that's the first time I've seen it. Aki survives, but now Shanji doesn't have it for himself. This is half HP. Cubes running in under turret. OMG have botched this game, Orcs, and RA have taken out of their sweaty palms. Aki is the last person alive as Cold may now respawn. RA can't finish here, but it certainly feels like OMG are in death's door.
Yeah, respawn's coming in. We'll be able to defend, so they bought time there. But ultimately, with the Kale down, there's no way you contest this Baron, I would think. Health bars are low. And it looks like they're gonna... Aki, what are you doing?
Okay, well, Aki says, hey, you know what? Maybe we should go towards Baron. iBoy autos in for the final hurrah as it's a knock-up once again, but returned in favor on top of Cold.
Okay.
0909 goes down. Cold is going to be next. OMG. Hey, Orcs, it's in the name.
Yeah, they're done with this game. And I just got to say... RA, they knew how to team fight in this one. That composition definitely easy to execute. It's go in, pop your buttons, pressure R's, make it happen, and they definitely able to perform. We hit critical mass with the Kale, and even that wasn't enough. Level 18 full items Kale, not enough to win you the game. Then I don't know what will, and RA will take this game one.
Well, that was something. Hey, that was really something, Orcs, and
that was a ride.
God. Hey, we had concerns about Aki. You know, again, we talked a lot about him in the last split. We had a lot of concerns about OMG. And remember, folks, this is kind of what we remember. Like, OMG had a really brilliant starting run. And then they came up against opponents like... I can't remember the RA series Orcs. Like, honestly, I don't have enough brain cells to remember how it went in spring. But, you know, OMG struggled against a lot of mid-tier to top-tier opponents. And kind of came apart at the seams, like I would say, is what happened in this first game.
Yeah, I feel like OMG, a lot of their spring was punching down. I feel like, you know, we saw a lot of upsets during spring, but a lot of the time it felt like OMG were able to dispatch the teams low in the standings and them. Yeah. Didn't hold up as well as some of the stronger lineups. And I think ultimately RA, you know, it wasn't a flawless game. The early game gave OMG so much space. I think OMG played it correctly in the mid game, but it was the execution of these fights. And I think... You know, 0909, as much as it had a solid performance, started to struggle being that primary engage. Him and, I was about to say JJ, but I was about to say, it was not JJ, right? Yeah. Aki on the Vi, nothing like JJ. He had a rough game when he played it, but at the end of the game, it was him and Scout diving LWX and Ezreal that made them come back into that game. We didn't get the same here, right? It felt like on different fronts sometimes for the engage, felt like too deep, not creating space. And as a result, it felt so... off kilter. And in fairness, right, this is a new mid laner onto the roster. Yeah. Obviously, the assumption is he'll be scrimming a bit with the team, but still not as ingrained as Cream. But it definitely felt like the team just wasn't on the same page when it came to those late game fights, and that is really where RA picked them apart.
Yeah, and look, honestly, like from what we just saw as well, you know, OMG, whether it is the new mid laner coming in or whether it is OMG still suffering from the same issues, it was a pretty clean early game. Decision-making in the early game and, you know, what we saw with the early Dragons, OMG was so set up for that game to be a pretty calm win. But,
yeah, that's damage.
That's,
Wait, I mean, it's... It's
Wow.
not quite, but iBoy nearly doing as much damage as all of OMG together. Nearly. Not
Yeah.
quite, but nearly. That is
The fact
that
that
is
it's
some
close
Ezreal,
is
right?
pretty disgusting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he found the momentum on this pick, just did so much damage, so much poke onto OMG, and ultimately they just weren't able to threaten him. I was, questioning the fact iBoy didn't have cleanse, might be a problem later on, but picked up that early QSS, and it just meant he felt untouchable. We saw the Kale hit critical mass, but it wasn't enough. And I also want to credit Uganja, by the way, on this Rakan. He was the thorn in OMG's side when it came to these engages. Every time Vi would dive in, Lissandra tried to follow, and instantly charmed, not able to pressure buttons. So RA just showing they know how to perform in those team fights. But OMG, yeah, a rough start to the series.
Don't know about that one, honestly. Let's have a refresher. Let's calm over the break and have a bit of a chat about it and see where we land going into game 2. Said that history is written by the victors. And for the LPL, that history has been written by Edward Gaming, an organization that has reached the pinnacle of League of Legends in every metric. 6 LPL titles, an MSI championship, and your 2021 World Champions.
They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top! They made it all the way!
Every time they seem to have slipped up, they return with a fire in their eyes and remind the world who they are.
And win back all.
And yet, without nearly as stacked of a resume, JDG continues to impress. Led by their superstar jungler and a bot lane that doesn't seem to miss, JDG is primed to ramp up and blow past the competition. And with a roster this stacked, they might just do it.
Break us when we rise.
The LPL are kings again.
Will disappear, but plating given over to Angel as he moves over. Still confident here in the strength of Viper as SOFM gets tagged away. Sonic Wave's there from Cherished, the kick backwards as well. SOFM has Dalton get out, but he's on the wrong side of dodge. True shot barrage. Man, there you go. And you get the Korean sniper from Viper, the 3-0 start that every Ezreal wants. Meanwhile, the Shy dealing with Viper. This bird trying to go to an egg, but it's already happened. Viper secured it. He gets another double. And EDG somehow come out clean.
I think EDG are going to look super good. Viper was the best AD carry in LPL, even if he didn't go. Probably the best AD carry in the world in spring.
Viper and Mako, baby, they're doing it again.
Break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames.
That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh, ho, ho! Hope with the slam down. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into night.
That was Hope breaking the ankles of the top esports bot lane.
We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same.
Oh my lord, that damage!
Literally just dead. Konami goes into the backline. Heroic Entrance comes in as well. Righteous Judgment not going to do anything, as it's another fight white for JDG.
Absolute massacre on the Rift. The damage coming out. That will be a convincing finish to this series. A stompier game than we saw in the previous two. This is a heated rivalry, and JDG absolutely have the edge today.
Folks, we'll be honest with you. That first game was just really a bit off kilter, to be honest. I think being honest on Cast Orcs is something that, you and I can do quite well. And RA got that game given to them a little bit. Is that fair to say? Because honestly, when you have Kale center with a Tom, Lysandra, and Vi, I look at that and go, well, that's a solid comp.
Yeah, I have to credit RA. I think they played it well. But there's two sides to every coin. And I think OMG's side was definitely tails on that one. Yeah, I just feel like, we're hyping up. This is the problem sometimes being a caster, being an analyst, is you set these win conditions for team. You're like, Kale, get in the late game, right? Gonna be monstrous. Senna eventually scales up to be long range. And you get to that point in the game, you're like, no, not happening. And I think a big aspect of that was Strive. He was our MVP. We talked about 0909 up against Strive. And 0909, strong in the early game. Had those practice roams, traded 1-for-1 there. But when it came to the team fight, Strive on point, positioning well, not being able to get shut down, and constantly having these big, impactful shockwaves.
I mean, it was, shockwave after shockwave got better and better and better. And I think what we watched of Strive that game was a bit overshadowed because OMG were always at a point where they were even or they were ahead. They were pacing the game out in their favor. And, I guess I was looking as much at RA because there were a few team fights. There were a few moments where it was like, okay, not bad, but how can they improve it? Props to RA in general, Orcs, because I think they picked their windows quite specifically. And when they had to fight, they made sure they weren't giving up like that third dragon or, the Baron fight as well to lure in OMG. They pulled them apart quite nicely.
Yeah, and honestly, I think definitely deserving of some applause for RA. They will be going onto red side in this one. OMG onto blue. And we'll see if that makes a difference ultimately. Still RA continue with that Lucian ban. Have banned away this Swain though. This kind of flew through under the radar in that last game, but opting to not deal with it when they are on the red side themselves. We'll see how that ends up panning out. Diddley once again taken away from Lien. There's still the Wukong available, still the Ahri available. And Twitch going to be the ban from RA. Now, I have actually heard about Twitch in scrims. So we know Kalista Renata being that early game prowess bot lane that spikes in the mid game. Twitch is like the scaling version. Still don't expect to see it at first rotation ban, but Wukong will be picked up, it looks like, for OMG.
And in the past splits, I mean, Abel was someone to bring out kind of inventive 80 carries, so I can completely see how his Twitch would be looked at, in particular by RA. On the other side, I wonder if it changes up the AD, because OMG have done the same first pick, and we still have Senna Tam available, Orcs, so it feels like iBoy Yanja either go a completely different direction or rinse and repeat.
Well, what I can say is Gwen is open and available, and pretty importantly, the Viego is no longer banned away. RA banned that on blue side, so I expect jungle and top just to be taken here. RA to pick up the Viego. Now, some people might think, RA might think they can leave their jungler and take something higher priority and then leave jungle till third. Looks like they're going to do that and take that Ezreal. Now, the downside to this is I feel like RA are going to have to take jungle on 3, which kind of locks them into that. We'll see if OMG, they can either look to punish, they could pick a mid laner now, they could take the Ahri, and RA may not be able to match it, or they can just match pound for pound, take a top laner, take an 80 carry. Kale was the answer before for Gwen, did fine in the lane. I don't think that was a problem, so they will take that again. Another question, do you take an 80 carry to match Ezreal, something like the Kai'Sa potentially for Abel, or do you take a mid laner? Interestingly enough, not going for the Ahri themselves, going for the Lysandra. Sure. That means RA obviously won't pick the Ahri, and they will lock in that Viego as expected. Now OMG would be able to ban away mids they don't want to deal with, but ultimately, the Ahri is a bad matchup into Lysandra anyway, so not too sure they get much on that in terms of mileage. But RA probably looking at 80 carries, and we'll start off with that Kai'Sa.
I just wonder if Strive goes back to something like the Orianna, especially with the Viego now locked in. Curiouser with, the 80 carries being completely missed. And for 0909, remember, this is his debut split. This is his debut series. Last game was his debut game. So I'm not surprised that we're keeping it short and simple for this guy, especially with how OMG tried to run the comp in game number 1. Now, Orcs have continued with 80 carry bans as we progress our conversation. Aphelios actually taken away. What else is left here? Twitch gone, Kai'Sa gone, Aphelios gone, Kalista gone. I'm trying to go through the meta picks right now and wonder what's left.
Yeah, there's still, we've seen a lot of Draven. I don't think that's really an able pick, though. You could lean on things like the Xayah, Kog'Maw, like Cog Lulu, is still actually an option available to OMG if they really wanted to. Not sure how that one would pan out for the bot lane of OMG, but we can definitely see it. We could definitely see it. But basically depends. No surprise to see Yanja back on the Rakan. He had a fantastic game on that. It also denies OMG from potentially going Xayah Rakan, which could really bolster their dive potential. So I expect to see them lock that in. Yuumi was not banned here, but I like the proactivity on the support. Now OMG, the bot lane, Senatom is still open and available. They could go for that again. Obviously, you know you're into the Ezreal now, so I feel like with how it didn't really work last game, maybe not the play. Cog Lulu is something that we did see yesterday, but haven't seen as much as maybe I thought I would. I heard a lot about it in scrims, didn't show up as much as we thought. Ultimately, OMG have some options in this regard, and actually going for the Able special potentially will go for that Samira. Gonna pair it up with an engaged support or something they want to get up in the face. This is full dive composition with a Kayle for backup. You can press R on either the Lissandra or the Samira or the Wukong, all great targets as they dive in. But OMG, what I like about this is it's kind of dumbing the game down, right? Making things simple. They have a lot of go buttons, and they're looking to use them.
I'm just surprised Cole didn't play something like a Rel. I mean, it's been his specialty, and whenever they pulled out the Samira in spring, that was the partnership when no one else was playing Rel. So I digress, because RA on the other side, we've got a bit of all-in once again. The R button, massive. Orcs, there's similarities to see in the draft, but starting with OMG, I want you to walk me through how it changes with the bottom lane and now that they have the Wukong themselves.
Well, before it was kind of like the mid jungle would play disruption and the rest of the team would want to like kite back. You know, there was some opportunity to follow up it given space, but in some ways it was off theme. It was very much kind of like the Lissandra and the Vi. They were playing the heavy engage style, but realistically, it didn't really work out effectively. Now they have 4 champions that are looking to dive, heavy dive composition. The Kayle gets space created for her as a result. It could just press R on top, so really simplifies things, I think, which is important for RA given that they struggled quite a bit. But OMG, it's a bit of a shift up because they don't have as much team fighting power, right? They don't have the Orianna with that big shockwave. Does trim down some of the scaling, but again, they're not dealing with a center on the other side, so less concern. But ultimately, they now have Strive on a pick that can match those roams a bit better from 0909. 0909 was more present on the map, more able to move around. The Galio in return should be able to match that quite effectively. And you have like the Gwen and the Rakan who can dive in. Galio can just jump in on top and cause some issues.
Okay, well, look, at the very least, changing things up a little bit for RA is nice because with RA still pulling out some comfort here, there's a lot of confidence after what we saw in game number 1. Remember that RA, the team that, you know, in coming into spring, made playoffs. And because of people like Cube and Luoyan, and I will say that for Cube especially, on solid comfort going into this second game. Cube's Gwen was sick in spring and was one of my favorite top laners to watch up there with people like the Shy, 369. Feels like he's really coming to his own on the team as we welcome you back to Summoner's Rift. OMG, gonna be a bit tongue-in-cheek here to start off game number 2. Cube and Lee are the only ones up here, but for now, no one's walking to their unknown danger.
Yeah, you should never face check those lane brushes as a top laner unless you have like the backup of your team, because teams have been going for these sort of 5-man stack plays. You also have someone who's got less value on their ward, can place down the ward. So, for example, there, Aki slams his ward down, switches out to the sweeper, means you have that lane ward, which can be really useful. A lot of top laners played around having vision in the brushes can make a big difference in terms of trading power, especially someone who's a bit weaker earlier like the Kayle. Does mean, though, if you look on the mini-map, ward on the blue buff off Aki and also a ward on the Raptors as well. So a lot more information afforded to RA as a result of the fact that they didn't go for an invade in return. They literally just slammed down those wards.
Yeah, they're classic. Get a bit of information. Aki going to be starting on the Wolves here. Other side is a leash for Luoyan right on top of that blue buff. Now remember, iBoy and Yuyan Jia really killed house in game 1 on this Ezreal and Rakan. iBoy especially feels like the mid to late game carry at the end. So kind of looking forward to a similar performance, but we do have Abel on Samira in this meta. Orcs, let's be real, even though we know Abel's played this in spring, not something we kind of listed off in the 80 carry pool.
Yeah, not something that we've really seen. It's kind of just an Abel special that we've seen even teams respect ban. I think spring, a big thing was before we even saw it get played, we saw a lot of teams respect banning it against him, because clearly it was tearing up in scrims. So something very comfortable for him. And ultimately, as much as we expected a bit more hyper carries from the meta, that is what we're getting with the Kayle. But I feel like you have that late game insurance there from Shanji.
True.
Playing a more aggressive bot lane makes sense, giving you a lane to play through. Now they are looking for 0909. Great route, great route.
Yeah, stops the chicken in his tracks. Unfortunately, has to go in the bin. So 0909, again, kind of showing us that on this Lissandra, feeling very proficient. And Strive here is going to be down the Predator for the time being. But I love to see it as down in the bottom lane. Bit of a dredge line to kick things off. Cold and Abel wanting to go in, but not really that much damage onto you, Yanja. Now, Orcs, you're a man of wisdom. You know, you've got a brain the size of Gallipoli and the size of, what else?
A melon.
London. Yeah, the size of a melon. Come back to me with a little bit about how we're going to operate in the early game, because with some of the changes, is it just talking the story of RA6 again, their objective control, like they're all in, and how they choose to pick their fights?
Yeah, I think it's a bit different because before we had the Vi who gets a lot of spike in terms of CC at level 6 and gank power, but I'm going to hold that thought. We're actually looking for an early dive. This is risky with the towers.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe this is a bit too early. Glacial Path not going to be taken either, and RA are fighting back with Cube, burning the TP, coming in red hot. OMG committing 4 members, but Shanji going to hold on to his.
And I'm just going to flat say it. If this was prior to the tower buffs, we might have seen them just follow through on that and go for it. But it makes such a big difference. Really, you can see teams, you know, even when they set up for, they have 4 members, it looks favorable. Any sort of mitigation, just that TP from Cube is enough for them to say no. And I think the decision from OMG was correct. Not committing more. Cole, dredge lined out. We saw 0909 not follow up on the claw. He'll be able to return mid with the TP. Strive TP'd earlier, so no advantage in that regard. And importantly, Cube gonna miss a bit of experience, a bit of CS in lanes. So Shanji very happy with that one. And that's kind of the play that you can go for. You can go for those setups that maybe you don't commit to if the window's not right. You can deny experience, deny CS, force TPs. Also, if lanes are overextended, you can find ganks. You can see OMG's bot lane be pushing heavily.
Yeah.
Does expose windows, but they are going to reset here and not look to get punished. Ultimately, this is kind of how the meta is going to be for 12-10. 12-11, the towers are nerfed a bit. Still stronger than they were before, but we may see like these early dives a bit more enabled. But the time being, it tends to be quite a slow early game, and it's the mid game where the pace picks up.
Yeah, again, something in the LPL that I sorely miss. The dives are what made a lot of teams, you know, strong with their identity.
Well,
like,
don't worry, dude. Top esports, they're still trying.
That's true.
Not so successful.
That's true. And to be fair, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was SOFM and the Shy who were diving topside even before the turrets got their damage and were literally failing the dive anyway. So I feel like, you know, a lot of these teams will continue doing so. And you're right, you know, Top esports bringing the spunk and what do we call it? Mojo. Still in our current meta. Now, I will also say that, you know, as we go through and we start exploring as well, LPL, I think is very innovative, Orcs. Like, we've kind of seen a bit of that innovation here in this series. We've seen teams like IG in their first series try and bring out some of that innovation as well. Like, our champion pool in our league is already pretty massive for, what, 5-6 days of play?
Well, I think, honestly, a lot of picks we didn't see for a while, Enchanters being a big example, have been re-enabled by the changes. So I think there's been a lot more scope thanks to the durability changes, a lot more opportunity to pick these scaling picks like the Kayle. But now, this could be a dive coming in on Shanji. Not level 6 yet.
We were literally just talking about dives. Like, yeah, it's a bit hard. RA are going to try their own. So Cube with his ulti already burnt out. Shanji, you're right, without his Glacial Path, super defensive. And he's helping out. That's a really nice play from the mid laner of OMG, as Strive is still going to successfully get out.
So you got to remember, as much as it was a big wave, Shanji was ahead on experience compared to Cube because Cube TP'd. So I expected the level 6 quite soon.
Okay.
The level 6 comes in. That's why they're trying to make that dive happen quickly. But because 0909 said defend, because the level 6 is hit by the Kayle, it makes all the difference. They don't go for the dive. And that's 2 times we've seen potential dives not happen. And for anyone who's been watching the LPL and wondering why we've seen so much Kayle, it is so much harder to set up these stack waves and dive. Remember, before 6, Kale's kind of at the whim of their opponents.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Abel's actually interrupted. The Ignite's down as well, but iBoy is stopping the chase with Aki now spotted. Great defensive maneuvers now from the mid laner and from the jungle in Aki, making sure that iBoy's not able to get first blood.
Yeah, Cleanse comes in to remove the Ignite. typically we see exhaust taken into some champions like the Samira. We see that into the Kai'Sa as well. So I think the cleanse is typically taken as a response to that. But in this game, iBoy's gone for the cleanse, and Lissandra wanted that extra safety tool. And Abel has not going to get as much value out of the cleanse, maybe if there's an exhaust. But ultimately able to get away from that one with the position look tough. And actually, it's Lian who secures that blue buff.
It is.
Aki trying to find it, but does not, unfortunately.
So, Orcs, 10 CS lead in the bottom lane. Top side, because of the TPs, you already brought up the advantage. Shanji's 10 CS up as well. So, once again, having a good time in the laning phase here is this Kayle. Right now, the gold is swayed slightly in OMG's favor, but it is a very stable early game. And I've been meaning to ask, we had such a big conversation as Loyan invading. Not sure how much I'm going to have to pause on this one, as Aki's still doing the wolves, but it's been pulled. Loyan, now he gets smite down. Easy as that. It's already evolved. So I'm going to bring back my question, Orcs, as nothing else happens. We talked a lot about scaling in the last game. Is it just as simple as that again, with only the Kayle this time, or because there's no center and there's a bit more diversion in the enemy team, is it very different?
I think it's a bit different. Like, the Kayle is still going to be that win con at level 16. I think the mid-game team fights are a lot closer between the teams. And I also feel like OMG have less of that, like, guaranteed outscaling element. There could be a lot of fights where the Kayle doesn't find a window to function, you know, depending on how RA play it. But also just these mid-game fights are going to be more hotly contested on either side. So I think both teams should be fighting to find advantages into the mid-game, see what they can do with them, set up their carries, things like the Samira, the Ezreal. And so it's not as clear-cut for now, though. We see that heavy committance towards the top side that did end up giving OMG the Herald in return. Leon going to steal away some camps, and iBoy going to get a plate for himself. So still favored for OMG, I'd say, in that regard. And now potentially looking for more.
Yeah, he might be locked down. He's looking for his escape route, but they're not going to let him. Cold flashes over the wall, locks him down. The depth charge is a nuke. 25 kill streak, and the game is over, at least for now, for Loyan.
And that's the engaged potential, right? So many tools on this lineup. No more the defensive Tom Kench for Cold. And he seems a lot more at home on the Nautilus. We see those plays come in, and now OMG able to transition from getting the Herald to get this Dragon as well. And bear in mind, despite the fact that RA ended up winning the previous game, OMG really had sharper control on those early objectives, and it's starting similarly in this one. Able to take that first Herald and that first Dragon, definitely going to be put themselves in a good spot.
But it is very, very late this time around as well. You know, last time we saw an earlier Drake here coming from OMG, but at the very least, means that there's going to be more time on the board available. So, as you pointed out, the Herald's been picked up here by Aki. Now, we already talked about options in this very slow-moving series and how it could be placed. This time around, Orcs opening up mid, putting the Galio back. Like, what's the train of thought, you think?
Well, there's generally with Herald, I feel like there's two frames of thought. If you can find a good window in a side lane, you can get a whole tower, a lot of gold. That'd be fantastic for Samira. I think that would probably be my play. But
immediately, but the needlework was weighted and held nicely by Cube. Shanji surviving, but Cold's here again. Now his depth charge is available. Cold may be wanting a second kill, but I don't think he's going to find it without anyone else's help, as the whole cavalry's coming in. Actually, RA feeling confident, but the hero's entrance from Strive makes it so. Cold is abandoned, and Aki knows when he can't help out. Cube's going to survive too, and a 1-for-1 now on the board.
Gotta respect the Galio. I feel like OMG didn't need to go for that play, but I think the important thing is they just let... Aki's looking.
Yeah, he's got flash available as well. Onto Cube, one more auto. The chilling smite. He didn't chilling smite for the auto, so the burn not going to be enough. That's heartbreaking, as meanwhile in the mid lane, RA now going to strike back, and it's Revenge of the Sith on 0909. Ignite won't tick him over, but that just hurts to watch in the top side as the True Shot Barrage is flying through, and he's well aware.
0909 will have the TP to get back in, but this is a huge misplay from Aki. What he needed to do was flash E, smite Q.
Yeah.
But he actually smited late, and so it didn't auto. You only get the burn if you auto attack them, and that extra damage would have been the kill. So a mechanical misplay from Aki means he burns his flash, doesn't end up getting the return on the investment. And you can see, in the meantime, Lance has been clearing through the jungle. 20 CS lead in the jungle. Definitely going to be pretty nice on this Viego. So
I don't want to watch it again.
We'll get a chance for the replay. So they go for the the Gwen. A lot of damage done, but the Shroud is enough to mitigate them with the Galio ultimate. And then we'll get the replay from Aki. So he finds a nice angle on this. But again, I want you to watch the process. So he W's through, uses the invisibility to get there. And then it's EQ smite. Smite comes in now. You needed to smite before the Q to get the damage. Just a misread from Aki. Thought he had more damage than he did. Ends up losing out on that front. And it is going to be the Herald in the bot lane. Able getting that gold investment.
Let's be real, Orcs. Like, Aki's had a bit of a rough start to the split. Like, the Z game we saw, diving zoom on Ultra Prime. Kind of rough to watch as well, like that play. And I will say that Aki's always been, I guess, somewhat of a question mark on OMG, among other things. And so it feels like as a jungler, he hasn't really made his impact in the league as of yet.
Yeah, I think there's still something to be desired. I think, honestly, it's a hotly contested pool in terms of junglers. A lot of people highlight the mids in the league. And I think the junglers can tend to be a bit more inconsistent than the likes of, like, Brookie and Knight and Xiaohu. Yeah. But when the junglers are performing well, the likes of Tian in particular, we've seen previous playoffs, Wei, Karsa as well, Kanavi. Some of these junglers can just have absolutely massive performance. It is something that's been praised at international events as well. LPL junglers just on another level. So it's a tall bar to match. And I will agree, I think Aki hasn't always necessarily met it. In this game, he is falling further and further behind in farm lane, actually going for the Kraken Slayer build on the Viego. More for DPS build. This is more damage, right? And there's excellent crit scalings with the Viego. The downside is you are squishy. More liable to be blown up, more liable to be popped. And remember, the enemy team has a Lissandra. So we'll see if this pays off, if he can absolutely pop off, or if there is a downside to it. It will definitely help him smash through these jungle camps. But
well, I mean, here we go. Yeah, the Lissandra comes in immediately. The hero's entrance to save him, but Luyan is still weak as he flashes away from the dredge line of cold. Strive is the saving grace for his jungler as the blast cone's taken and he has to burn his flash. Luyan caught out as a domino effect, and now because of it, the final domino is that second dragon.
Yeah, second dragon for OMG, pretty big. Again, securing those early two, but also double flash burn for Lian and Strive. Lian, he's squished here, but even if he was tanky, I don't think it would have made a difference now.
True.
Cube once more looking for the all-in, but Shanji can just walk this one out.
Yeah, he can. Kale okay with the Divine Judgment available as well. Shanji still up a little bit in CS, but the real story is what you talked about before. Jungle is 30 CS down. Lian may burn the Summoner, but he's still massively ahead of Aki. And even though OMG get the Dragon, gold is even with even Strive maintaining about a 10 CS deficit. On the bottom side, it's dead even as well as Herald starts up here. Now that we're dead even, Orcs, I mean, what does this game look like to you? Because we have a lot of all-in potential from both sides. And, you know, we're kind of at that 1.5 item point for both teams.
Yeah, I think you're going to see so much momentum in these fights because both teams have fantastic engage tools, right? We have the Rakan with the follow-up from the Galio. OMG do have more options if 3 people can realistically engage, but RA have their tools, and then it's about the momentum in these fights. If you find that early kill, you get the Frozen Thrall, and that's what OMG are looking for.
Well, speaking of which, it's going to be available again. Lock him down in the prison. Cubes one auto away. He's igniting down. He's healed up. Yu Yanjia, the saving grace. Luyan with the dredge line is so close, but Cube survives on 1 HP yet again.
Fraction off a health. Durability change is coming in clutch there. And as you see, OMG lucky to get away. I talked about momentum, the Frozen Thralls for OMG if they find a kill, but also for RA, you get 1 kill, you get the reset on Viego, you get that extra ult charge. A lot of value there. And OMG just miscalculate the damage on that one. I believe it was the Guardian from Yu Yanjia that came in to save him. And really clutch in that situation. And play goes amiss. Let's watch the replay. And so the dive is delayed quite heavily because of the Shroud. I remember it does give those extra resistances, and then it's the ult in for the CC. Look at the health ticking for the ignite. Guardian procs, and that is enough. The shield then comes in to make sure he doesn't go down, but that Guardian in there first to keep him alive, really vital. And then we see RA try and make a play. TP will come in as a response. We see ult and flash burn from Aki there. Not too sure what went down, but you can see both teams fishing for these windows, for these opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was Cyclone News, flash burn, as you said. There's a lot that's happened in the bottom left hand of our screen while we're in that other replay. But for now, R8 with the gold lead. It's about 1,000. We've got another Dragon coming up in 2 minutes 30, but it's the same window as Baron. And I'm kind of curious here because Loyen is still so far ahead, and he's trying to abuse this window further. You can see that the Warden's Mail is picked up, and he's getting frisky in the enemy jungle. And OMG playing the defensive right now as RA are just winging it with their confidence.
Yeah, getting control of this area. They're trying to get a reset for Cold so you can get some more wards, contest his vision. There's still plenty of time before the Dragon, but for now, already going to push in. They have Cube in the side lane applying pressure, so they can even go for a lean up towards the top side and try and make things happen. A second Herald still available for Aki. I expect this will be thrown down in the lead up to Dragon to secure priority and get damage on that mid tier 1. This Dragon would be the third for OMG. Pretty important if they can secure this one. And remember, Ocean Soul, I feel like in this game, a lot of bulkier targets will have a ton of value. But now, RA, I don't think you want to take this fight.
Okay, well, it's just Loyen trying to get the steal. Aki is in with the blue buff for once as a potential dive coming through, but it is a KO. I mean, Shanji is just hovering against the wall. All the dives in this game have gone pretty horridly, to say the least. And getting onto Shanji, it's going to be a different ask. iBoy now joining in as well, but RA thinking otherwise. Instead, they turn for the crew that aren't under the turret. Strive in perfect conditioning. That hero's entrance so great as Aki gets altered in by Shanji, but the health bars are still going down. RA with the flash out, though. They've bitten off more than they can chew as Cole's still going to take the poke. No, iBoy misses as Abel is in now as well. Heartbreaker, a flash, a run. RA need to get out of there, and run they shall as OMG managed to punish Yuya and Jar for the overstay.
Yeah, over a commitment into this play, and as much as the KL wasn't the target they primarily engaged onto, able to join the fight. Ults Aki stops the reset from coming in.
Need work. He's almost going to finish off the job. iBoy without the true shot barrage for another 20 seconds. But Cube still trying to add a bit of pressure and get that kill as a response.
And as much as OMG won the fight, the downside is they now have to reset. Dragon is up in 20 seconds.
True.
RA have control of the area. Shanji will take a tower as a reward. But this should just be a Dragon taken 100% for RA. And an important one to deny that stacking towards the soul. There's so many bulky targets. It's going to be longer fights thanks to the durability changes, but also things like the Lissandra ultimate, the Kale ultimate, the Wukong itself can buy a lot of time, and early Ocean Soul could make all that difference. And actually, I said this should just be RA picking it up. They've only committed Lien. Aki could steal this.
I mean, he's just over the wall immediately, but no, Lien smites it. Somehow the flash forward from a 909, but he's out of range. He's out of range for the tomb, and Lien just walks it out.
The movement speed from the Scuttle Shrine enough to get Lien out there. Close. 0909 seeing it within arm's length, but not able to connect. And all right, it's an important Dragon to get. They also have that gold lead, but still the game feels very even. It comes down to execution in these fights, I have to say.
God, I mean, we said today was going to be close, and it is kind of delivering, let's be real. We're also in a place where it's not like we're watching the RNGs, the EDGs, the V5s, I guess with Rookie, you know, some of the top teams in the league, but we are looking at teams that are contending in the long run for playoff spots. And for RA and OMG, it's kind of like the change-ups here that happened at the start of the year are so influential that they're starting to take their time and work it out. I guess more for RA Orcs than OMG, who've made another change.
Yeah, I mean, OMG clearly saw things weren't working. RA confident in their roster to continue. But ultimately, these teams are close to the middle of the pack, and in some ways, the regular season is a lot more important for OMG. I mean, in a lot of ways, a lot more important for OMG and RA than teams like RNG, V5. For the most part, we expect those teams to make it into playoffs. And as much as I'm not going to deny, it's definitely harder to make a big run. We saw top esports happen to do so. EDG weren't able to make a big run through playoffs. RA and OMG, this might be the difference between them making it into playoffs or not. And sorry, I've taken a lot of tower hits there, trying to find a play.
Yeah, you're telling me it's an important matchup. Completely agree. There's an attempt to dive here in this game number 2, but RA don't fully commit. The turret eventually goes down. They're moving as a unit while Cube and Shanji are just talking to each other on social media in the bottom lane. So for now, Orcs, it just seems to be pivot and move, pivot and move. RA leading with turrets because of it. Now still trying to find a pick as well.
Yeah, Lian has gone for that Rando in second, so bit of extra durability to make up the squishiness he has when going that Kraken Slayer first. Not sure how I feel about this build ultimately, but obviously you talked before, he does have a lot of crit scalings that Riot added to try and get him to go a more DPS heavy build. One of the reasons he's been so strong is being able to build quite bulky, fish for those resets, and then your itemization doesn't matter when you switch to your new champion because you get their items, and the power of the resets, the power of that ultimate coming in again and again. It's gold in lead for RA at this point, and it feels like the game, not the fastest in terms of kills, but both teams have been pushing constantly, looking for windows. I don't think you can say this has been a slow game. The outcome might have been slower, but both have been fishing, trying to find these opportunities. And right now, RA have control of the Baron area. It is 2 minutes till Dragon. I suspect they might want to move their vision over to the area, but they could end up just trying to play for this Baron, try and make a play around it. Remember, a lot of DPS from the likes of this Gwen, this Viego, onto that big purple whim.
I mean, they've got Scuttle secured, though, so nice for OMG that they've got this Scuttle to give them a bit of extra information, especially right now when Baron has been lured in. iBoy is one poking them out as Shanji has now joined the fray. It's a level 13 Kale. Strive the same level himself. And why is that worth mentioning? Because he's going to be the first one in the absolute fridge of a unit that gets the multi-man taunt, if he can.
That's the thing I think is really on Yanja. I'm looking at him to find those big engages on the Rakan. There's more people able to fish for opportunities on OMG, so a lot of pressure put on this support for RA. I think he's definitely someone who's deserving that tool because he did so well in the previous game on Rakan, but ultimately neither team finds their window. Now, RA have heavily committed to vision on the Baron side of the map, which means OMG a bit cautious about moving towards the Dragon, even though it's spawning in a minute. Just don't want to give up a free Baron to the enemy team, trying to contest some of these wards. Lian trading heavily.
He's going to take the ulti over the wall. Strive's ulti follows through. Lian just by himself. Cold flashes to match. And Lian's dead. Okay, RA's jungler wants to make it difficult as Cold decides that it's his turn to die. The fight is everywhere. It's like watching Game of Thrones starting at season 6. Who's died? OMG, it's going to be a 1-for-1, and it's completely all over the place.
Completely sporadic. Teams going back and forth all over. Lian is down. Will spawn in time for the Dragon, but not by much. We'll see the resets come in for OMG to try and get back on the map. But ultimately, flash down for Lian and Strive. Those won't be up for the fight. Same for Aki and Cold. And honestly, a lot of those ults won't be there as well. So, OMG, I think you can just pick up this Dragon. The resets from Aria later. The jungler's not going to be there. If they move in, they can probably get this mid tower and then rotate straight over to that objective.
Well, Orcs, it begins. iBoy's going to start it up. He's got a man disadvantage. And iBoy is going to continue being a boy for this one because there is no way anyone would be mad enough to walk in front of that team with a Lissandra ult and flash available. So Dragon goes down. Its sole point is Shanji is now just an absolute unit himself. Walking forward, Yanja decides to do what Cold did, but a little less obvious, I think, as he goes down. Orcs and, yeah, RA are now falling to pieces, apparently.
Yeah, OMG, great job there. Get the resets in sooner. RA kind of hesitating, and importantly, the jungler being down was so big for OMG. The fact that Lian couldn't be there. Third Dragon on the cards on that soul point, and not only do they get mid-tier 1, they get a pick, and they will rotate down for this wave. Shanji will push it in, taking that 600 extra gold for the Kale. Cannot complain about that one. Level 14, just 2 away from that big spike.
Here we go. Your moment to shine. You're going to have to walk me through what this is.
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick from OMG. Ultimately, Lian just thinking, I have Kraken Slayer, I have Brandwins, I can out-trade the Wukong, but it's not a 1v1, it's a 2v1. I remember I talked about momentum. There isn't that momentum in fights for RA when the Viego's dead. He's a big aspect of them getting those resets. And so as a result, we end up seeing both teams backing off, but OMG in favor. And importantly, the Galio ult comes down, but Lian hops over the wall. So no real assistance from Strive as a result. Now, GP comes in from Strive. They are trying to posture around this Baron. They know if they wait until the Dragon, it's not a favored fight because OMG can secure it, get the advantage. But now they're looking.
Lian just walking in the choke by him again. Walking in the choke. That's a triple knockup from Yanja. RA might have something back, but Abel has started spinning the Divine Judgment on him as well. The Chrono Trigger. It's Time Crisis 7, and boy oh boy is Abel taking him by the hands.
Beautiful. The Divine ultimate coming out from Shanji with the Chrono Trigger. just meaning you have this invincible superstar Samira decimating your backline. Nothing RA can do. And again, Lien, someone we praise so heavily as being such an instrumental aspect of this team, ends up faltering, ends up being the one caught out. Viego goes down, the team crumble around him, and OMG get everything they want.
I love it when we see a plan come together and the spins begin. Orcs, OMG got a bit of life in them, and I think Abel's finally happy he gets to do something this game.
Yeah, and you see the rest of RA try and commit to make something happen, but as a result, all the CC is used. You get Abel, no threat to him in terms of interrupting the Chrono Trigger, and with the ultimate on top, they can't even kill him. Yeah. Gets the 2 kills onto the Gwen, onto the Ezreal. Huge pick from OMG, and the fact that they take Lien out first just means there was really no hope. And now 5k gold lead for OMG. Baron in hand. Kale level 16 with 3 items. Woo! And Dragon Soul in 2 minutes. It cannot get better. But I think even OMG couldn't throw from this position.
Well, I mean, hey, Luyen could once again caught out on vision. 3rd time in a row, a completely whiffed. And for RA, it feels like now it's definitely going to a game 3. OMG get yet another one. I'll correct myself. It's an Inferno trigger. Unfortunately, I've been going the wrong way here with the ultimate. Shanji's just going to chase it down. I know. You literally called it a Chrono Trigger as well. It's okay. This one's over. And Orcs, I have to say, RA were just feeling generous to make OMG go the distance in this series.
Yeah, Lien having a rough one. And ultimately, I said OMG, what they could do, easier to play, more engaged duels, make it simple, is something that I felt like would work for them. They end up going for that. Snap engage is working. No longer having to protect the center. It's going all the time. Shanji with the cleanup as well on the Kale. And this is going to be enough for them to take that game 2 and equalize the series.
Go to a game 3. Anything could happen, honestly. Anything could happen. That's 2 games in a row now. Game number 1, OMG walked in one by one. They decided to be a little bit, perky with their options. And then game number 2, Luyen decides that he can out-trade a Wukong in the brush, and it all goes downhill. Bit of miscommunication, everything flying outright. Orcs, as an analyst, that's a word, this must be hard for you.
No, this is fine for me. I enjoyed this. This is good. This is fun. This is good, healthy, fun League of Legends. 0909 look good. And OMG showing the cohesion they so heavily lacked in game 1. And Shanji is like, nice. Everyone else is just going in, and I am there to press R and one-shot people on Kale. That's the dream, honestly, ideally. And I think it makes such a big difference, right? Having these multiple engage duels. And even though, we say that, they had the Vi and Lissandra in game 1, but they were just on different pages. When everyone's on the same page, when everyone is committing to the same target, it makes all the difference. True. And I think, these aren't the top teams in the league. There's definitely some really strong moments, but playing these complicated comps can have some issues. You simplify it. You're like, we're going to team fight. We're just going to, anytime we see Lien overextended, we just go on him, we kill him, we win. It works so effectively. And I think for OMG, there's definitely some issues we saw in game 1. Make the composition simple and the rest will follow. Ultimately, Abel really looking good in the Samira. And I feel like it's a better fit than the center for him.
Yeah, I mean, again, getting him on something that has a bit of agency. You talked about the early game, what it could be. And Abel really came alive. We didn't have to worry about Shanji and whether this Kale would actually ramp up. So it was nice direction for OMG. At the very least for RA. The early game was quite even. We were quite even with 4 kills by the 20-25 minute mark. Then the game suddenly exploded and it was over in an instant. So, yeah, kind of funny how things work. And I don't know. I don't know what is a priority in this series, Orcs, because it's just crazy. We've gone similar comps, but I guess different directions with how it was played out.
And I think Lien looked unconvincing in this game on the Viego. Was solid on the Wukong, I feel like, in game 1, but in this one wasn't the best performance. Kept getting caught out. And also the Ezreal, right? So game 1, into Center Tom, talked about how this is like often an answer. The Ezreal that outranges you for most of the game. The mid-game spike that even game 1 seemed to continue long into the later stages of the game. Here you're playing into Samira. It's not quite the Kai'Sa they banned away, but I'm really looking at that pick ban and thinking, did you need to ban Aphelios? Probably not. I would say the Samira, a more pertinent issue, something that maybe RA feel they missed. And having that ability to dive onto the Ezreal, get up close and personal, make his life difficult, made such a big difference in that one. You can see the kill participation so high for Shanji. Dropping those ults on top of your Samira when the Samira's diving in just makes it so you have no real way to match it. And this is kind of the Abel we're hoping for, a big redemption after the game one.
Yeah, it really was. Again, didn't do much on the center. So nice to see. We'll see if that adaptation comes through with the ban from RA. I want to point out on the other side, someone who did have, a decent enough time was Cube here on this Gwen. Lots of kill threat, lots of potential onto Shanji. This was one of his comforts. As you can see, the fact that Gwen's kill participation is 100%, but Loyen's isn't. Wait, how is that?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Magic.
What? I mean, the dives
Magic and wizardry. That is the answer. A wizard did it. Whenever anyone asks a question like that, a wizard did it.
Well, Orcs, there's magic in this series. When Hagrid comes down in the first movie, when you first see that bike flying through the air, you think, I'm in store for an absolute extravaganza.
For an adventure.
The difference between this series and Harry Potter, though, is it won't win any awards, and we might not come out of the first movie, the first series, with all smiles. But we'll see. Game 3 is coming up after this, and we'll see how Harry Potter-like it can be.
About 5 or 6 in the bot lane. So it is still the lane dominance that we expected to see, but now we're going to see a hook coming out. Beautifully caught out there as they jump onto light. The exhaust is going to be enough. Excuse me, not the exhaust. The ignite may not be enough as Crisp is now taking a bad trade, but they have the Gangplank ultimate to trade it back.
The teams have swapped sides of some of this right there. There's IG on the top side of the Baron now, and they don't really know how to get home. Weibo denying them entry. And that's massive damage onto the backline. SFM behind enemy lines. In goes on with the 3-man taunt, and in go the rest of the team. Wink will fall. Shinryu goes down as well, and IG have been torn asunder. Berserker is on Gwen, finds one answer, but it's only going to be the one. Maybe try and look for vision around Baron. They already have decent vision control here, but EDG want to pick as the chomp comes through onto Hung. Looking Kalista ult to save his life, but actually Scout doesn't get to move, doesn't get to play. His Viper has to retreat on the play. Hung flashing forward to try and find more. JJ won't go until the Dawning Shadow arrives. Great kick across the team. Care turns golden, but he's down as well, and it's a kill for Flandre. Mako flashing forward. With a Kalista, it's always going to be hard. There's Drake taken by Weibo. IG want to fight for themselves, but Wink can't really get in just yet. Hostile takeover goes wide. Yukai into the back, but Wogbong pulls out to safety. SFM in the middle of everyone. That's a huge pull-in. Do they have the damage? It's also onto Wogbong. He cleanses it. SFM goes down. Double kill for Yukai. In comes the Shy, though, to try and answer. Angel gets one, dashes out the backside of the fight. In goes the Shy. The solo laners come up huge for Weibo. It's a triple kill. Make it a quadra for Angel.
Oh no! Doesn't matter. He might not be able to stack up any at all. That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love. Oh ho ho! Hope with the slam down. Shadow Surge is gonna miss because of the flash. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into Knight. Knight has the flash away. What plays coming out from JDG? They have woken up.
Don't you dare leave me here standing, longing for a dance. Walk right up, your eyes are asking. Time to take the chance. Don't you dare end this night early. Life is short, my dear. If you're thinking of retreating, don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise stop if we get a little closer. My heart just might pop if they knew what we were thinking. Their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. Don't you dare leave me here thirsty while you sip and drink. I don't want deep conversation. I don't need to think. Don't you dare look toward the door. Tonight is young, my dear. Don't you whisper a word of leaving. Don't you dare. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. If you're wondering how you're doing, well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light and the sound of the band, if you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again.
Let the time go by.
We won't sleep
Leave our cares
tonight.
behind.
Not till morning light. Who needs sleep when I can be with you?
Others come and go.
You're the only
Dancing to
one.
and fro.
Night has just begun. Don't you dare leave till I say so.
If you wonder how you do,
Well, I'm a big fan. If you like the amber light.
and the sound of the band.
If you're wondering what I'm thinking, I want to dance with you again. If we move a little slower,
Music might stop.
if we get a little closer,
Their heart just might pop.
if they knew what we were thinking, their jaws might drop, their jaws might drop. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. If I say that we will keep it to one short song, if I promise to behave and do nothing wrong, we might be having fun before too long, before too long. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you. On the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what the weekend, swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know what, I just don't know what. Run away as the sun goes down. Okay, as long as I'm with you.
Folks, it's been a doozy of a series so far. It's definitely been... It's been something. OMG and RA...
It's been a
obviously-
series.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it because we've warmed up into this. It's become something. A game 3 ahead of us. Both these teams 0-1 looking for their first LPL win. I'm Mysterix. I'm joined by Orcs next to me. Orcs, I don't know who MVP was. I actually erased it from my brain.
Abel on the Samira, which I've got to say, after the game 1 performance, where, let's be real, the Senna suboptimal, his play on the Samira a lot more proficient, especially in those team fights. This is why we've seen this pick kind of denied away from him sometimes during spring, something that was banned against him, and it just worked so well with the composition.
I feel like, again, you've been talking a lot about Abel's Samira. Like, there was so much to offer in this game, but we kind of saw it a bit of a stalemate. Let's talk holistically about what this game 2 was. You know, Le Yen caught out going very deep in the first play, maybe excusable. Second time around, caught out, rest of RA dragged in. And this is kind of what defined the game here, Orcs. Like, Abel got to run free with so many resets and so many easy kills for the taking.
And this is round 3. Le Yen caught again, trusting in the ability of the Viego with that stealth, with that ultimate to get away. Just didn't work, and Abel so confident on this pick. I think it helps when you have the backing off a Kale to pop that ultimate on you. But either way, it just felt like when we simplified the comp for OMG, when they were given multiple engage tools, multiple dive opportunities, it just felt so much easier for them.
And I mean, look, you know, diving was the nature of game 1, game 2, when, you know, we saw the compositions it could do. So game 2, it was just all about trying to make it happen. And that's why it felt, you know, so stagnant in one sense, and you're right, you know, action in the other. So coming into game 3, I think there's a lot of questions that need answering. Like, you know, what RA choose to adapt here? Because we've seen that Strive opted himself on something a little bit more support heavy, something that's a bit more facilitating, when Strive has been kind of the solid member of RA, or at least one of. And, you know, had a very good game 1 on that Oriana as well. On the Galio, wasn't able to do much when he's always trying to clean up Le Yen's messes.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that is the nail on the head. Strive, super proficient laner. You're against 0909, who I feel like Strive should have an edge on in lane, and we've seen that so far this series in game 1. This is the player who challenged Xiaohu in lane when he picked the Corki, gave RA that victory in spring where they 2-0'd them. I feel like you stick him on something that has that scaling aspect where you can just become a monster in the later stages. I think the Galio was a bit off theme and unnecessary. And then on top of that, I also think the Ezreal pick, right? Fantastic in game 1. We saw it into the center, into the Tom. The Ezreal Rakan, really good matchup for that. And we've seen Ezreal consistently picked into the center. And then game 2, they blind it. Completely different scenario. They blind it. They're forced to ban away AD carry counters like the Kai'Sa, and then banning the Aphelios, leaving still the Samira open. It clearly just wasn't as an effective pick in that game 2 when it was picked blind, was punished. And we saw that in MSI even when, you know, people were picking Ezreal into Gala. Gala takes the Kai'Sa, absolutely smashes them into the dirt. So I think RA should re-examine their priority there as well.
Well, we need to see what gets first picked up, because RA, remember, it was that Wukong on blue side before, and it was OMG there before as well, to clarify. So it does feel like Wukong has been pretty big within the series. Before we get to 80 carries, let's just double check on that jungler. You can already see OMG, the ban away from Nidalee. That's Le Yen's specialty. A couple of Nidalees in the LPL, but he's definitely one of them. We get the Viego banned as well. So already a couple of junglers off the board. Senna taken too. But again, that Wukong still open Orcs for an easy first pick has been the stance of the series.
And importantly, we actually see the Talia left open as well, which is something that OMG have banned both games this series.
Good point.
So is available for their pickings if they want. Now, not sure how I feel about this one. We've seen the Ezreal picked consistently into Senna, banning Senna and picking Ezreal.
Yeah.
Not a fan. We'll see what they opt to go for. If you want to prioritize the Talia, you could here. But no, they are just going to blind the Ezreal. OMG taking a leaf out of RA from game 2, the game that RA lost. So I'm not sure how I feel about that one, but maybe one thing that's safety net into the Wukong, a bit of defensive ability against the dive threat. See what they opt to continue the draft with here.
I'd be surprised to see Kindred. Remember, that was Shun who picked it up on IG and got away with a free early game, but we go back to the Vi. So running it right back on again. Remembering in game 1, like, all the conditions were hit for OMG. The Vi didn't have much to say. So we're hoping for a better performance.
Hey, no, I'm going to be real. We've seen some rough Vi performances so far in the LPL. JJ had a fantastic game end, but the rest of the game, he was like 1-6, 1-7 at one point. He really put his body in the line. And now Ari, which we saw banned in game 1, left open and available. And the Lissandra is banned, bear in mind. So they don't have that same answer. 0909 has to bring out something new. Kai'Sa into Ezreal as well. Fantastic.
Yep.
I feel like RA was just a hard one draft so far. We'll see what OMG can do to respond to this Akali, but it is already... No, you can't... If you're going to sub out Cream,
don't
you
play
can't pick Akali. I would be so bothered right now if they lock that in.
Orcs, I mean, oh my god. Cream, especially if you're going to play Assassins, sub Cream back in.
Cream is just on the bench like, come on, man.
He's so triggered.
Really?
Oh, he's so triggered. And this is kind of the story of OMG. Like, this is a team that has been drafting a little bit left field, right? Like, there's been questions about their draft coming through and their choices, Orcs. Like, once again...
No, this isn't even left field. This is on a different farm, man. Completely lost. We see top lane bans coming in for OMG. So they banned the Jax, traditionally a counter to the Gwen. We could see like the Kayle come out and then OMG picking the Gwen.
True.
But I feel like RA would just ban the Gwen themselves then. Braum denied away. Oh, actually, the Gwen banned away. Another farm, completely, honestly, dude. I can't follow this. I can't.
Okay, well, Kale's still open at the very least. So maybe Sean's just like, he returns to that and then... But what does support counterpick add here? That's the other question, because we're getting a lot of supports banned. A Darius ban as well coming through. Orcs, what does that tell you?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like there is definitely Olaf. I know people pick Darius in too, but I actually think it's a fantastic matchup for Olaf. We haven't really seen Olaf as well coming in so far. I feel like it's weird because why would OMG blind Darius, you know? And I feel like Darius is a counter pick. Maybe that's something they're concerned about, but Kayle is open. OMG is going to take Kayle. I feel like RA should have banned Kayle. Now they have this in the pocket. OMG, I think you kind of need support counter pick because you already have a bad AD matchup. If it's like counter pick AD, counter pick support, you could just lose the game off that.
Hang on.
All right, we'll see what they do. We'll see what they
Wait.
do.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh my god, who let the dogs out?
That's why they banned the Darius.
Wow.
They were ready for the dog to come in.
What?
And honestly...
What?
This is something historic. This is history being made.
Dude, I used to play Nasus in Season 3. Oh my god. Well.
This is a call out. This is Cube calling out to you specifically, right?
Yeah.
He knows you're a legendary Nasus player.
Okay.
My word. What a draft.
Have fun as a Kayle. First 6 levels, Orcs. How do you feel about this? Because, you know, it's completely understandable that we haven't talked about Nasus for a hell of a long time. We've got Vi in the same game as well, which is still on the stranger side, I'm sure, for some people. What do RA do? Do you just play to top and it's late game scaling a clock?
Top is just a farm lane, okay?
Yeah,
and the reason it's interesting is Kayle does outscale the Nasus. I know Nasus is in theory infinitely scaling, but it's like he does eventually fall off when people like a Kayle will be able to eventually just shred through you. The reason he's super strong is like mid game to early late when you have a decent amount of stacks, you're so hard to kill, right?
Yeah.
Who is going to kill you in this lineup before Kayle has hit a full spike? They're really going to struggle to cut through you. You can wither the Kayle, like particularly when you hit like level 9, your Q is maxed. You wither the Kayle, can't really do anything. No DPS because the attack speed's slow, and you just dump kind of. So it's a very free lane for the Nasus. And ultimately will run amok in some of these team fights. You know, eventually the Kayle will become a problem, but by that point of the game, you should have already hit critical mass. I like the rest of the composition, right? We have those dive tools coming as well with the Kai'Sa, the Nautilus, the Ahri, the Wukong, you know, those tools that we saw being pretty effective, a lot of them that we saw in that game too. On the other side, OMG, I don't know, man. I feel like they blinded the Ezreal. Don't really agree with that one.
Yeah.
The Kale's there again, but I mean, I feel like Cube is clearly comfortable in this matchup. The Vi that didn't really work that effectively. At least there's like point and click CC for like the Kai'Sa and the Ahri. But I'm not a fan of this composition for OMG. I think they've kind of fumbled the draft.
You know what? We've said that before, but hey, folks, welcome in. I hope there are some dog emotes being spammed right now because Cube has let the dog out. And I have to say, you know, recently, this was a couple of months ago, the last time I actually saw a Nasus was in the classic Snoop Nasus video. We all know it. It's a classic from back in the day, the custom skin that turns you into Snoop Dogg. One of my favorites. And honestly, Cube writing the Unsealed Spellbook here, surprising us all in this game. And like we've heard of like Nasus support in some of the solo queue that was in the off season, the preseason. But you know,
into Zeri specifically, that was something people picked up.
That's right. The Wither was so insufferable You know, Wither here, you were talking about it in draft. Wither on top of Shanji as we get a bit of an invade. I'll hold on that. It ain't about the dog in the top lane. Instead, it's about RA spotting out Arky taking the blast cone. They know no one's there. Pings are going down. Arky's about to get in a lot of trouble. He doesn't know until now. The Dredge line connects with the flash anyway. First blood over to iBoy, and RA are going to say it was the Nasus that got them that one.
Yeah, I mean, they get the kill. They get the extra gold as well from the treasure hunter. iBoy with the kill. And he has a cull in inventory. This is going to be a very fed Kai'Sa very quickly. And ultimately, a situation where OMG are left thinking, what happened?
Oh, man. You know, the post-game screen, you're like, why did they win? Well, they won with Nasus. It was the Nasus that did it. 3,211 days. That is what you're seeing down there. The TN symbol next to it. 2013 by positive energy. And I don't know the energy pacemaker. Energy pace. I'm not sure.
You know more than me, dude.
But 2013. 3,211 days. I'm sorry for butchering the teams, folks, but that's massive.
Think how many of the champs on your screen weren't even out then.
Yeah.
Right?
True.
In 2013, a lot of them, you know, weren't even released at that point. Somewhere, I think, obviously, Ezreal was quite early in the game, I believe. But yeah, a long time ago, being brought out again, and now Aki getting some revenge. His blue buff was stolen with the invade.
Gonna get a bit of revenge.
He will steal one back, though.
That's nice. Nice, especially since Aki was falling behind. 8 CS to 16. But note that Luoyan is still ahead here. Vault breaking going to be used to get over the wall because Luoyan is searching him out. So I love this double down. This is so smart.
He's just finessed him. He's just done the actual run around, looped him, goes back for the grump.
Nice.
Aki just playing mind games.
Yeah.
No flash, bear in mind. No flash for him. If he got caught out here, he would just be absolutely screwed and out the game. But, you know, when everything's going wrong, sometimes you got to flip it.
I love it. Aki at least getting something back in the game. But notice that Luoyan went over to the Raptors, took it away. The Krug camp is the only thing that's there. Top side scuttle, bottom side scuttle. So White is cheeky and a little bit smart. Aki is still heavily behind from dying to first blood. And Orcs, it's a 1k goal lead at this point in the game. 4 minutes in. And it feels really nice as RA right now to see this game going in your favor. I didn't ask you a little bit about, you know, how the game progresses here, but seeing a Kai'Sa and Ahri, when you have yourself a starting snowball with your jungler in control, I would say it feels comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, Akali is not a champion you pick for lane. You pick to get her out of lane to be stronger later. She's not really able to contest the priority of Ahri. Ahri at 6 as well. The mobility makes it very hard to find an all-in for 0909 unless Strive misplays and you play it flawlessly. On bot lane, you're ahead, right? You also, the fact is you're ahead in lane because of the extra gold you got from the kill, but also just the lane's been going favorable. Alistair, Ezreal, an incredibly weak level 1, but you also have that cull. So iBoy just getting such a massive return on investment. Noonquiver already picked up. Not opting for the early Dirk we sometimes see, wanting to really scale up to be a monster ASAP.
I just love watching Nasus. It's very therapeutic, but when you don't get the stack on the cannon, sometimes you feel bad inside. You can see Cube's almost towards level 6. Shanji will be ranged. Orcs, do you think much changes when we get towards range side of that, like for Shanji, or is Wither just too strong in your opinion?
I don't think Shanji really has kill pressure, and I don't think Cube cares to have kill pressure. He's focused on killing Summon, but it ain't Shanji. He just wants those minions. That's what he's after. And again, you know, you'll spike quite heavily in the mid game. That is the point where I just think OMG, they will really struggle to kill him. The Nasus will be so strong, ton of stacks. And then eventually, as we get towards like KO level 16 is where she's going to become more of an issue. Note the Boots of Swiftness picked up for Shanji here. So reducing the effectiveness of the slow. As we said, one of the issues that, well, Kayle likes to kite things. We talked about that in the Kayle-Gwen matchup. Being able to kite the Gwen is a big aspect. Very hard to kite Nasus when he just shreds your movement speed and attack speed. It's like you auto, you hobble 2 steps. You try and auto again, but you're still locked in the previous one because you have so little attack speed.
All cold, finding a bit of an engage on the bottom side though. iBoy caught out. Abel on the way. Aki now helping force that flash. iBoy down a summoner here after getting caught out in the river.
Yeah, and you know, it's a nice pickup, but the thing you think about is, oh, well, when Vi gets level 6, we'll be able to punish. Aki's still level 4. Look at the CS difference between the junglers. Lien has continued to find this momentum. And as much as Aki stole away some camps from Lien, oh no.
Oh man, okay, well, coming through.
Oh no, it's a Carly, never mind.
Yeah, it's the same as Lysandra Orcs. You get excited and he just gets away.
Yeah, hard to punish, but also hard for the Akali to really apply pressure. Does have that level 6, so if Strive misplays, the Shuriken connects could find something. Once again, though, we see OMG looking for priority on those early dragons. Bear in mind, OMG, first 2 dragons, both games so far this series, and they will get that first dragon for the 3rd time in this series against RA.
But let's be real, Orcs. Do you think it's changed a lot? I think in game 1, Hextech Soul helped out a lot, but it was RA that got that. So, you know, early dragons haven't really dictated the pace of this series, nor have Heralds, right? It has just been mid-game picks. That's fair to say when, you know, last game, Loyen getting caught out, game before.
It's been how the team fights have started, I felt like. You know, as much as OMG had the advantage early in their game 1, it wasn't enough for them to really supplant RA. In game 2, I feel like, you know, as you said, finding those picks in the end is such a massive factor. So I think as much as you can't discredit the impact these early dragons have or the heralds, it doesn't feel like it's ever going to be done and dusted because there is, you know, these scaling elements to things like the Kale, but also the engage potential.
Hang on, with Spirit firing as well. Divine Judgment comes through with the Cyclone on top of Shanji. We see people gank a Kale and we always think, well, you're going to need a bit more than that. As bottom lane might be an engage. Yuyan Jar with a line of fire, dredged line, but Abel's over the wall with an arcane shift, and RA still sticking around. iBoy has himself the killer instinct, but will not find a target, will not find an angle, and instead goes back to lane to get priority.
Importantly, it's the heal, not the cleanse for iBoy, which I'm not saying is wrong, but we often see the cleanse traded for the exhaust. So the fact that Abel has exhaust and iBoy doesn't have cleanse, very hard to dive in and kill him. I don't think it would have happened there regardless, but just in future setups, iBoy might have to wait for more reinforcements to make things happen. Now, there's fight coming in potentially for this Herald. 5 members of OMG. RA is slow to the play.
Orcs, awkward with this one. No Spirit Fire available. Fury of the Sands is down as well. Loyen goes in for the engage, and OMG get their first target in Loyen. Back on top of the Herald. It's an easy secure here as OMG finally make their mark in this game, and will have an objective to put down as well to bridge that 1k gold gap.
And I'm sure Aki really appreciated getting some revenge.
Oh, cold. Okay, he's going to bop back. Good charm here from Strive as well. I thought Yuyan Jar was hooking or fishing a bit too far, but it doesn't matter. RA get it, and that's a nice little trade.
Nice trade back. Gives them some time on the map. You can see pings coming out on the enemy jungle. Wanting to apply some pressure here, but looks like nothing will happen. Resets come in. So Herald for OMG. Pretty big for Aki. Falling behind in the jungle, but still sharp on those early objectives. And the question is, like, look at the minimap. Look how far away the bot lane is for RA. And RA are posturing, thinking, I'm a Wukong. It's hard for me to die. But Lien, as soon as you see the charge come out from Aki, you should be pressing W. So he can't hit you. Hits the clone. And then the end result is you get CC, well, you get locked down and you get taken out. Just not the best play from Lien. And kind of a repeat of the previous game, getting caught out, right? That has been a theme for Lien, unfortunately.
Kind of a theme for junglers as well. Let's not talk about this game because Aki, of course, was a cheeky little invade from RA to catch him for their first blood. But, you know, in the first game as well, like, that play towards mid was pretty breathtaking, to say the least. So it feels like both junglers have had their moments within the series, and you're right, Loyen had a big lead, but now has kind of lost that. As we look towards mid, depth charge used on 0909. He's in the shroud, but it won't matter as he comes out and sees a monkey, a guy from Bioshock, and a fox all on top of him.
What a combination, and that is enough. Enough members to take out 909. Ult wasn't available. That extra tool to dip away wasn't there. And so far, heavy standard to live up to is Cream's Akali. Maybe not in the previous series he played, but to be fair, I think wasn't the best setup in general. But such a prestigious champion for this team in 0909. This rookie coming on the roster, yet to have the impact with hope. Now they are looking to set up for a dive. Remember, Kale ult available, and Aki is there.
Yeah, so again, diving to Kale as Cube just decides to go loop-de-loop, runs away, and Aki going in with a Vault Breaker, but it's a bit of a ruse for now, making sure that everyone's backed away. The ward goes down. Cube cannot back safely there. And Orcs, I mean, they keep trying to dive this Kale, but RA never pulling the trigger as he walks into sudden impact. Depth charge not available with Cube jumping on top. Shanji running for his life as Strive gets a reset. Why they did this, I don't know, as Cube gets it with Fury of the Sands. The dog is on the board, the charm there, the stack coming up. I'm waiting for it, but they flash away. Luryan, you cheeky devil, you. What are you doing there? Well, two-shot barrage flies through, but not going to hit anyone as the heals burnt as well. They're going to get out for now. And oh my god. Well, ulti used on the clone. Orcs, this series, man, it's giving us a bit of everything.
This ain't cream. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. A little bit of a whiff on that one. Not the best performance. Ultimately, they had overstaying a bit for those tower hits. You could see they wanted to finish up on Shanji. I just don't know what OMG were going for, right? They were trying to catch someone recalling off sync, but all of the members of RA were there. I think so I think what happened here is because they canceled the recall off Cube. They thought maybe it was just Cube and the rest had gone. Ends up being all three, and they're not going to win this fight. The biggest tragedy here is Cube doesn't get the extra stacks with Decay. Ends up getting Fury the Sands kill, as you said. And then Charm from Strive, fantastic, but the follow-up not able to be there. No, we don't get time to break down replays.
We're diving the dog. Here we go. Cube without his ultimate once again, but the Kane already doing work. Herald helping out. This guy is already doing a lot of damage. I'm curious to see the stacks at 113 CS at a kill, but Orcs, he's doing just fine, and it's only going to be plating for the goal.
He's really starting to ramp up at this point, and a nice dipping and diving, dodging away from... Oh, Abel!
He's walked back in. Depth charge. Won't matter with the arcane shift. Iboy still has the ulti available, but now Yuyanja is the turn. Unbreakable Will was burnt by Cold, worth mentioning, but at the very least, it keeps the pressure on OMG's bottom lane as they continue invading and just get free plating Orcs. And this is big for RA with the gold lead now swinging out of control.
They try to make that play to the top side, and the response is pretty severe. Now they're looking for Cube again, but Strive is here.
Fury the Sands is there. That's a lot of damage with the Kane coming down. Everfrost helping out. Give him the stack on Aki. Bam!
There we go!
There's stack number one onto Shanji with us there. Again, a double kill coming through. Cube has let the dog out.
Cube is starting to take over 3-0 in this Nasa's about to eclipse 300 stacks. He is hitting the point with Q-Max really starting to make things happen. And all this time, Aki's trying to make plays top. They've just lost a full tower's worth of plates in that meantime. Such a CS difference. 40 CS lead for iBoy. OMG being torn apart. What a mess, but Cube, what a fantastic game for him.
I mean, 3-0 on the Nasus. It has been, as I think Jamada said on Twitter, almost 10 years since we've seen Nasus in the LPL. 2013 summer split is when we saw him so long ago, and Cube making it look like it's having a nice return with a nice play alongside Strive.
I mean, I feel like Strive being here was such a relevant factor, but honestly, I'm kind of skeptical as to whether this would have worked if it was just Cube. Like, he is strong now. I actually could have seen him 1v2ing in that situation, but irrespective of that, right, we're honing in on Cube. Look at the items for iBoy. Gale Force Collector completed already at 14 minutes.
True.
You know, people often talk about Lord Dominic's versus Collector. Obviously, if enemy team has armor, Lord Dominic's is preferred. Later in the game, when people have more armor, just generally, Lord Dominic's. It's so early in the game, no one has any armor. And then look at this is not the play, by the way. This is not the play.
Don't dive, Cube. I mean, we were talking about not diving to Kale, but Divine Sunder. He's got a Glacial Shroud. There's a stopwatch. Ultimate available, Ghost available. You're right. Don't make it as Shanji now getting tagged out by Strive, but he can do this. The RE with range, playing it nicely with time. As it looks like Cube backs away from the bottom lane in the meantime as well. So Yuyanja holding the wave, the depth charge coming through. Divine Judgment going to be used early, but the charm, nice. Strive drops the ignite on the way through. Excuse me, that was Yuyanja. Strive with one more tag of the ulti is all that needs to come through. Orb of Deception, Yuyanja waiting for it. And Shanji knows he's got imminent death on his plate. It's just about how he dies. Charm dodge, though, which is nice. Everfrost as well. They're going to get the turret, and yet Luryan is going to take the kill.
Oh, that felt so painful for Shanji. He knows he's doomed. It's just a matter of time. Cube make the decision to back away from the tower, even though I feel like Cube had a much better chance of warding off a dive. He still knew it wasn't safe to stay. Shanji, not only did they lose the tower, they also end up losing the Kale as well. 0-3. Not the performance we wanted to see, but I feel like for the Nassus to come out as the counter pick, this is fantastic for Cube.
I'm gonna say, dude, at this point, like, you know, what's next? Like, how far do we go, right? Because when we see picks like this work, other players start thinking. I'm curious as to how far it goes outside of a pocket, but for now, I'll enjoy the ride, Orcs, because Cube, as soon as we see his stacks, we know it's going to be massive. We know in these fights coming up, Third Dragon towards Baron, Cube is going to be so massive. And if I'm someone like Abel, even 0909, even Sharji, like, Cube runs you down, and I don't know what you can do about it at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked about level 9 being a spike with Q max. There's also level 13 when your W is max for that huge wither. Nasus is so strong right now. Should have like a Frozen Heart finished up soon, or just more ability haste in general. Getting the shortest cooldown possible, but Abel is able to dip away. But this is 2 towers gone mid, and it's just RA getting everything they want.
Their defense doesn't exist. Herald's going to get a third charge. Abel trying to poke it down, but it gets the damage off. Meanwhile, 0909 gets it in the top lane, but yeah, Cube gets another turret. RA are unleashed. This looks so easy from here, and OMG have had nothing to say in this game since Aki died at level 1 at his blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, the invade made a lot of sense, found that window really strong from RA, but it feels like the momentum has never let up. Fantastic game from Lian. We were pretty critical of him in that previous game for getting caught all those times. Him showing what he can do on the Wukong, but I think the solo laners are the true stars of this game. Strive with some fantastic roam timings on this RE Cube. Pick Nasus. That's enough for me, but he's also doing well on it, so I feel like that's an added bonus. And now, when we look at the state of the game, it seems so favored to RA.
I just love, you know, Cube is focused on stack. 459 stacks, folks, at 18 minutes. I mean,
and look, he's going to get every single little Kruglet, every single one.
He's going to wait for it. The rest of RA are waiting as Luyen, no, never mind, not going to do that. On top of Abel, sees the rest of OMG, gets a knock up to get away. And it feels like RA at this point are so confident, Orcs. Like, they can't put a foot wrong. They've got their second dragon. It is an Infernal Soul as well. And they've got this Nasus that's now split pushing with 2 items. I mean, Cold's going to come down. You need 5 members. Look, Orcs, they're bringing everyone.
They need it. They need it.
He's popped the ghost. All right, can he survive? Fury of the Sand needs to come through, but he's stunned up. Goes golden to buy time. The whole of OMG here. Cube taking so long to die. He's exhausted, and finally they do it. The raid boss is down.
They get him, but you see what they need to imitate even a shred of his power. Cube, this absolute beefcake, he will go down, but they have to commit so much. I felt like maybe the KO could have come out if he got another Q down.
True.
Unfortunately, the timing is good. 30 seconds until Baron. There was nothing for RA to really do too effectively on the other side. They will take this tier 2, but no massive, like, sort of sacrifice on the top side of the map. But man, I think it just shows how scared OMG are of Cube at this point.
Oh, it's such a humorous game, such a nice game to finish off this series. And confidence booster for RA fans when RA in that last game kind of had it by the helm, or rather were in a comfortable position. Constantly getting caught out really hurt them. As speaking of caught out, 0909, yeah, Orcs, he's going to go on the brush, but Luyen, right now he's doing a bit of damage himself. It's Cyclone number 1, and the second one keeps him airborne. Luyen with his 3rd kill of the game. He's picked up a bounty, and honestly, at this point, RA feeling confident. They're just heading towards Baron and the rest of OMG's jungle.
A lot of tools used, so might be a bit precarious to start this one up, but they're going to go for it anyway. Remember, TP available to Cube. Exhaust as well.
True.
With it plus that, quite painful. They will start it off, and they're trying to play Interruption. They are so far ahead right now. Definitely a window to look for this.
Okay, teleport's going to be burned. Look, the ward's on top of the whole of OMG. Cube doesn't care. The ulti burns straight away. The Divine Judgment from the other side, but OMG now running for the hills. That Cube is here on top of Cold. The Unbreakable Will doesn't matter. Snoop is coming for you. Dredge line blinding through as RA have a bit of damage excess along the other rolls. Cube taking this poke, but still at half HP. Good Mystic shots coming through, but he's now the front lines of Dredge line and baits him in. 0909 thought he could do it, but the sands are hitting him hard. and RA do not lose a single member despite going that deep.
Did feel precarious at a moment. Cube nearly going down towards the end, but they're able to get out again after getting a kill on the Aki. Ult comes down just to check the Baron. Won't see anything now. It's a minute 30 till Dragon. Probably see them lean towards that one, but Cube, we saw becoming is a problem. Strive massive on this Ari, and he's building towards that force of nature. That extra magic resist is going to make it so much harder to kill him. We'll see the replay coming out. And, you know, initially TP comes in and OMG just kind of like don't really know what to do about it. You actually find to engage, and then they're like burning everything to keep their front line alive. Bear in mind, this is a Kayle ult onto Aki and the ult onto Cold, and it just doesn't matter. Cold just dies.
I love that the Q goes through unbreakable will. Damage reduction meaning nothing. And, you know, Abel right now, Orcs, feels like the one doing the most damage. 2.5 items here on this Ezreal. And for OMG, I'd be asking you in any other game, you know, how do they come back in? But we've seen 3 games straight of Kayle. We know what Kayle is as late game win conditioners. Over the top, hang on a minute, Loyen.
This is a bit deep.
Yeah, I thought that was Strive for a second, but as Loyen backs away, it is still just RA's game to lose at this point. And Orcs, you can see why, right? Like, this has been controlled from the start. We've talked about that, but I'm not even going to ask you how OMG come back in because they can't get past Cube. And then if they do, the rest of the team blows them apart.
And now Baron being started. OMG have to move over. I mean, it's pretty quick as well. The Nasus does a lot of damage to it. It's going to be gone, and Aki can't get in with his ult.
Depth charge, Everfrost, hang on. They're actually going to flip it, though. Aki can get over. Not stolen, though. Loyen being cheeky as a Divine Judgment starts it off once again, but Fury of the Sands on Cube. He's in the middle of everyone. OMG might get a kill, but look at him go. Aki with stack number 1. Cold's coming up next. Stand inside the fire circle as Cube continues to run them down, but 4 people here. He won't be able to do it. OMG win a fight when all hope was lost.
That was it. That was the throw from RA. The hope given to OMG. And as well, not only do they deny all those Baron buffs, they'll be able to pick up the Dragon as well. Keep RA away from the Infernal Soul. And just when we felt like the great game was coming to a difficult position, RA overstepped. They could have just taken the Dragon, right? They didn't need to go for that. But clearly, the kill on the enemy team making them feel desperate. And RA, you know their goal is to end the Baron because they do so much to stop Aki coming in. 4 HP, ends up getting finished by Lien in the end. And then Cube is doing so much work here. But look at iBoy and Strive, already on 0 HP. 0909 shuts down the Kai'Sa and zones Strive out of the fight. And as much as Cube is doing a ton of work, a lot of his time occupied on this Alistar. The ult times out, and without that reduced Q cooldown, getting kited a bit, isn't able to finish out. Still massively favored for RA, but OMG bought themselves a lot of time.
Yeah, they did. So now I will ask you that question, Orcs. I was going to ask before. At what point do I start saying, well, OMG can fight on equal terms? Like, how much does it take for Shanji to be able to carry this game alongside, I'd say, Abel?
Well, I think a big thing is the setup for that fight was probably as bad as you can get for RA. You can look at the damage numbers. Strive and MyBoy weren't really able to do anything. I feel like Abel is starting to really hit. 3 item spike on this Ezreal. He has the armor pen, importantly. But still waiting for that level 16 for Sanji. It'll make a lot of difference. And I also think it comes down to how the fights play out. If 0909 can shut out the Ahri and the Kai'Sa, that can make all the difference. But it is still heavily favored towards RA at this point.
600 stacks.
But without the Baron, they only have on 1 member. I feel like they can't really push too effectively.
True. Wave coming in through as well for OMG. Still defending nicely as a True Shot Barrage. Does a lot of damage. But I'm watching Cube in the bottom side. 600 stacks, I mentioned before, is where he's sitting at 25 minutes into the game. And with RA utilizing his pressure, they're able to blow open mid lane. 7k still the gold difference, but remember that we're not close to Assault. We've got Baron that's going to be timing out in 25 seconds, and it's minus 880 as the gold play. So not a Baron power play. The game actually more stagnant than before, and OMG still in with a fighting chance, despite this early game and mid game pretty much going down the toilet versus an animal in the top lane.
Yeah, I really feel like the fact they didn't secure that 3rd dragon really hurts them. Because now, even if they get this next dragon, it's still 5 minutes before Soul. Whereas here, they could have actually got Soul before Kayle hit level 16. If they had secured that last one, Kale's not going to be level 16 in 2 minutes. And especially if they hadn't throwing that fight around Baron, she'd be even further away in experience. But now things are getting problematic. Firstly, Serelda's Grudge is such a fantastic item for Ezreal here, not just because the armor pen on the Nasus, but also the kiting, the slow effect. Shanji may well go towards the Rylai's next. We'll see what itemization he opts for. But either way, Cube is going to have a harder time. We've sort of started to move past the mid game where he's really spiking. He's still an absolute massive threat, don't get me wrong. But he is going to start to feel less and less relevant when Abel gets enough damage to cut through him, when Shanji becomes that powerhouse.
Yep.
And now for RA, it really comes down to execution on this front. They are kind of locked out of making anything happen until those objectives spawn. You can see they're just pushing waves into the base of OMG. There's 2 minutes till Dragon, 2 minutes till the Baron. We'll see how they navigate around those.
Just quickly touching up on the kite ability from Abel, I also want to point out, when Shanji gets Rylai's too, a similar problem to occur with Cube. And, you know, we always talk about Kayle late game scaling and how it's, you know, one of the best, if not the best in the game in some of these team fights. And so Shanji, as he fast approaches level 16, you have to keep that in mind because for OMG, it's a minute 30 till Dragon. You were just talking about that. But I want to also point out, Orcs, that it's going to be a different story for OMG to get out of their base because right now Vision is controlled in a thorough line by RA. They're able to push up, taking pretty much all of OMG's jungle. A mission to get out safely for OMG and make sure they're not stepping over wards and getting caught out before the objective spawns.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing, is the fact that in this situation, like, OMG have had a pretty free pass to farm, that's fine, but as you said, they haven't been able to step outside the base, don't have much vision to contest, so very hard to really get in on these objectives, especially when you think of the composition RA has. Face checking into a lot of these champions is super dangerous. You do have the Alistair, who can do a pretty good job of that, but ultimately, even with his ultimate popped, you can see how quickly they tear through him, especially the true damage available to the Ahri, able to cut through him quite comfortably. Either way, it's now 40 seconds to stall that Dragon. OMG technically don't need to contest this one. It's not going to be solved for RA. And Shanji is yet to be level 16. Still waiting for one more level worth of experience before he can get that. And actually, not opting for the Rylai's. He knows they have the slows from the Ezreal.
True.
Going for the Void Staff instead to cut through that Nasus as quickly as possible.
All right, so Cold walking through. Speaking of cutting through, Cold wants to cut through the jungle, but RA catch him out. Unbreakable Will is going to be down. Level 11 Alistar, so the cooldown is reduced, but remember that we have Dragon in 5 seconds. We also have the Baron in 15 seconds. That ulti for the start of the fight will not be available as iBoy looks to just be soloing the Dragon with full bot lane control.
And, you know, this is the correct play from RA. I think it's also the correct play from OMG. Oh, that could have been close. Also the correct play from OMG to give it up. You don't need to fight this. But imagine if they just prioritized that Dragon before, this would have been Infernal Souls, such a massive spike for them. Shows that mismanagement has given space for OMG to get to that level 16 point for the Kayle, to give them more time to find a win to win. It's still disadvantageous position. I finished for iBoy 2 levels up on Abel. Definitely puts them in a position of power, but now it's down to playing around the Baron. OMG know the Dragon's just been done, and see how scared they are to place any vision in on this angle.
But being smarter about it as well, like, this is nice, considering that in game 2, Le Yen was the one who got caught out 3 times in a row. Game number 1, OMG had the Kayle with a similar condition and just got caught out of nowhere and the game ended. So OMG kind of learning a bit from the mistakes at the start of this series, making this a close finisher. Game number 3, it's one apiece, and for OMG and RA both looking for their LPL win, their first one of summer. And it might come down to something like a Baron here as RA haven't started it, but Orcs, they're just trying to find that pick. Vision finally cleared for OMG, but RA know that they're there, and in front of the red buff is in full Vision Strive going over the wall, making a hero play. The Divine Judgment pulled out, but Shanji in the middle of RA, Cyclone in the middle as well, and everyone's there. Cube joining in, this massive dog cleaving through, Aki getting hit hard, and look at the stack city. The Kane comes down again, and Rare Adam pulled one mistake into a massive advantage to make this series theirs.
And I saw the charm come in. It couldn't have hit a worse person. The Kayle goes down. That late game insurance off the map. RA will clear this one up. Shaky at a point, but ultimately a convincing win to get them their first series win of summer.
And the Nexus was stacked, Orcs. 50 gold and all the style points you need. Man, I love watching picks like this come into the LPL. And Nasus, by the way, which, as Dagda's corrected on Twitter, 2014, in support was the last time it was played in general, but 2013 in the top lane. It's been 9 years since we've seen this champion up top, and Cube flexes it out. 7-2, 8-2, I believe was the final score. A beautiful thing to watch when you're a fan of the dog in the top.
Yeah, I mean, it was so relevant in that game. I do think there was other aspects to it, right? Strive, a fantastic RE performance. I think we saw these two up-and-coming LGL mid, Strive clearly showing why we've been so hyped from in spring. A great performance across the series. And ultimately, the solo laners did so much work for RA in this one. Cube on that Nasus was just phenomenal. But also, I want to give a bit of credit to 0909. Ultimately, we do see OMG lose the series, but I think he had a solid debut. The Akali game, you know, I joked about Cream, it being a signature pick for him. I don't really think this game was on him. And ultimately did have some decent moments in the team fight. So hard to do more when things were such a struggle. And I feel like the draft was a massive issue as well for OMG in this one.
Agreed. A conversation that keeps coming up. OMG was something you and I talked about, where this team has had a couple of shaky drafts, a couple of question marks. And this time around was no exception. So for OMG, now 0-2. I mean, for me, this kind of tells the story of a team that, you know, developed a lot in spring, but got uprooted by some of the better teams in the league. RA seems to be one of those teams. And, you know, once again, trying to find their way through with, I guess, medium-tier talent.
Yeah, I think, you know, when it was Cream meta, that was when we saw the highest hopes for this roster.
Yeah.
They've really been struggling so far. And I think the thing that hurts the most is that this isn't like an exceptionally hard schedule. There's definitely times where you see a team start off this the split and they're like facing like, you know, RNG, JDG, V5, like really strong stacked teams. You're like, okay, they're 0-2, but you know, you can give them a pass on that one. They were kind of expected to lose. AL and losing out the ones that they've had so far. I believe it was AL who they lost to, right? Or was it?
It was AL, yeah. You're on the money.
Yeah, losing out to AL and also losing out... Actually, no, I think it was Ultra Primax who beat OMG.
Sorry, yeah, other way around. It was AL who beat RA.
Ultra Prime and RA at this point. These are not teams that, like, you can just take a pass at losing to. These are teams that are going to finish the standing in a similar spot to you. These are games that will make the difference between you making playoffs and not making playoffs. Pivotal wins, so... a rough start for OMG, you know... And this series was close enough that we could have seen it gone in a different direction if things had changed. But ultimately, after the course of this game, game 3, it definitely just solidified that RA were the better performing team on the day.
Yeah, that's right. Immaculate game number 3. Really nice to watch. And, you know, I asked you, Orcs, at the start, you know, who let the dogs out? Yeah. You know, you could have come back to me and said, Cube. Yeah. Sorry, I had to throw in some cringe in there. Thank you.
This is almost as bad as my joke on Twitter. If anyone didn't catch it, by the way, for context. So me and Hysterics were doing graphics yesterday, and I asked him, which LPL team is Lady Gaga's favorite?
Yeah.
Rah. And so you may have noticed at the start of the day, we named all of our little segments after Lady Gaga's songs. It was Poker Face, On the Edge of Glory, Star is Born. And you know what? I feel like Lady Gaga would be pretty happy with RA after that performance.
True. Maybe she's an RA fan. Maybe Lady Gaga watches the LPL English broadcast.
It's her favorite team, dude. That's what I just said.
Cube's going to get MVP. Like, there's no way, as, you know, LPL, they're sitting there going, maybe we give it to Strive for playing well. You know, maybe we give it to iBoy. No. It's going to Cube, guys. It is going to the Nasus top.
It has to.
There's no doubt in my mind. Nasus now 100% win rate in the LPL. It has never lost since we saw it here today. And
hasn't lost a game in 9 years, right?
Hasn't lost a game in 9 years. That's right. I don't even know if it won 9 years ago. Like, I'm not sure if that was a win or not. So... pretty optimistic at this point. Hopefully.
You don't remember every LPL game ever? Jesus, man.
Sorry,
this is your job.
Oh, my brain's not built. Dude, I can't even remember. We couldn't even remember who RA lost to and who OMG lost to. So let's be real. We can't remember last week.
It's because it's the other side, right? It's just, yeah. Anyway, 100% deserving of this. I think bringing out this pick into the KO Very effective. You can understand the theory behind it, right? The wither being such a powerful tool to shut it down. You have the free scaling, but you spike sooner, and they were able to play around those spikes. You can see Shanji still waiting for the point where his Kale hit critical mass, and I'll be waiting for a while longer.
Yeah, we will. Honestly, at this point, I think OMG need to go back to the drawing board and look at what the game plan is, because Shanji picking up Kale 3 games in a row. Orcs, 3 games. It was 3 games in a row.
3 games in a row.
And nothing much happened with the top side of the map. At least he got more proactive in using the ults. But, you know, OMG right now, I will say, to me, feels like a bit of a mess. And, look, no way. No way. I'm sorry. I've just been told MVP in my ears. Strive gets MVP.
But I thought, man, you literally said to me, I thought when you said Cube was MVP, you meant he was MVP and we'd been told.
There's no way.
I just went along with that.
There's no way the Nasus doesn't get MVP. No way. What? He got
I think Strive
3
had a pretty
double kills. What?
Strive had a pretty fantastic game, honestly.
He did.
I feel like he was really on point, constantly finding these charms. And look, Cube was a good boy, but like this roam as well. You know, as much as I would ask the question, would Cube 1v2 that? We didn't have to find out. Strive was there. So, and again, we highlight this at the start of the day. The LDL mids coming up. Strive, obviously, the start of this year. 0909 just today. I think Strive showing why he was on the team who won LDL Summer 2021. He is such a boon to this team. And I feel like, honestly, I have a lot of faith that he's going to develop as a player. We talk about the big mids in the LPL. There's so many storied names. Rookie, Knight, Scout, Xiaohu as well. The next generation, I am looking at Strive. A lot of people talked about Cream as the potential. Strive really is on the forefront for me at the moment.
I agree. I agree with your point about Strive. Everything you said is dead on. That mid laner played well, not only through this game, but through the entire series. But, you know, Cube sitting there right now. He's fuming up. He played Nasus for the first time in 9 years in the top lane. He bodied people. He stacked the Nexus.
Think about this, Jake. Nasus hasn't had an MVP in 9 years plus, right? Who even knows if he got an MVP in that game? Been a long time he's been denied.
Oh my God, we're going to a break. Ultra Prime versus BLG after this. The world's your oyster, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully you send your love to Cube on Weibo, you know, on Chinese social media. Send him some love because he deserves it after what a game that was. We'll see you after the break. Can't believe it.
What are you?
I am everything the void has consumed. And just as I devoured this city, I will devour your world. You disappoint me. I am not Samari's void spawn. I am so much more. I am the end of your world and the beginning of mine.
When I descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new?
No time at all, folks, and we're back here running into our second series of the night for LPL. It's week 2, day number 4. It's a lovely little Thursday, and for me right now, it's 9:40 p.m. For you, who knows? Because I don't know your story. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Orcs after what was just a fun ending with Nasus coming out at the end of OMG
More that,
versus
please.
RA. Yeah, I'm hoping so, because Ultra Prime versus BLG has the capacity to also be a bit of a banger, Orcs.
Yeah, and you know, I think a lot of people look at these rosters on paper. Actually, I say that I feel like the roster for Ultra Prime, especially with Zoom coming in, is pretty solid. But
It is.
people heavily favored BLG, super stacked. Some people called it a super team in spring. Did not deliver. Felt like they were worse than the sum of their parts. Ultra Prime, though, with the addition of Zoom as well, have had a really strong performance so far. And look, we're early into the series. It's hard to call things so soon. I think is what I'd safely say. But I expect this to be a close one. I feel like this could go either way.
Yeah, honestly, with Ultra Prime's position in their first series up against RA,
OMG.
right? OMG, my God, you did it to me, and now I'm switching it around.
We got it. We got it in the end.
God, it's
And yeah,
rough.
on the way up, I think a lot of people, like Ultra Prime did pretty good in spring. They didn't make playoffs, but they were close. And a lot of people looked at them as being this roster where, you know, Elk in the mid lane, Crying in the mid lane, could play towards Elk in the bot lane, that hyper carry they can lead on in team fights. Xiaoxi, I really can give so much praise to. And it feels like putting Zoom in the top lane has just been a solid upgrade for them. Still some question marks about Hacker, but he definitely had some good moments in the series against OMG. And OMG opted in this invade, and then it's Ultra Prime able to match them pound for pound here.
Yeah, nice little start to the game. It was really fun watching, you know, Ultra Prime's first game of the season because, let's be real, OMG had those expectations set. Ultra Prime were a team who were on the up and up, yes, but still some of that bottom to mid to bottom range team. Ultra Prime hasn't been that successful in past splits, and you know the roster's starting to come together, starting to make them work. And Orcs, I think I've been really impressed with Crying, right? You and I were talking in rehearsal how Crying not only has come out of his shell, but is in a really good position in this team environment.
Yeah, I think, you know, people were very critical of Crying on RNG, but I think ultimately Crying is a great tool for Ultra Prime to help them play to what I think is a fantastic win con in Elk. And also, as much as people were critical, Crying still won MSI, and sure, was he the worst player on the roster? Yes. But he also was a pivotal piece in how they functioned in terms of playing to Xiaohu in the top lane. And I think he had a really strong performance against OMG. This looked like sort of him revitalized. And I think even in spring, there were moments where he looked like the best player potentially on this team at times. And I think it's a better environment for him to flourish in.
I think you're right, because the way Crying's playing, he seems unlocked, and it's even with Zoom coming out of the roster, that stability can only help. Orcs, you know, Zoom was such a strong player, and I know we'll talk about him in a little bit, but even a player like Hacker in the past on Sooning was part of another version of a super team. And so Hacker, you know, even having a pretty decent performance against OMG, it feels like the pieces are coming together. And for Ultra Prime, maybe this is their split. Maybe they're a bit of a dark horse for
I think
a lot of teams.
Sorry, I think the caveat we have to have is that OMG, we just saw them kind of look rough in the last series against RA. So yes, Ultra Prime, fantastic versus OMG. You can't take that away from them. But I feel like OMG aren't the hardest opposition. So we've only had one series. We can have to wait and see how they continue and what level BLG is going to come into. Because I think ultimately, no one is going to deny this is a pretty strong roster in terms of the players on it. Especially they've now, for anyone who's not up to date, added Bin into the top lane. Yes, the Bin from RNG who just won MSI is now the top lane of this team. Swapped with RNG for Breathe. But I feel like no matter how strong the individuals are, how this team has worked together has been the struggle.
Yeah, like, but what is BLG coming into this season? Because last season was a bit shambles, a bit of a mess. Uzi is no longer on the roster. Uzi's taking a split off. So it is only Doggo here. And, we kind of talk about the chemistry of BLG. We'll bring this up for you because it is important to note that BLG now with only 180 carry have the potential to continue developing. But I think more importantly, how does
they need to find it?
Well, yeah, they do need to find it because how does the dynamic with Bin now affect that?
And I think we saw a bit in the series against LNG. Ultimately, this ended up being a loss against LNG. But we saw particularly Wei playing up towards the top side was such a solid aspect in how this team functioned. Gave them a lane to play through, gave them a bit of proactivity. And I'm going to say, Doggo and Crisp were a treat to watch in the bot lane. Finding these kills on the Calista. Again, here's some clips of Wei and Bin making Arla's life hard. I still think Fofo left something to be decided at times. I mean, I feel like obviously they lost the series. There's a lot to be said. It wasn't flawless. But ultimately, Fofo, we saw him on the Galio, which surprised, considering he's not the most active mid at moving to different lanes. But I think particularly this meta, things like a Zero Rihanna available to be picked, that definitely suits him.
Yep.
And ultimately, Crisp just had a fantastic series on this Thresh. It felt like he could do no wrong.
Dude, it's literally a Crisp highlight reel. This whole thing is all Crisp. And I realize I put this together just as the highlights of BLG, but Crisp went nuts in this series. And I think you colorcasters of the team have been talking about him for quite a while, especially in the last split. Felt like one of the most solid members. And
yeah, we actually... So just for a bit of context, we recorded the last take yesterday, and we were talking about like supports who you feel kind of rough for them because they're on a team who you feel like doesn't do them justice. And I remember we were talking about different supports, and then Rob just said Crisp, and we were like, oh my god, yeah, like BLG has not fitted, but Crisp feels like he is. I think Ming Mako. Maybe not Mako recently, but historically are like the top of the league. And then it's like Crisp and Hung on the next level. Really formidable. And Crisp, it proved that in that first series. So hopefully, if the team is functioning well, that is a big question for me with this lineup. If the team can fit together, there is potential. And the addition of Bin, we got to see if that'll be enough. And I mean, speaking of the addition of Bin, so both teams got a new top laner. And I think the history of these players... I mean, you don't even need to go history with Bin. Bin just wasn't one MSI, but both of them being dropped from their previous team. Zoom was on top esports last split, but didn't really get to play much. Was subbed out for Wayward. Bin obviously on RNG, played at MSI, but both of them being dropped from those rosters and now on new teams feels like a bit of a redemption arc.
So let's start with Zoom, because I think Zoom for Ultra Prime is worth mentioning that he's come into a roster where last split he only played the start of the split. Zoom was on top esports, was a swap for 369, and he's been someone who I've been tracking quite closely because since he started in 2018 spring on JDG, he's had a bit of a rise to fame. It was 2019 spring finals, his first ever finals on JDG that had Imp, where he was going up against the Shy, rookie in form. That was for MSI. They got smashed 3-0. Yeah, they were amazing at that point. And for JDG, of course, we remember 2020 alongside Top Esports was a year, but didn't do too well at Worlds. My biggest point of this is that Zoom has been a bench warmer in the last split, but he's such a talented top laner. And I think, as you were saying, we already saw a bit of an insight as to what he can add to this Ultra Prime roster. And I'm excited because I think he's one of the most solid top laners in the league and has often been one of the best top laners in the league in his prime.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference, is that like Zoom is a top laner who you can put on a weak side of pick and I think can be comfortable.
Yeah.
You can also put him on a bit of a carry and he can make that work. It feels like you don't have to just do that. But speaking of like the other side is Bin. We've just seen him at MSI, but he has some historic performances on his time, on his tenure on Suning, where he just absolutely popped off. This a pivotal moment in any international fan's mind.
I mean, everyone remembers, right? Like, I think it's the only pentakill in Worlds final history as well. So, Bin added his impact here, and on the side of Suning,
and EU fans know this one.
Yeah, everyone remembers this man. Like, one of the most influential Gangplank moments of all time as well. So, Bin has had his really high moments. As you were saying, on RNG at MSI, was considered the worst player, but still impactful. On the other side, Orcs, let's just go straight back into Zoom, because I feel like Zoom is more underrated because he's only been to Worlds once in his career and didn't have as flashy a moments on the world stage as Bin did.
I think that's the thing, is that Bin is very much a feast of famine player who can be so flashy but also underperform. Zoom is more consistent, I would say, but has had these moments, and we're going a bit back in history, back to this clip from regional finals in 2018, but bringing out the Swain, something very on theme considering this is now being played. Maybe not seen it too much in top lane, but Zoom showing a wide range of champion picks and going up against the likes of EDG in this one and really carrying this fight.
You and I were talking in rehearsal, Scout, Zoom, people that are playing picks like the Swain. Feels really nice to talk about it, but you know, it's not just that. Zoom has a champion ocean too. Like, when we go through what he's played over the years, I think Zoom is someone who's been very flexible, even flaunting things like the Darius.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that he can be that carry. He can also be that sort of weak side. I think that's one of the flaws of Bin, not as viable as a weak side. One of the issues RNG had, they couldn't just leave him on an island. He tends to overtrade. But that's not to say Zoom can't be a carry. Funny enough, we're ending on a Gangplank pick after seeing, you know, we just ended Bin's highlights on a Gangplank pick. Both of them definitely capable of these highlight moments in their career. And I think, interesting enough, another point, you know, we're talking about how both top laners gone from their teams, now on new rosters looking to prove themselves. Cryin and Bin both won MSI with RNG, both dropped afterwards. It was obviously a bit longer for Cryin. It was after Worlds, for Bin straight after MSI, but both kind of looking for redemption after their tenure on one of the top teams, and will fly into draft now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It would have been more hilarious, Orcs, if they landed on the same team. And there would be the true redemption arc for Ultra Prime, but of course in both respective teams. Now, we're still on 12.10, and what we've seen in the last series was that we had this insane Wukong first pick priority. It's going to be banned away this time, Orcs, so we are already going in a different direction.
Yeah, I feel like, I would have expected to see Lucian come out as a ban here, being left open. And what's interesting enough is, so what the best answer I've seen to Lucian Nami has been Renata Kalista. So the fact BLG are banning Renata suggests they have another counter in hand they're ready for. I think Ultra Prime, you have to lock the Lucian in to let it go over to Doggo Crisp after, you know, their performance in that Kalista Thresh game. Pretty stellar, but they could, I mean, the Kalista's banned as well, so really limited in options to answer this. We'll see what they have up their sleeve.
Yeah, it makes sense that Ultra Prime, at the very least, have banned away the Kalista. Doggo's last series, it was a big pick for him, but moving on to further 80 carries, the Ezreal, something we have seen today. Orcs, we are going to go the safer route. And it's just a question as to what Crisp wants to do. It's an enchanter with the Karma instead of something like the Brom, so trying to outpoke the lane.
I do think that Crisp is someone I trust to play enchanters when we're talking about people who would be proficient on them coming in. I feel like Hung, Crisp, Mako are really the players who I expect to have that proficiency. But you are playing that Lucian Nami. You gave it over. Ezreal Karma, obviously a very poke-heavy lane. We saw EDG play a lot in spring, looking to harass and chunk out your opponents. It will be able to contest prior against that Lucian Nami, but Lucian Nami spikes very hard at the one-item spike. Now, we see Hackett take the lead in with Wukong and Viego being banned away. The priority shifts up, and the question is, what will they take on the side of BLG? I really like the Gwen, by the way. Going into second rotation, no opportunity for Ultra Prime to counter. And I think everyone saw what Bin did with Gwen in the MSI finals. Wasn't too long ago.
True. Very, very true. One of the good Gwen players. And, you know, for the LPL, still such a solid pick. As we go on to the second stage, though, remind me a little bit about what we look towards in the mid lane. We're talking about Cryin and Fofo. We're also talking about some control mage options for Fofo that are quite viable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing, is that we saw the Galio for Fofo in that previous series. I don't really like that. And I feel like here, you know, you have the scaling top lane. Bot lane wants to find Prio. I think you want Prio yourself in the mid lane, but there's a lot of picks that can do that and scale up. And you can see BLG, they're comfortable just banning away tops that are going to be answered into the Gwen. We can see the Kale possibly come out as a ban. Jax is something that I know Bin would probably pick into Gwen, but it depends whether they feel like Zoom will be willing to bring that one out. But Ari banned away by Ultra Prime, something we have seen Proud quite heavily. Bear in mind, Talia, Swain, both open and available, and one of those will get through.
I will say, Orcs, how do you, or at least ask you, how do you feel about Nasus into Gwen? You know, is that on the tip of your mind, or are we going too far? No?
Probably not. I don't. I think it was specifically a Kale thing, specifically a Cube thing. I would love to see it, but I don't think it's going to be the case.
Worth asking always, just throw a little bit of I guess BS in there for somewhat. Galio gets banned away at the very least, so we won't see Fofo or Cryin on it this time around. Note that Zoom picked up the Nara in the last series too, so makes sense it's going to be banned against him. Twisted Fate against Fofo 2 for a bit of presence, so we aren't getting any of those semi-globals. Well, now we have to answer that question, what they do, and the Swain, which we didn't see the last series, is just going to be picked up like that.
Instantly taken, and as well with the Karma, movement speed a massive factor for the Swain, getting a range of your targets. Quite a short range comp for Ultra Prime so far. Swain, a lot of value there. I will say that we see the globals banned away, crying a player who's famous for being not the most present in mid. Like, these are kind of polar opposites. Cryin is not the best laner, but very active on the map at roaming was what he was known for on things like the TF. Fofo, very inactive on the map, very much leans on being a lane presence. So Talia could work for Cryin, but for now they'll lock in that Kennen. It is the counter we saw quite a bit in spring, specifically picked into the Gwen. Strong laning phase and powerful in team fights. And now the question is, what will Cryin take into the Swain?
It's 0-3, by the way. Zoom is going to have to try and get the first win for Kennen this split. Hasn't won a single game in the LPL so far, so a lot riding on his shoulders as Cryin returns back to the Talia. Let's look on the other side quickly because we need a jungler. Jungle last pick for Weiwei, and he was hovering the Volley Bear a little bit before, which I'm sure gives a bit of deja vu for Bin from MSI, and probably a bit traumatic and tender at this point, so going a different direction is Weiwei, trying to match nicely into this Lee Sin, but yeah,
I think the Graves is fine. You definitely need AD in your composition. Your only AD before that was Ezreal. Obviously does a bit of magic damage as well himself. But you have double AP solo laners, so big AD threat like Graves can do a lot of value. You won't have as much activity, right? I think the big thing with the Talia Lee Sin is the Talia is good at finding prio in the mid lane, especially to the Swain early when his Q cooldown's a bit longer. You also have that roaming potential at 6. Obviously, Fofo can match with the W, but again, he's not the most active mover. So that's the window for Ultra Prime, is you get your mid jungle ahead, you look to make plays around bot lane, have Elk and Xiaoxi take over on the Nami Lucian, and then you look for Zeem to be that team fight presence who should have a good lane matchup into Bin. Whereas on the other side, I feel like the team fight is quite powerful for the side of BLG, and they have a lot of champions that are going to scale well in the late stages. So definitely feels like more agency for Ultra Prime, but a need to use that agency. And honestly, considering what we saw from BLG in spring, this feels quite on theme.
Yeah, again, you know, bit slow and steady wins a race. BLG were a team that we often talked about them when maybe not being as proactive. I think that's the basics of it, but at the very least, BLG getting towards that team fighting condition. Yeah, you're right. On brand, absolutely. So as we go into this first game, just a quick reminder that, you know, BLG haven't picked up their first win yet. Ultra Prime are 1-0. They beat OMG and in pretty convincing fashion. So, you know, Ultra Prime on a bit of a high, but more importantly, the addition of Zoom seems like it's added a lot of texture to this team that in the past, I would say, top was their weakest role. Last split, ZS, yeah, a little bit disappointing. And hasn't really been the greatest top laner. So curious to see what happens in this one, Orcs, as we run on in to Summoner's Rift for the last time, well, last series for tonight. And, you know, Zoom pulling out the cannon. It's 0-3, as I said before, so best of luck.
Yeah, it is a good matchup, though, and I expect to see him applying a lot of pressure. What I do love is an adaptation we kind of saw in MSI, the double exhaust, because I remember specifically Zeus bringing out the cannon into the Gwen of Bin, and they ran that double exhaust, so Bin himself has one. In this composition, the Ghost isn't as needed. You're not really going to struggle too much to get onto your targets, but importantly, you're basically always going to have an exhaust to rotate on Kennen, and it just kind of makes the champion so subdued, trimming out that damage when his ultimate's down, and on top of that, with a durability change, Kennen will really struggle to make an impact in these team fights, so I'm going to be honest, I feel like BLG have quite an advantage here. It really comes down to Elk and Xiaoxi, these two who have been so pivotal for this team. If they can get ahead on the Lucian Nami, it could definitely take over the game. And for now, we see a bit of an invade coming in from BLG. They have been spotted, but that won't stop them from going for the play.
Yeah, it's going to commit. And for now, we'll see if Hacker decides to go cross-map and start the vertical jungle. Weiwei left to his own devices at the red buff, and Doggo and Chris come back early. So talked about Elk and Xiaoxi being the priority. And just quickly, you know, Lucian Nami hasn't been the most successful thing in the LPL Orcs.
Yeah, I think the thing with Lucian Nami is you kind of want to... It's so oppressive in lane with the trading windows. You're very bursty, a lot of power there. but it does have like a burden of execution. You can definitely mess up on these picks. If you dash in at the wrong time and get locked into an all-in, you do kind of run out of damage because you have quite long cooldowns between both you. Like, you can definitely chunk someone out, but you want to take those short bursty trades. And you, might see a bit of action come out here, but looks like Crying gets away, so I'll forget about that. But yeah, so definitely Lucian Nami isn't just like you pick it and you auto win, but in the right hands, we've seen this being absolutely unstoppable, and there's a reason it was so heavily banned at MSI.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see if Elk can hold up to that. For now, BLG had the push in the bottom lane, though. Note the CS differential with the wave pulling up. Elk struggling to get nearby with Crisp and Doggo hitting level 2 first and abusing themselves in the 2v2. I think Doggo and Crisp have been exceptionally well prepared in the 2v2s so far, but I might have to eat my own words because this is way push up. Hacker's getting behind them, and it feels like someone's about to die. Ignite Flash, Sonic Wave dodge, but Doggo's going to be Tempest and then crippled. He's not getting away with no summoners left in the tank, and now it's on to Crisp after the first blood goes to Ultra Prime. Too deep at the wrong time, and Ultra Prime snap.
And this feels like such a hacker play, super aggressive early. I think the expectation from BLG, and I'll hold that thought as we might get more of action here.
A nice E from Shousey as well. Damage massive, but Hacker's just run into a mid laner who's waiting for him. Now onto Crying as well. I mean, I'm not sure what they expected. Knowing Fofo's there, the flash burnt, end of the line on Crying. Flash from Chris, Ignite down, beautiful from BLG, but Ultra Prime went from great to what the heck was that?
Oh my lord. Okay, let's sort of break this down. So I think BLG's expectation was you go for a map split, Hacker should go into Weiwei's top side and steal away his red, and then with that map split, Doggo and Crisp are free to push. Hacker did something unexpected, which is kind of on brand for him. We've seen him do plays like this before, flashing over walls. And you see he actually circumvents the ward to make his way in here so we can get this gank off. This completely caught BLG's bot lane off guard. And honestly, was a great job of disrupting the strong level 1 push Doggo and Crisp had. Now, what happened after that was Hacker just ran it down. And I'm not really sure why, but that's how we got to where we are here. And Weiwei is now 2-0 on this Graves.
It's such an intelligent play. You know, dodging the ward, thinking ahead. And then he goes to jump on in when Fofo is obviously hitting around the wing. Crying's probably like, don't go there. Don't go there.
Don't do that.
There. And yeah, you're right. Like the 2-0 Graves, that hurts because Weiwei now has a serrated Dirk with an extra longsword. He has Bounty. He's got a CS lead. This Graves has been given the early game on a platter and a nice, I guess, treadmill to continue cutting all the fat and losing the weight towards an easy mid game.
And that's the problem. If you get ahead in a champion like Graves, like the extra damage will mean you clear the jungle so much faster. He's already a fast clearer, but he will just be bursting through camps. So now Weiwei's just going to have so much more momentum. He's going to be faster than you on the map. Hacker's going to be trying to clear and taking more time. You can see he's spotted out here. And Weiwei will just speed through these camps. Both junglers had like 20 sets a second ago, and Weiwei is just like sped ahead so quickly. And as well, he can also go towards that Umbral Glaive first if he wants the extra vision control, so you can just knock out wards, make it really hard to contest. I can't emphasize enough how stellar this is for BLG, and I think it feels rougher because Ultra Prime had that good early play. But I will say that bot lane has stabilized now. Level 3 for Lucian Nami is really where you're enabled, and they are starting to trade a bit more frequently into BLG's bot lane.
I mean, let's also bring up what you said in draft. You said that Ultra Prime, you know, on a bit of a timer here. Lucian Nami, Talia, there's good seismic shove. Maybe the timer won't matter. That's great from Shousey. Acro Prison gives a kill over to Crying, and just as I was saying, they need to get things going. Hacker redeems himself with his support.
Yeah, fantastic roam there. And now Ultra Prime kind of have free reign. Enemy mid is down, and they have the wall from the Talia, so they can very aggressively play in the jungle. This is the difference, because now, Hacker, this is the correct play. You can play aggressive here, because you have backup from your team. We do see BLG's bot lane will just ward them off. Dragon not going to be on the cards as Fofo does TP back in. And something to mention is that, like, if you get trapped into a scenario where you can't get away, this Swain will really flourish.
He really will. It takes his first death, but going Imperial Mandate build, by the way, just worth mentioning, is we have seen both of the Andres coming out from people like Care and FPX. We're getting spotted, or at least by us for the time being, not by Ultra Prime. Elk flashes away. This Lucian Nami lane might have a kill, but it is not getting a reprieve anytime soon.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is you dash in to trade as Lucian, Your cooldowns are long. Even with the autos trying to reduce the cooldown of your your E, it's not enough in the early game to be able to dash out again. So ends up having to flash away from the root from Chris because Wei is there. And BLG will use that pressure to steal away this red. As I kind of said, the CS was quite close between junglers. Look how far ahead Wei is now. He's just bursting camps, and now they're looking.
They're just going to go again. Smokescreen slows it down. End of the line is going to hurt so much. Collateral damage! Oh my god, it's like when Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator 1 says he'll be back. He rams the car forward, and you remember him.
Yeah, collateral damage with damage in all caps. That was so much burst. And, you know, we talked about the durability changes, how it helps enchanters out. He needed like another whole durability patch to survive that one, which is so Shousey absolutely destroyed off the rift. And this Graves started to become a problem. Hasn't gone for the Umbral Glaive once the bigger power spike. And I think that's a scary thing, is sometimes you see Graves go Umbral Glaive because it's an early rush. You finish it quickly. This is a pre-8-minute Eclipse, right? This is normally, like, most Graves probably haven't even finished the Umbral Glaive at this point, maybe in a standard game. He's already finished that Mythic. Wei is going to be so incredibly strong, and you can see they're trying to set up a trap for him.
But,
you connect.
Yeah, okay, good kickback as well. Seismic Shot flash away from Wei trying to buy his time. He's out. Ultra Prime used so much for that. Now Fofo's here with a Demonic Ascension running him forward. Ultra Prime might have 4 members, but BLG have taken the health out of them and chunked them. However, they're still going to stick on the Herald for now, with Wei trying to heal up in the meantime.
Yeah, so jungler knocked away is probably going to be enough to force BLG from this. Actually, Wei's healed up and he's coming back. They might want to fight this still.
Stop Bin's backing as well. So with Wei rolling on down, remember that Eclipse is scary. The Herald about to reset and it's running back in. BLG have priority over the river, and Ultra Prime, their health bar still sticks. We got Elk on the backside as well, trying to come on in, but he doesn't have an angle, and now Zoom's left on his lonesome with BLG continuing to be the alphas of this game one.
No smite now for Hacky. Smite for help on the blue buff. And it is going to be secured by BLG. Ultra Prime, they had to secure the blue to get mana back for Cry, and he was starting to run and they just couldn't continue. And as much as there was no kills there, BLG got 3 flashes from Ultra Prime. Hacker, Cryin, and Shousey all flashed there. So definitely windows to play around that now. Zoom doing a good job of zoning away Bin. Big wave, and all 4 members of the team
Bin. No vision. He's walking in blind, and Ultra Prime have caught him pants down. Nice deep play here from UP, and it feels like Bin tried to play it safe, but they just wouldn't let him.
Yeah, so missing a bunch of this wave, losing plates to Zoom, and if you look on the other side of the map, BLG weren't in really position to capitalize. They will now go to this dragon and secure it, but they were kind of just moving their way towards the bot side, so really awkward time for Bin to die. He will lose a lot of that. He will TP in to pick up the rest of the wave. Now looking for Cry. No flash, remember.
He'll be slowed down. The Never Move about to come through as well. Golden for the nick of time, but unfortunately he'll have none of that as Fofo catches him. And Wei gets the kill. Again, this Grave soaring ahead, and just your luck when he picks up more gold value.
Oh, I mean, he is so strong. Has the free boots as well, so really getting just the lion's share of the gold in this game. Got a Herald mid, and actually, with taking out Cryin, they can get a decent amount of plates here. They can definitely get one free. We'll see if they go for more. Oh,
Crisp is just caught out, backing away. Culling going to be used. Elk needs to get forward, but he doesn't get the damage down.
Oh, Culling an awkward direction. The flash from Crisp, not ideal, doesn't go over the wall, but it's enough to get him to safety. Crisp nearly picked out there. I will say, though, to be fair, for Crisp, has had a pretty solid game with those roams towards mid, making things happen. We talked how Fofo isn't exactly the most proactive moving from mid, but BLG this game have been going there to make things happen, really punishing Crying, and not letting him get that Weaver's wall out.
Okay, replay time. Let's watch this again, because Crisp was caught out backing on a ward. Not even a ward, just caught out.
Thing is, they had vision, right? They saw, because the ward was being cleared, it obviously gives vision. They should have seen that, you know, this was a dangerous spot to recall. Crisp's a bit greedy, but only loses his flash. Very lucky. That was a durability change, right? Before the changes come in, he would have definitely died there.
True. There's been a lot of times you've said that today. This is a durability change. Would have died there, would have survived there. Orcs, I feel like the durability patch is hitting deep. And fair enough.
It has.
It's literally like the biggest patch since
every time I'm playing solo queue and someone lives on like 50 HP or anything, anytime anything happens, I'm like, durability changes, man. Seriously. Lose a 1v1, these durability changes. Fail all in, durability changes. Die to a jungler's gank, durability changes every single time.
Good.
My top lane is 0-9, durability changes.
It's changed so much, and honestly, you're right. The damage would have come through. Elk would have had a better time, but surviving just puts salt in the wound once again. Nice little smite here from Hacker to steal away the red wall. Weiwei, who's 2 levels up, by the way, continues to be a nuisance. He's got another serrated Dirk. He's walking around like the rift belongs to him, and frankly, that's because it does. Now Fofo's getting here as well. Shousey takes 3 shots to the face and is dead. Collateral damage helped out with a bit of healing, but Elk will not survive this with the Herald behind him and this Lucian getting scared. Smoke screen to secure. Give him all the gold, flushing from the seismic shove. Weiwei absolutely insane. And this Mafia Graves in control of all of his boys.
Oh man, what a performance from Weiwei, styling on Hacker this game. I said though, getting ahead with the items on this Graves would make it so easy to build up a lead. Look at the CS difference in this game. Oh, Doggo, gonna arcane shift away. Sonic Wave won't land,
no, Hacker doesn't think he's still here. He doesn't know that he's still there. Used the kick away. Weiwei spotted, and suddenly Hacker's like, oh god.
Yeah, really wanted to get away from that one. And honestly, Weiwei might have enough gold just to pick up. Yeah, look, 1800. He can pick up a second item. And Hacker, I don't know if he's finished his gold drinker yet. He might have just finished it. We'll see when it comes. Yeah, he's just finished his gold drinker, and Weiwei has finished his second item and got boots. This is such a massive difference in terms of gold. Kind of painful for BLG. I mean, sorry, for Ultra Prime. BLG are loving this, though.
Yeah, they are. I mean, BLG with a 3k gold lead just about. And you were talking a little bit before about what they got in the topside play when they got bin. It was easily reversed. It returned back around because Weiwei is still so much, yes, it's so much bigger. Even bottom lane orcs, like Doggo is massive with the Trinity Force. He's got a bit of a CS lead himself. And Crisp has been moving around this map because he's got an Ezreal 80 carry. So we can talk about that in a bit. Until then, let's look at this absolute obliteration.
My favorite bit is Weiwei throwing the Coke can at Elk's head to finish him off here with Dark Harvest. Watch this. Just boom, boom right in the head. Oh, beautiful. It's the best way to kill someone in Graves.
True.
Most disrespectful, honestly.
Oh man, he's been disrespecting them the whole game long. I'm waiting for Weiwei to, go for his next play, because honestly at this point, Ultra Prime lacking in a lot of the vision in the river. Hacker now on the top side getting something back, but although they're attacking that lane, look, Elk has moved out, but he's got a shield. And Crisp is standing by his new AD carry, pretty much the respected mafioso.
Yeah, I mean, he is really got to be respected by Ultra Prime. Anytime he shows up, you don't want to be there. You want to be caught by him. He will just destroy you. And we see Ultra Prime manage to get that tower top lane, even going for the second Herald, but will be losing a lot on the bot side. Dragon as well going to be picked up by BLG. Quite a late second Dragon compared to some of the early ones we've seen. But bear in mind, it's an Ocean and a Cloud Dragon. So this Soul, oh my, of course it is. Infernal Soul. If Graves gets this, I feel like QR will be enough to blow up Shousey, honestly. Might even be at this point, let's be honest. But yeah. And I think we go back to the start of the game. We set expectations. Ultra Prime, they had a more active mid-jungle. They had a top lane winning matchup who is 3 CS up. They had a bot lane who we wanted to see the team play around, try and set them up, get the momentum, and that hasn't come to fruition. It's a 2k gold lead for BLG. They're ahead in terms of those dragons as well. Graves is super strong. You have the Imperial Mandate completed on the Swain to give him even more damage, essentially, and things are looking like a bit of a disaster for Ultra Prime.
And you have an Enchanter support who's come through at a pretty decent rate alongside Doggo. So with this team, Infinite Shield is coming up, and Weiwei's going to absolutely love it. So at this point, Orcs, it's hard to see how Ultra Prime, even only being 3k gold down, have contribution in this game. They're going to try with the TP play. This is the Hail Mary here as Fofo sticks around with the Imperial Mandate. He's confident. The wall great onto Weiwei. He collateral damages over, but Fofo wants to re-engage. BLG stick around in the mid lane and Ultra Prime back off, and There's no ult from Weiwei, but a worthy attempt, if I should say that, from Ultra Prime.
The wall was fantastic, honestly, trapping them in, but you just couldn't. You could see they were so scared to run past the Swain. And bear in mind, Bin and Doggo both have exhaust, so like Zoom didn't have good options there. Now we do have Elk with the 1-item spike and Xiaoxi with the mandate as well. This is a big spike for Lucian Nami, gives you a ton of burst. So if you can find someone who's isolated, Elk can dash in, Gale Force onto them and just pop them. But I feel like they're not really finding the windows for now. The second Herald throwing down bot. Zoom trying to get some mileage here.
Elk is going to take 2v2 though with the help of Xiaoxi. Aqua Prison connects as well as Doggo. Arcane shifts out, but Elk takes his fair share, and Hacker now looking to help out. But Weiwei's not nearby, so Ultra Prime, while the Herald's going on, a net win for a team that was falling further and further behind.
Yeah, keeping them with arm's length. I think you kind of saw, though, even with the exhaust from Doggo, Elk really winning that short trade. So you can see the power of the Lucian Nami coming in, but still feels like too little too late. BLG putting some damage on this tower, but Prime will do a good job of clearing the wave out. It's 2 minutes 30 on the next dragon. I think that is a pivotal thing to play around, because closer BLG get to that Infernal Soul, that the worse this game is going to go. Still at 601 Graves, and that is kind of a caveat you can put in here. A shutdown on a Weiwei would make all the difference, I feel like, in this one.
But how do you get it at this point? Because again, Chris
well,
was
you
there,
have to kill him.
There. Well, of course. But Orcs, how do you get near Weiwei? Because there's only a couple people that can survive the burst, the combo, unless it's a 5-man stack, unless it's a big pick from Ultra Prime with huge numbers advantage.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that BLG have done so well. And, you know, our criticism of them in spring was this team was slow, kind of inactive. They would overstay, trying to look for farm. A lot of these players were on previous rosters were the big carries, and we felt like they were more focused on playing their own game than playing as a team. Something even said by some people is that, like, they felt like a solo queue lineup. But the activity, the movement between this team has been so good this game. Crisp and Weiwei working together as a unit so well. We see here, Weiwei, Sonic Wave connects, but Crisp instantly there to back him up. And these two have been inseparable, it feels like, this whole game.
And that's why Ultra Prime know every time they walk into the jungle, it's with a bit of trepidation. Hacker having Xiaoxi behind him in a similar vein, but at this point, BLG controlling all bot side jungle. We're looking at top as Zoom seems to be the one who's furthest ahead. He's doing well in the solo lane, but Fofo now going to challenge him with Imperial Mandate. Won't really have that much damage, but I could be telling a lie with the first Solar Flare coming through, or at least the Demon Flare, as it's called. Dodging away, but still getting slowed down. Fofo will not chase any further, but you can see that he's starting to feel confident as well.
Yeah, had the exhaust from Spellbook, which is why I went for that play. Ultimately, though, the Swain with the Imperial Mandate, you are not that powerful in the 1v1. You really need a teammate to back you up. Get those procs, give the extra damage, give the movement speed. And so it's enough to force Zoom's ultimate, but he will just back away, burning nothing else. Now, it's 30 seconds until that dragon. Fofo's ultimate, you can see it ticking away. It's coming up pretty soon. Zoom's is a bit longer. I feel like Ultra Prime, they don't have a good setup. Crisp and Weiwei have been playing so heavily in the enemy jungle. And with the Umbral Glaive, it's so hard to establish vision. Xiaoxi, he's the one who has to ward, and he'll just get popped instantly the second he walks up. So I don't know if they can even contest this. There's no ward to TP to. There's no access into the dragon. It should just be BLG grabbing it for free.
It'll be soul point, and we'll have ourselves the verge of a 26-minute soul as well. So still early enough for BLG when you consider that that is going to be a 3.5 item Graves by then. He's almost at 3 now with the Hex Drinker picked up. 60 CS difference as well. And honestly, with Weiwei picking up this dragon and BLG holding control, we're still expecting this to be a very calm BLG victory. Coming into today, we talked a lot about the competitive nature of Ultra Prime and versus BLG, but I think BLG have, you know, kind of answered some of our doubts in this first game and given us a lot to hope for in this series, considering that, you know, their first series was honestly a bit scuffed.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way they played it out was really fit. I have to admit, Hacker kind of gave Weiwei a freebie, but the fact they took that and completely ran away with the game, I think credit to them. Now, they could be looking for a play here.
They
Zoom
could
is on the flank.
on the Xiaoxi. Bye, Xiaoxi! Yeah, slicing Maelstrom to come through, though, but they're looking for one man in particular, but Weiwei is out of there with his flash. No Nami, but a seismic shove makes it in Cryan's favor, but Bin dodging the damage with True Shot Barrage lining through. BLG, it's a 1-for-1, but we're still impressed at Weiwei blasting a hole through that fish as Elk is now looking to die as well. The damage close, but the Ignite ticks over. Demon Flare again, but Fofo going on, buying time, and Here he is again. Weiwei the top side, 2 shotguns to the face, and it's over. Thanks so much for the free kill, Hacker. 9-0-1. This is Weiwei's game.
And they're going to come over. Crispus respawn for the shielding to help them do this. Easily going to be able to take this Baron, and it felt like Ultra Prime looking for that initial pick, but weren't able to find Weiwei, weren't able to find the Graves. And that is the critical issue. We can see, I know, durability patch me down. The support just get absolutely nuked here. Gone. And then Crisp, not the one with the exhaust in the bot lane, gets eviscerated. But ultimately, a lot invested by Ultra Prime. We get the long re-engage and the goal difference really shining in this one. Elk makes a massive mistake here. Gets caught by a great never move from Fofo. And then the extended fight, the stopwatch buying a lot of time. You know, we talked a lot about the Nasus in the last series, but Doggo is the one who steps up here, doing a ton of damage really up close, and then Weiwei, he's just on cleanup duty.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Doggo feeling it as well. Weiwei is happy to pick up whatever scraps you leave behind. He's 9-0-1. He has another serrated Dirk. He's just picked up a collector. He didn't even upgrade the Hex Shrinker. He's 3.5 items strong. I said he would be that way towards Dragon Soul. But blimey, that's 196 CS Graves, 700
also,
kill bounty.
Look at the items from Ultra Prime. You know, there's no armor. No one has any armor apart from Kaka has a chain vest. That's all they're working with. And that's a lot of lethality from that Graves. Remember, he has percentage pen from Eclipse too.
Ooh, Chris got out. Fofo willing to take the trade though, but there's a kick from Hacker and Fofo's down. But here's Weiwei once again, who's already taken out Zoom. I didn't even see his health bar go. Kill number 10. And you're right, with no armor comes a lot of responsibilities against his Graves.
You were saying Weiwei with a Mafia Graves. I don't think this is a Mafia man. This is a magician. He just says, watch me make this champion disappear. And they're gone. Zoom didn't even get time to press his ultimate. I don't think he would have done anything, but you can see every fight is just like the fight starts, Ultra Prime try and find a pick, like this.
Like this, very nice. Seismic Shove comboed with the Aqua Prison. If Ultra Prime, more of that, please. And Dragon might not be up, but it's picks like that that give you a little bit of hope if you're an Ultra Prime fan.
But the problem is they find the pick, right? But then they just don't want to approach Weiwei. He's 3 levels up on Hacker. 10-0-1, 206 CS. Yeah, it's like you could, if Graves is far enough away that he can't hit you, Ultra Prime can look for a play. But the second he starts to be able to auto someone, it's so scary. And now a minute 15 till Dragon. All those picks mean nothing other than some gold influx for Ultra Prime because everyone's going to be back on the map. There are going to be some summoners down though. Elk and Cryin, you have to think the flashes won't be up in time. Doggos might be. Fofo maybe a little bit behind. Weiwei should have his. But they have to win this fight. They give him Vernal Soul. I mean, I just want to hone in on Zoom because we see this initial fight. We were kind of focused on this before we saw it. What happens here?
Okay.
That's like an order in a queue.
Oh my god. Well,
a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
It is. It is. And look, next item is gonna be Shadow Flame. So we ain't getting any armor from that man anytime soon. You're pointing out armor before. I still don't really see any apart from that chain vest. So he's gonna continue having a good time. And 20 seconds till that Infernal Soul comes up. Now that pick from Ultra Prime before was impressive. But they have to find way where you feel that if the jungler goes down, then maybe Ultra Prime have something to work with.
The problem is both exhausts are up. Bin has 2 items spike with the stopwatch. Fofo now has Rylai's and Mandate Great Spike.
Elk.
Don't do it.
Elk walking even nearby. That was a mistake. That was just
Lord.
The last mistake he made.
He suspected it. He W'd the brush because he suspected it. You didn't need to go. And that should be enough for BLG to secure this dragon. We'll see if Hacker tries to steal. I feel like this is gone. It's game over. I mean, it honestly feels a bit overkill at this point for extra damage for Weiwei.
Steal?
Hacker might look.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Worthy attempt. We've got to give credit to Ultra Prime somewhere, Orcs, because this game has been a stomp through the early jungle advantage, through Weiwei, who is approaching a flame horizon in the jungle at 27 minutes into the game, or just about. He'll have his 4th, maybe almost 4.5 item when he goes back to base. Weiwei's level 15 to 12. The base is going to be burning soon enough, and the map is in so much turmoil against Ultra
And the thing
Prime.
is, as well. He's also nearly level 16. When he hits level 16, another rank in his ultimate. He's got Infernal Soul. He's going to be able to back and buy some extra items. We already saw him one-shot Zoom, right? He's just going to kill anyone he gets near for even like a split second. This feels like a rough one. I mean, I don't think I can really spin it any other way. This feels like a roughy toughy.
Yeah, nicely said. Now, let's get into more important matters. I will say the kill record in the LPL, I believe, is it's either 15 or 16. I casted the game last split.
Oh, it was the Viego one, right?
Yes, it was. Do you remember who it was? I'm not sure I do. But
was it Carcer?
It could have been Carcer, actually. And I believe it was either 15 or 16. Before that was Bo at 14. So right now, we're looking at Weiwei being at least, guys, 5 or 6, right? I'll try and find that out. So it was Bozo Life at 14 that was overtaken last split by, you're right, I believe it was Carcer.
He's got the fully... Dude, look what happened to that camp. They just vanished. And he's 4 items, level 16. His ult does a lot of damage, 400 AD with Infernal Soul. You know, BLG can take this one slowly, but I kind of want to see Weiwei just blow some people up with his shotgun, in all honesty. That is what we're looking for in this game. Ultra Prime are looking for a comeback, but it feels difficult.
Yeah. Well, we're giving options. You know, that's what we do as cast.
And even...
We always sell them away back in.
Even Doggo's got Edge of Night, right? Fofo's now got Zhonya's. Like, the targets who you might be able to pick off, it's more difficult than you would think. Weiwei also with the more... You know, I think one thing is that it's clear that BLG have more damage, but these defensive options making it even more difficult to find windows.
Well, Ultra Prime, it's not stopping them trying, especially with Zoom, who has Flash and Slicing Maelstrom. I mean, this man is such a great team fighter. It was what we knew him from on JDG in 2020. Looking for that angle, pursuing something onto BLG. Ultra Prime, they're getting aggressive. They're just trying to get that one seismic shove, that one movement that pulls the game back near them.
Looking for a window. It's so scary, though, because like a Mystic Shot with the Infernal Soul will just chunk you so heavily. You can see now, gonna start up the Baron. And cheer, Ultra Prime no, but they've got such a long distance to move before they get there. They're so cautious about face checking anyone.
The damage on Baron from Weiwei is just enough, but they're moving away. Bin now wants his time in the sun. Needlework flies through, but Doggo cleans up the rest. Fofo over the wall, and Zoom tried, but what can you do against this massive Graves and his 4 best friends crying, not even going to get the kill over to Wei, but you saw that Weiwei's damage was too much, and we're getting towards a conclusion that we had at about 10 minutes in.
Yeah, it felt like this game was done a long time ago. Hacker makes a pivotal mistake, and with this draft, you can't afford to be making mistakes when BLG will just look to outscale you, and that is what they've done in spring. They're a team who will go slow and steady and outmatch you. The fact that there's this Gwen as well, we kind of didn't talk about it, but Bin just showing up, starting that fight, doing so much damage, and the Nexus is going to fall. Pretty convincing game 1 from BLG there ultimately.
Ooh. Easy game from Weiwei. That's Graves. That's Graves with the lead early on, and he took care of business. Nice to see him back in business on that note as well. Feels like for Weiwei, he was someone who, in 2019, we talked a lot about on the BLG roster. Or maybe, sorry, Weiwei. No, V5. V5 2020? V5 2020 summer. There we go. I got there. Was stellar player and was one of the reasons why V5 in summer went from 0-17 in 2020 spring to, you know, 5th or 6th place for summer. So, you know, kind of exciting to see him rising back to the occasion after he got the game on a bit of a platter.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you can say, okay, Hacker made this massive mistake, gave over those 2 free kills, but I think you have to give credit to Weiwei for taking that momentum and never letting up. And the fact he's on this farming jungler who's so strong in the skirmishes, the fact he was just one-shotting camps throughout the entire game, he really surmounted a substantial lead, and it just felt like Ultra Prime looked. I can't fault them because they did look countless times for opportunities, but they just never really came up. They were never really apparent.
Yeah. Like, you know, there's not much more to say than what do you do when the enemy jungle's so far ahead. And remember, you know, it started with that cheeky little invade while we mentioned the skirmish, while we saw, you know, what happened between junglers. It was the invade that started off here from Weiwei on the bottom side, you know, giving a lot of security and setting up Weiwei for success.
And I'm going to give you a little tidbit, okay? There were 2 champions in this game, well, at least that I know of, that was 0-3 going into this game. 0-3 in the LPL, the split.
Oh, no.
It was Kennen, as you mentioned earlier, and it was Graves. So one of them was going to break that streak, and as we saw, the Graves now 1-3 so far. Not every Graves has had a game quite like Wei there. And what's surprising is that he didn't even do the most damage. I think the reason he didn't do the most damage is because every time he hit them, they ran out of health. Unfortunately, so not much window. You can only do as much damage as they have health, and Wei really feeling that one. But I mean, look at the goal difference over time. It just never felt like it came back in favor.
Yeah, 14 KDA. I mean, that's worth writing home about. And obviously, the vision score is something that also needs to be highlighted when you get Umbral Glaive. I mean, honestly, it's such a good art. The damage is already pretty decent, but the passive is just so good for competitive League of Legends. Like, honestly, 102 vision score at what, 30 minutes into the game is pretty clean.
The thing is as well, she takes Zombie Ward, and Zombie Ward, obviously you get the wards that place down every time you clear something, but also you get stats. I think it's like you need to clear 10 wards and you get like 30 adaptive force, I think it is. So easy to get that extra, those stacks in, and then just be able to be so much more powerful.
I mean, I wonder if he's going to get Graves in game number 2. For Wei, a great performance. Let's be honest. I called the Nasus MVP in game number 1. This one feels like it should be it, but we'll see. We're going to go to a break. When we return, see if we're correct and see what happens rolling into game 2.
Yeah. But to go to the flip side now, and kind of move the conversation forward, RNG, like you said, feel like they slightly outdid expectations. I think any of us could have seen them winning that tournament, but the way they did it was phenomenal. But RNG didn't care. RNG said, screw that tournament. They come into the split, and Bin is gone. Bin is going over to BLG.
Bin is in the bin.
RNG. I mean, hey, it could work out. It could work out. So Bin over to BLG. RNG now taking Breathe. So ultimately just a swap. My guess would be that RNG probably made this choice going into MSI because I feel like this isn't some kind of last-minute swap. But I guess just overall general thoughts on the swap, how you guys think it'll work out for... We can start with RNG, and Emily, we could start with you. Breathe to RNG.
I mean, I think RNG get exactly what they want here. Anyone who's listened to talk to me, I actually knows I have like a huge soft spot in my heart for Bin from having interviewed him, and just I just love top laners that play like him, just like contest the wave before the minions even get there, like you're just in that person's face. You have insane forward percentage. Maybe it's not always the best idea to do that at all, or as frequently as Bin does, but because of that, I really like him. It would be remiss to say that that doesn't make you incredibly volatile, especially with the way that top lane matchups work. They're like top lane of all roles, in my opinion, is the one that is most heavily matchup dependent, despite the fact that it's also like the most independent or like detached lane from the rest of the game still. So when it happens that, like, for example, I think the Camille game 4 game is even a really good example of that, where it's like if you don't end up winning that lane, it's suddenly really difficult to play. And because Bin was so volatile in season, we saw RNG really, really struggle with like how to deal with that. It affected Wei's pathing a lot.
Yeah.
Which I think was the main like struggle point. And again, it didn't showcase itself in like results necessarily because RNG were still winning, but it looked very shaky a lot of times. And I think Breathe is not like, he's still going to give you like really good highlight like team fight moments in particular, but you will take away some of that like laning volatility, in my opinion, and he should be a bit more versatile, which I think will be easier for RNG to deal with and hopefully be able to open up the rest of the map for Wei a little bit more.
Yeah. I feel like this move to me is weird for the fact that I've seen some people get extremely hyped for it. Like, I think Munch is a great example. You saw Munch put out a tweet, and he's like, wow, like, Breathe, finally on a great team, blah, 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 it's going to work out, which I feel like people were saying that looking at the BLG roster coming into the year, but to me, it's like, I don't actually know if this is, like, a perfect fit for RNG. I don't think there's a perfect top lane fit for RNG because RNG's perfect top lane fit is Xiaohu.
Who's in the mid lane. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's no other top laner who plays like Xiaohu in the LPL. So the way I view this move is it's like either just a net neutral, but they play differently, right? They don't have to just send everything up to top. They still could because obviously that's what WE did with Beishang and then played for team fights, or OMG back in the day when he was called Curse. But I feel like this RNG roster would function best if they were playing around bot side and just had Breathe kind of doing his own thing and playing for team fights. But if the meta doesn't allow for that, I don't actually think this RNG team looks better. Again, I don't think they look worse, but I definitely don't think that this is a move that's going to be like, wow, RNG are a clear-cut first place over some other rosters.
I can take you wherever you want. See If you were mine, I would cherish you forever. Day and night, I would hold you in my arms. I would tell you all my secrets if you.
It's a game 1 win from BLG after Weiwei took over on, on his Graves. It was insane. You missed out, and yeah, his Graves was just nuts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm Asterix. This is Orcs, and MVP of game 1. How surprising was it that it was Orcs and Weiwei in the same vein? It was both of you, but mainly this guy.
Yeah, I mean, this Graves, again, I hit on it a lot in the game. We had a lot of talk about because it felt like BLG weren't letting control this game go. You get ahead on a pick like this, you can just steamroll through the jungle camps, farm so far ahead. And Hacker made one mistake. Well, one mistake initially that cost the game. Obviously, some other mistakes came later on. But that one mistake, giving those 2 kills over early, just really snowballed way ahead. And this is that repeat play. Going in a bit too deep. Fofo is there, gets the 1 kill, and then able, using the assistance of Crisp, to track down Cryan and get a second one for himself here. And I want to credit, we can focus on Weiwei all we want. Fofo and Crisp, these 3 were working so well as a trio. Yeah. Particular emphasis on the Weiwei Crisp duo, constantly united together. And it just felt like they were just performing so incredibly well throughout this game.
I mean, the props to Chris are so well deserved. When we came into the series talking about the strength and solid member of BLG seems to be this guy, right? The underrated support, or the support that's on a team that's had a lot of bad tidings, but still looks pretty god tier. Crisp again on this Enchanter did so well, and it feels like BLG got themselves together in a position that we didn't really expect them to. A point of, like, BLG are normally this slower team that plays towards late game. They're not super proactive. Even Fofo, right? Not really super proactive. But this game, Fofo was a bit more committed to the out-of-late experience Orcs, and I don't know, it was just a different vibe than what we came in expecting.
A bit more. It still felt like very much slow and controlled. Now, I think that's the thing to take into account with BLG, is we don't know where Ultra Prime currently stand, but BLG are kind of like the litmus test in the LPL. If your players are not good enough, they will just beat you by raw force. True. But against like the top teams who also have really stacked rosters and are just better teams, that's where they struggle. So against Ultra Prime, that game 1, it did just look like they were just better players. But also, I have to credit that the team play was looking a bit sharper. So that is what I'm hoping is going to develop over the course of the split, is that we see sharper team play from BLG and they turn into a real threat who can challenge some of the top of the table lineups, because still remains to be seen here. But ultimately, it's only game 1 that's passed. We'll see what Ultra Prime can do to bounce back in game 2.
Well, if Weiwei gets something like Graves, I'd be surprised, because we talked a little bit about draft and what could be coming up. Feels like, might not just be the Graves pick, might be how the game played out, but there's just something about it, right? It's definitely what do you call it? It's mental game. You need to get rid of the Graves and go a different direction, because Hacker had such a good start to the game, Orcs. That's what I'm confused about. It was
that first 3 minutes, great.
Yeah. 4? No.
Not so much.
It was the pathing.
I'm not even sure if as long as 3 minutes. I think it was only the first 2 minutes, honestly. But yeah, he had that good early gank bot lane. The expectation was they would map split, and therefore Doggo and Crisp got punished by a gank, and then he just overstepped after that. So see the draft coming out again. Bit of a shake-up. The Gwen going to be banned away from BLT, and the Ezreal from Doggo. Don't feel like it was quite the most instrumental thing, but clearly struggling to get pressure on it. Now here, BLG did ban Renata. Viego is open in this situation, so we'll see if they opt to ban away the Lucian now that we know they don't have that Ezreal Karma to pick into it.
Okay, well, would make sense. Even the lane last time around didn't go super amazingly, but you're right. No Ezreal available. And BLG get rid of Renata again.
This should be a Lucian first pick for Ultra Prime. And they will go for that. So now BLG, they don't have the Ezreal Karma, they don't have the Callisto Renata, they don't have those things we've seen picked into. Well, I mean, we've seen Callisto Renata a bit. We've seen specifically in game 1 the Ezreal Karma. So There is also, though, some other picks that have been left available. Viego is now on the cards. I could see them picking that up for Weiwei. I know the Graves is obviously fantastic, but why leave open such a powerful jungler? Something that has also been picked into the Lucian Nami is Lulu Cog is something. Aphelios Lulu is also something. It's when like the Lucian dashes in for the short trade. If he gets polymorphed, if he gets rooted by the Gravitum, you have the DPS with an Aphelios to shred through him, so it does make things a bit precarious. We'll see if they lock in the AD carry here. Honestly, I think you could leave it and take a jungler. For me, in my mind, the Viego makes a lot of sense. You know, we have the Wukong band away, and those two have kind of been traded off, so they will take that. And now for Ultra Prime, Nami is certainly going to come in this rotation, so it doesn't get banned, and probably a jungler to match the Viego. Otherwise, they risk going to second rotation.
Okay, well, see that Nami come through then. I'm glad you pointed out the fact that they couldn't leave the Viego open. And Weiwei picks it up, so expecting big things from him after the first game. As you were saying, the rotation from Ultra Prime's there. Now my biggest curiosity, Orcs, is that AD carry, because you mentioned the Aphelios, but of course, I want to see something that works so well with the Lulu, and that would be the Kog'Maw, which we haven't really seen that much in the LPL so far.
Yeah, we haven't had much of a window, but I think this is the time. So obviously, I've talked about this a lot, but Lucian Nami, you dash in with the E on you from the Nami, you do your full combos Lucian, a lot of burst, but after that, you kind of just left auto attack and you have long cooldowns early. Cog Lulu, the Lulu can buff the Cog, and you can either give him the W buff or you can polymorph the Lucian, both work, and then Kog'Maw will just shred you. He will just has enough damage in the tank to 100-0 you. So that's why this matchup can be quite delicate for the Lucian Nami. And clearly Doggo and Crisp feel confident, so they will take this one. But now both teams have picked the bot lane and jungle. We're looking at other lanes. Alessandra ban, Telegraphs and Ari ban by Ultra Prime, as that obviously is that counter. We'll see what other directions they can go. Something to note, LeBlanc was banned in game 1, and it is now open and available for Fofo.
Okay, well, things like the Swain that he picked up in game number 1, yeah, right on the board there. We get Lysandra, Ari banned away. I'm trying to think what else, because...
Talia?
Yeah, Talia, well done, well spotted. Cryan has been playing pretty well. Even the Weaver's Wall last game was exceptional, and Galio taken away from him is a very Cryan champ. And Orcs, I just realized, of course Cryan's playing Talia. He loves playing outside the lane and having a bit of a semi-global presence. Like, of course he plays it.
That's why I found it a bit weird that they sort of did that, but ultimately, you know, BLG have choices here. They can go for the mid. That would kind of be the standard play. You get a strong blind. It could be the Talia. It could be the Swain. Or you could opt to go for a top laner for Bin if there's something you want to prioritize. You could, you know, go in the direction of like the GP or the Kale if you feel like there's nothing open to counter it. You could go for the Gnar as well, or you can leave the counter pick for Bin. I know a lot of people in the minds will think counter pick for Bin is better, and BLG opt the same, but they did have those choices available. So now TF, I think matching with Talia, Cryan had a good performance on it, and obviously can match those roams, makes sense. And now Zoom for his blind pick. What's he gonna take up here? Looking at maybe the Sejuani, and he will lock it in. So we've seen that a lot in Korea. In fact, I've seen it play 2 games today. We only saw it in the LPL. I think we saw it top lane. We definitely saw Tarzan in the jungle, but apparently this has been a rising thing, playing that top lane Sejuani. Especially with a melee jungler, so you can easily proc that passive, could make things difficult for Bin.
It was Xiaoshang from TT. The irony is that he used to play behind Flandre, who would have it as his own little pocket while on EDG. So we see our second game of it in the LPL. Going to be matched here with the Gangplank Orcs. So we get a lot of global pressure from BLG, or semi-global, call it what you will. Pressure that is all about bot, right? It seems simple.
Yeah. So I kind of prefer the BLG composition again. I think the TF really good at covering your side lanes, because as much as Talia can match on the roam, she's a lot slower to get there with the Weaver's Wall. TF just appears instantly. That stun card, a really powerful one as well. Great single target lockdown, and then Kog'Maw can shred whoever you've locked down, and then Viego can get the resets. I love how BLG's composition works. The scaling is excellent. And also, if you look at the lanes, like Kog Lulu's a good matchup into Lucian Nami. The Gangplank into Sejuani should be able to free scale. And what's Sejuani's greatest strength? CC, you have the oranges. So I think BLG are once again in a comfortable position. It comes down to Ultra Prime having a strong early game. If that mid jungle can win out and transfer the pressure bot, that could see a win for them. But we saw how dramatically that failed in game 1.
I mean, even if we get to, you know, 20, 25 minutes in an even game state, Orcs. Like this time around with Lulu Cog, with Gangplank, it feels like there's a lot more elements in play that make it so much harder for Ultra Prime. And, you know, game one was taken over by junglers. It was taken over by Weiwei and his early lead that was kind of given to him by Hacker. So I'm kind of curious as to how the adaptation comes through, because we are still on the same sides for these teams. And Hacker was so innovative with his gank path. I'm kind of curious to see, you know, that revisited again and trying to hit Doggo and Crisp down before they get up.
Well, I want to really see them bully out Fofo. Because if you shut down the enemy mid laner, you can make it difficult for TF to step up mid to contest Prio. That's when you can give Cryan more freedom. And pre-level 6, Cryan has an easier time roaming because you get that extra movement speed from your passive against walls. So a bit swifter to get down to the bot lane. Also with the AoE, you're quite good at shoving the wave in. So if you hammer away at mid, maybe bring Xiaoxi up as well, get control of the mid lane, then you can start transferring that pressure down to the bot lane and shutting down this Lulu Cog. I think if you let them go uncontested, they will shred you. Now, interesting enough, Doggo, going for the Hail of Blades. We normally see the lethal tempo. Obviously, this means, like, when you get traded on quite, like, swift trades from the Lucian who tries to get in range you and back off, you will quickly be able to match him. But obviously, doesn't have as much ramping DPS over the course of a fight. But I'm really interested to see how this bot lane plays out. Elk and Xiaoxi left something to be desired in that game one. But to be fair, Ezreal Karma did kind of harass them, keep them trapped in. Level 3 is where the Lucian Nami spikes, and it's all about how you play the trades, how you find the windows.
I just noticed Doggo is literally running the dog skin on Cogmore. You know, it's a subtle detail, but yeah, he's on theme right now. Well said. So I'm very proud of Doggo. Look, it's literally Doggo Cogmore for Doggo. I'm so proud of him right now.
It's the right call. I feel like I'm of course proud of him, but I would have been so disappointed if he hadn't gone for it.
True. I wouldn't have even thought about it, honestly. But yeah, again, on brand, it's amazing to see. Bottom lane really racing for level 2. And Doggo and Crisp have actually taken the bad end of a trade already. Crisp at half HP, but Doggo stepping up those Halo Blades you talked about. And the damage, as I almost choke on my own saliva, does pretty well at this early stage.
Yeah, level 1 is actually, I'd say...
Wait, Bin's flash forward for this onto Zoom. The solo kill, the Sejuani parlay. Bin not going to get the kill. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, level 2 hit first, and Doggo hurts. Elk is all the way back in his turret. The Lucian Nami lane as well. Orcs, that's 2 different lanes where BLG was just smacked hard.
100%. And the thing is, level 1, you could see Xiaoxi doing a good job of contesting. He took the sweeper so he could clear out the vision. That's why Crisp got chunked. But level 2 is where Cog Lulu really spikes. Cool. Doggo can just be buffed up by Crisp and just charge forwards. And Nami Lucian needs level 3 before they can really contest. So you can even see Elk has the W, not the Q. Doesn't have the dash as well. So in a rough spot. But now Bin, no flash, gonna be punished here.
He's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Zoom might be a level down, but Bin's just hoping to get out of this one with a couple of minions under his back. A good Arctic assault, but Zoom setting up the permafrost and won't need it. Hacker with first blood and punishing the over-aggression from Bin early on.
Good start, and this is kind of what we were critical of Bin for in RNG, over trading, playing like it's a 1v1 lane, not respecting the jungle, and we see Hacker find the window now. Weiwei's looking bot again. Dive so risky.
In this meta, in this day and age, it looks hard, but Elk's dead. Ignite down onto Crisp, and the turret stops. Well done from BLG.
Yeah, you have to have supreme confidence on execution there. But the main thing is Elk was quite low. Crisp takes aggro, very well orchestrated, and he flashes out before the next turret hit connects because it would have killed him. So very, very well executed. And this is kind of the thing I was hitting on when we first hit this patch. I don't think we'll see dives completely stopped, but when it's a little bit tenuous, they won't come in. But also the teams who are good at dives will continue to be able to do so. And that has been what we've seen. There's definitely been less dives, but the good teams have found them. Now, Bin in trouble again.
Once more, bullying down this gangplank. He's going to get permafrost, but Orange keeps him safe. Hacker's only level 3, though. He spent a lot of time up here. Bin level 4, so he's going to be okay for now. But just note what it means to be up in this top lane. He's got to kill Orcs. But note on the other side that Weiwei is farming pretty nicely away and is currently a camper.
And this feels like such a Hacker play, just to go for this heavy gank, not go to clear out your jungle and fall behind. And that's one of the things with the gangplank is that you have the oranges to clear that CC. I think, like, even if he didn't have that, probably would have been able to get away, but ultimately weren't able to find it now. Do see some heavy trade. This is where Xiaoxi and Elk feel more confident at the level 3, looking for those shorter trades. Still have to be a bit cautious if you get too close, though, caught by a polymorph or the damage from the Cogmore. Now there's Zoom really overstaying to try and get that plate with Demolish.
Yeah, won't find it. Gets a half HP. Bin's not going to be able to
Sorry, the
trade
proc
further
with
than that.
Demolish, obviously miles away
right.
from the plate.
Yeah, you're right. No, we understood what you meant. We're okay. We're okay. But
Gotta make it clear.
Look, you know, we've played League of Legends before. We kind of understand. There's that many names and mechanics in the game, to be fair. It's like casting, right? I say the wrong thing all the time, and people notice 10% of the time. It's just about being confident, you know, and letting it pass. I do it with skills, Orcs, you know. I call Frozen Tomb, Frozen Prison, and vice versa.
You
You'll
call
notice that.
Inferno Trigger, Chrono Trigger.
That's it, dude.
Today.
That's it.
Yeah, so often I'll start saying the name, and I'll just be like, oh, I don't even remember what the rest of it is, and I just say like, oh, it's Nami W, you know.
I literally say Tsunami, and it's not on purpose. It's an accident because it's in the name. It's a tsunami. It's a tidal wave, and you know it's so similar. So I feel like as a League of Legends player, I've just honestly as playing Nami.
I don't even know which one. Wait, is the real one
The
Tidal
ult.
Wave?
It's Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave's the ult.
Oh.
Yeah, Tsunami.
Yeah,
is not it.
That's the thing. I feel honestly, I just thought it was Tsunami. That makes sense.
It might still happen, honestly. Is Wayway's bot. All right, let's focus in on this because
let's go back in.
because level 5 versus level 5, Hacker's down here to match it though, and Hacker has himself an Iron Spike whip, so he's a little bit stronger right now, and Wayway pays respect with Fofo moving down manually with Destiny in hand.
And so far, I mean, Hacker hasn't made the bid clubs, so things are better, but we get BLG picking up a plate. We even saw both mid laners trying to roam down, and bear in mind, they now have that level 6 available, so Destiny there, the Weaver's Wall, Fofo's ult a little bit snappier. You instantly teleport there for that major impact, but you can guarantee Cryon won't be far behind. And to take stock, we didn't see that early pressure coming out mid. The kill top, nice for Hacker, but not really done too much to set Bin behind. And this bot lane trading has gone in favor of BLG.
And let's not remember let's remember this heal burn. That's what happened in the bottom right-hand corner. Let's remember what you're talking about in draft. Once again for BLG, timing in their favor. The game going slow is always going to work out for them because of what's set up here, Orcs, and how the game looks to be progressed, right? When we look at what Ultra Prime have built here once more, Lucian Nami, big impact coming through if they don't find anything in this game. Cryon as well, and this Talia wants to start moving. We do have level 6 plus on the mid laners as well, and so far at 7.5 minutes, there's only been a kill each, but there's been no roaming to the bottom side. There's no massive gold lead, massive impact in this game for either side yet.
Yeah, and I'll kind of be watching how those level 6s for the mid laners pan out, what useful value they get in them. One thing I do talk about is even if the lane doesn't go too well for Lucian Nami, the one-item spike where you have Mandate on Xiaoxi and Gale Force on Elk is really strong. The problem is Lulu Cogmore also matches. Like, one-item spike for Cogmore is pretty powerful, typically irrespective of what item he goes. Just that extra damage, the buff from the Lulu can go a long way. So I think Ultra Prime, trying to find momentum elsewhere might be good. You can see they're making this swap up towards the Herald. Xiaoxi will move and Elk will be going bot just to hold. What could happen is BLG could look to reset and match. It looks for the timings, the fact Fofo's recalling, Wayway's on the bot side. The play instead is just to go towards this bot tower, get some more damage. Could even look for the dragon. Actually, maybe the reset is coming in, but Hacker's already started this. They won't be there in time for sure.
Yeah, so Ultra Prime definitely feel like they're going to get this. You can see already towards the bottom side trading for the dragon. Fofo moving down as well, and Orcs, we've already seen one dive in this patch, and BLG pulled it off without a hitch. As Elk takes the ignite and goes down to half HP, they're going to do it again. Wayway has himself the Heartbreaker. Fofo's teleported behind, and Crisp is tanking up the damage. Elk's in a bit of trouble now. Xiaoxi's first to die, but Zoom's TP down with a reset and a Heartbreaker out. Wayway does it again. Gold card here for Zoom as the Glacial Prison flies on out. The ignite as well, but Doggo takes him down. That's the best Doggo more as Fofo lives. BLG 3 for 0. The dive impeccable.
Devastating for Ultra Prime. Hacker was getting the Herald, and instead of backing off the bot lane, Ultra Prime stayed. They're corralled in by Fofo.
Okay.
Oh, might find something.
Seismic Shove not going to connect though. Wayway is the full HP member. Rough. They don't get anything. Orcs, they literally don't get a thing. Hacker's still trying to stop the backs, but Wei sticks behind. What a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, they could look for a dive here onto Wei.
How strong is he, though? 2-0 with the Caulfield's Warhammer. Crine takes 2 turret hits. Hacker puts him against wall size and jump time nicely. And that shutdown comes through in the nick of time. Hacker picks it up, and it works out finally for Ultra Prime.
They get a bit of an answer back, but it's still a massive loss for Ultra Prime. The bot lane put really far behind. You can see Kog'Maw working towards the Blithering King. That percentage HP damage combined with the percentage HP in his W will massacre this Sejuani, and honestly anyone. We'll see the replay again. The towers do so much damage. Initially, BLG trade quite heavily in the bot lane and get them low. They go in here. Fofo has aggro, drops it here. And then Wei comes in, uses the ult reset to get away. Doggo, look how much damage that tower hits. It shows how scary it is, but they just don't take the hits. They use their range effectively. And then Zoom tries to look for Fofo. Fofo flashing away, surviving with the Corrupting Potion from the Ignite. And it's just such a massive win for BLG, and now they'll look to pick up this first dragon as well.
So also a little bit of a tally because it is a 1k gold lead at 10.5, 11 minutes here. First dragon is going to go over to BLG, so much like our first series of the night, we talk about delaying the soul coming through, making the game go longer, Orcs. BLG have successfully done that with the first dragon picked up, and also want to point out individual members and who's doing well. Doggo and this Dogmore, he's 20 CS up. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King well and truly on the way, as you were mentioning before. And on the side of Ultra Prime, the shining light right now seems to be Crine. He's 120 CS. He's 30 up on Fofo. It really does feel like Ultra Prime are going to rely on this mid laner to get the ball rolling and give some steam to Ultra Prime.
Well, I think a big thing is Fofo, right? The fact he's moving. He has sacrificed a lot of farm. You saw Crine there clearing away the enemy Raptors to really amplify the lead. So yeah, I agree. He's going to be a pivotal piece for them. But Fofo, this mid laner who we said was so much in his lane, not willing to move around, making the roams to bot lane, make things happen. Now he will be challenged, heavily chunked out by Cryin. Not having a fun time in the 1v1, but a proactive move from a player who we typically see not do it. Now Elk will look for the culling, not too much damage there.
Doggo. Thumbs up, of course.
Thumbs up.
Gotta do it.
And it feels like it's only a 1,000 gold lead. Ultra Prime definitely not out of the game yet, and it isn't as disastrous as that game one, but it is not looking positive. And it looks like zoning being away from the tower. They're gonna potentially throw the Herald down and look to secure tower, but it's for the Sejuani. Maybe not the prime target. You're giving that gold over to.
I mean, trading sides of the map, right? Like right now, what we see is the bottom side is paying the price for it. And I don't know what you put your chips in here, Orcs. The Sejuani top or the Kog'Maw Lulu in the bottom lane that is close to knocking down that turret. 2 bits of turret plating left. Wei may have left, but he's done enough damage to take away some of the camps and give more priority to this annoying Yordle duo. Now, my biggest question is Kog'Maw a Yordle? Is Kog'Maw a Yordle? No, he's not.
No, he's a void monster thing, you know?
He's a short void monster, I'm just saying. Same size as Lulu.
Not everyone who's short is a Yordle. Okay?
We're getting, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. We're getting into dangerous
You can't
territory.
just like go around. It's like Annie's not a Yordle, she's a child, right?
What's Zoe? Zoe's celestial, isn't she? She's 300 years old or something. But she's the size of a Yordle. I don't know.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like you can't just assume everyone who's smaller than us. Like, Yumi's not a Yordle. Yumi's a cat. Or is Yumi a Yordle? I don't know. She's a cat.
Now I made you doubt. No, it's probably not. Probably not.
You've ruined me. I was so confident, and now you're making me question everything.
No, you're right. You're on the page. Yumi's definitely not. But look, I'll take you aside from that because we've got first items on the board, and I really want to discuss how this game progresses from now. Because when I say first items, I mean first items for 5 members of BLG, 4 for the side of Ultra Prime. We're close for Shousey. He's the one lacking right now. No dragon up and available, but it's a Herald I'm interested in, Orcs. 50 seconds till it spawns. That'll be in about 15 minutes time in the game. BLG are getting real cocky in the enemy jungle as the tidal wave comes through and Shousey unleashes but finds no target. And that should be up close towards the Herald spawning.
Yeah, a nice use with the Shurelias from Crisp to get them out. And this is a great spike for... Like, I've talked a lot about the Gale Force mandate spike for the Lucianami. But Kog'Maw, Blithering King, often one items for Kog'Maw really powerful. And the movement speed you're given by the Lulu with the W, the Whimsy, and the shield, obviously. I mean, they work, both of them apply the Shirelia's movement speed boost. Just means you can run down targets. And I talked a bit before about how this combo will shred that Sejuani. We kind of seen it already there.
Yeah, it has to use the Glacial Prison to get away. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Elk and Shousey looking for their own targets, but Weiwei wants to come back in. Aqua Prison, great, but the gold card's at the ready on top of Elk, and he cleanses immediately, jumps back in to trade off. But now Crisp is here, 3 versus 2, but the range is too much to gather. Doggo sits in the bottom lane meanwhile as well. He didn't bring himself some cavalry, and means that Doggo should be able to pick himself up the wave, push it out, back away, start heading towards that second item with a 30 CS lead. Excuse me, math needs to be done. 25 CS lead over Elk at this point in the game, while Ultra Prime is going to be taking the Rift Herald, the second one to move.
Yeah, should be able to secure this one fairly easily, and could end up just throwing it down mid to try and pressure that tier 1, so they can try and get prio on the dragon. The problem is, Shousey, undoubtedly, if you recall now, you will get your mandate, which is, I think, what they're going for. I think they even try to give the cannon to Shousey, although he might have actually missed it. But regardless, the goal is to have the mandate, that double 1-item spike. You can see even at the bottom left of your screen, 3 points in W for the lane, and then you start maxing the E for that extra power on the Lucian. So they have that spike, but the problem is you're late. You're late to be back on the map, so Weiwei will be able to stop this dragon and easily take that one. And Ultra Prime, they look like they might be leaning up towards the top side, potentially looking for a Herald charge to finish off that top tier 2, sorry, because it is low already, so a lot of gold for Hacker and Crime. But where's the wave?
It's gone. Been starting to clear him real quick. Level 11. Barrel timings are getting lower and lower. Trinity Force is picked up as well. Cannon Barrage even used. Crine gets a good sizing shove. Flashed away from is the Everfrost, but the wave once again has gone, and Crine at half HP. But look at the rest of BLG. They're converging around the mid lane. They've got themselves a wave as well, and a good boy. They're going to be able to push this down pretty quick, or not even attempt, because Elk rocks up, but at the very least, still get themselves a bit more pressure on the map.
Yeah, you see the rest of Ultra Prime just collapse in to defend. Still have the Herald in pocket, can still throw it down mid and get the tier 1. Weren't quite able to get that top tier 2, that extra gold in, and didn't want to commit the Herald. I think the focus will be getting that tier 1 mid, prioritizing that now. At this spike with Elk, well, they're looking now.
Glacial Prison misses though, but it's onto Doggo. This guy needs help. He's going to get the wild growth, and that's a start. Ultra Prime healthy enough, but Doggo is at half HP. That ain't good. They're going to be able to clear the wave. Zoom steps up and won't be able to get
Herald Hacker. Like, just throw it down and get the tower. I feel like you're holding it for so long. Like, I guess maybe he's thinking we can get this without it, but that should have been the tier 1 gone. And now you're giving a chance to BLG to turn it around.
Heal the flash. Fofo wants his gold cover, doesn't connect. Fofo, he's out of range. Weiwei as well. And Elk has to burn his own summoner. Excuse me, that was only an E. So nothing burned.
Yeah, E in the Gale Force as well.
Okay, well, now that the Gale Force down, maybe a bit more significant. Dodging away from the seismic shove. Everfrost used by Crine too. We're just throwing stones quite literally at each other at this point. A-ramming for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just back and forth. No one finding a window. Ultra Prime still have the Herald that should secure them the mid-tier 1 when they look for it. But BLG are just trying to defend. Meanwhile, Bin is just catching waves. They now have thrown down the Herald. This should secure the tower, assuming BLG aren't able to stop its path. But blue card from Fofo won't do anything. And they finally get that mid lane tier 1. We'll see if they can secure it for a second charge.
Zoom's looking pretty ambitious here. Remember, the Glacial Prison's already up and available. Feels pretty quick, but BLG unable to stop the second charge. Get some damage off on the tier 2. And Ultra Prime back away. They're catching up in the goal, but it's still about 1,500 for BLG at 18 minutes in the game. And remember, we talked a lot about the scaling. If you're a viewer coming in, whether you're the first time coming from, I don't know if LCK is running still or not. It's getting pretty late here in the LPL, but we're looking, and we started talking, I should say, at how much this BLG roster scales. This game specifically, Orcs, if I can get my words out. And anyone else could see that tuning in for the first time. We have Gangplank, we have Cog Lulu. Orcs, you talk so much about how this fight is going to be impactful for BLG the later game goes on. There's 2 dragons in BLG's pocket, and Ultra Prime might be catching up in gold, but their windows are fast approaching.
And I think what gets really scary for me is when TF has a rapid fire cannon, it's so hard for Ultra Prime because they're so short ranged. Everyone in this lineup is either melee or like Talia, Lucian. Lucian with Culling's a bit longer range, but that's not your full functional range. And it just means like you have to be in range of a gold card. And as soon as you get gold card, Kog'Maw will just pump autos into you. You'll probably go down. Wei will get a reset, and the momentum will carry forwards. You get the movement speed from Crisp and the Chevaliers, and that should be how the fights are played out. So Ultra Prime have to be a bit more creative to find angles into their fights. And BLG are doing a good job of not letting that happen. Bin, while all the A-ramming was going on, he was going back and forth, clearing waves. You can see, despite not having the kill, he's got that bounty. And he does ult to try and clear the wave spot, but Ultra Prime once more looking to really heavily contest. But in the meantime, BLG doing a good job of playing the side lanes. I think while this A-ram's been going on, BLG have been very effectively getting resources on their solo laners.
Ooh, Bin starting to do damage as well. Collector picked up. Cryan spotted over the wall. Seismic shove trying to be angled as Culling comes through again. They got Bin. He gets knocked back, chunked out. The wild growth used on the gangplank. If the fight continues, Doggo will not have as much protection as BLG continue to try and defend, while their solo laner starts hitting away at the top lane turret.
Yeah, so we do see the push in coming from Zoom, and that wave's not being matched, and eventually enough pressure's put down mid for Ultra Prime to find that tier 2. So definitely a positive there. It just took a lot of time, and you can see BLG is up in gold as a result. The resources collected. Now, Ocean Dragon in 30 seconds. BLG already on 2. I think Ultra Prime definitely want to secure this one if possible. But look at Doggo's items now. It's the Blazing King, Ginsu's big spike, and the rapid fire on Fofo for that long-range stun card. They're trying to force in. They want to fight this.
Destiny's already been used here to get into position. Fofo joins back in. 5 vs 5, but it's scattered. Bin behind enemy lines. EU fans, it's not quite there as Zoom gets his ulti, but it's only a slow one to Chris. The Glacial Prison now down the Everfrost, slowing down Cryan. So much CC, but the kickback. There he goes. The dog is down, and Chris can't keep him safe and sound. BLG with a numbers disadvantage, but look how ambitious they are. They want to go back in, but the gold card hitting Zoom, it does nothing. And Ultra Prime stands as a 5-man strong with Bin. He does it again. Oh, EU fans, I was wrong. It happens once more, but Ultra Prime, they're the ones that get bullied by it. And another GP moment as a flash forward. Everyone getting low, but Bin survives, and the world tremors once more.
Beautiful barrels from Bin. It honestly felt like with Doggo down, that should be enough. Fofo keeps throwing down the stun cards, and then Bin finds the window to pop them. But now, TP coming in. This is Zoom, and Hacker is there as well.
And you really don't kill him. They're going to try and kill the Lee Sin first, but Zoom rejoins, and the Glacial Prison shortly will come off the cooldown to add into the fray. Wei slowed on down, and Zoom now regretting the choice. I guess there's not enough damage with Doggo, especially joining back in. Ultra Prime have to be careful with the dragon that still wasn't taken, which is what the fight was about.
Yeah, and you can see Lucianami coming in as well pretty shortly. TP comes in from Bin. Everyone here crying can weave his wall to close the gap, but the fight's going now.
All right, it's Fofo joins in. Bin shortly after the culling doing work with the cleanse. He's immediate onto the dragon at 2k. Out goes Zoom, out goes Hacker, and out goes Ultra Prime, a 3-man, but the knockback is there. It's huge here as BLG are getting whopped in the fight. Hacker joins back in, and BLG are targeted for elimination. How did Ultra Prime take that?
What a redemption for Hacker, honestly. The Lee Sin getting a huge kick on a Doggo before, cleaning up in that fight. And honestly, I thought that was doomed. BLG got the dragon. Zoom got knocked over the wall by Cryan's Weaver's wall. It looked desperate, but they find the kills. And now they're on the Baron. But bear in mind, Bin is up. Doggo is up. Cannon Barrage up in a second.
Okay, well, Doggo doesn't have Chris by his side, though. So as the Cannon Barrage comes through, Bin wants to line the barrels once again. This gangplank forces off a whole team off of Baron. Bin by himself told Ultra Prime to get lost.
Yeah, you can't do it with the magic resist shred. The ult is so threatening. The Kog'Maw ult's coming down as well. We get a replay of that fight. And Hacker finds this beautiful window. Sonic Wave through the mess. Gets the kick flash. Doggo with flash doesn't get time to react. Instantly popped. And then it looks like it's going to be favorable for Ultra Prime. But Fofo keeps finding these stun cards on a target. It means they can't approach. They keep getting chunked out. And then Bin finds this window. The barrel combo on the bot lane. Flashes in to kill Elk. Beautiful play. And we expect nothing else from Bin.
I mean, we were laying into him at the start of broadcast, the weakest member of RNG. But there's always these high highs that we remember from this player.
RNG are a pretty good team. It's not
That's
too much of a
true.
negative to be the weakest player on that roster. And then this follow-up fight, Ultra Prime initially have to get out. They end up dashing away. And then watch, this is the moment I thought it was doomed. Watch the Weaver's Wall. It knocks Zoom in, but then the combo from Crying does all the work. Zoom survives long enough to get the cooldowns, and look at Hacker flies in, clears up these low health members, but we don't get time for replays.
Yeah, we're going again. Elk caught out. The rest of the team are on the side. We come back from the replay, folks, and suddenly Ultra Prime lose their saving grace. Elk is 0-4, and now down a member with Baron in BLG's eyes.
Remember, Baron wasn't taken. Fofo flashed for the stun there and used Destiny. Elk with no cleanse wasn't able to stand up, but now 4v5, they have to try and defend this, and Bin is looking for barrels.
Yeah, he's in the brush, gets Hacker and Zoom. Might not be the most damage on the tanks, but it zones him off. Fofo takes a wild growth, and as Ignite ticks on down, he's getting close. He blows up. Zoom helps do the job with BLG with a numbers disadvantage again. Crispus used his ult on the wrong person once more, and Doggo without his support. The kickback. Bin. Revenge is a dish best served by a blind monk.
Oh, and honestly, I thought, we thought Lucian Nami was the combo. Talia Nami there. Crying did so much damage, and we felt like BLG, once they got to the stage of the game, would have the momentum. Ultra Prime just flawlessly finding these fights. Zoom with the CC lockdown, Hacker with these kicks. This is the Ultra Prime we saw in the Fear series. This is why they gave us hope. And as game 2 was slipping away, as we felt like maybe this is going to be a 2-0, they come back, they're revitalized. They get the Baron, they're 3,000 gold up. Dragon Soul in a minute 45 if BLG can secure it, but I feel like Ultra Prime are feeling confident to defend. And after a horrific game 1, a huge jungle gap, Hacker 5-0-4 on the Lee Sin.
God, and 3-1 and 5 on Crying. Let's give him a lot of respect. Game 1 had a good couple of Weaver's Walls. This game again, you're talking about the combo. He's on fire with these seismic shoves.
And look at the damage coming out constantly in this fight. You see like the mandate proc as well from Crying, and the fact that he obviously easily reprocs it, applies with the Q, reprocs it again. And then look at Crisp just absolutely shredded here. Can't escape from the slows on top of that. And then Hacker again with another great kick. Ward hops over Bin. Can't get back after that one with no flash. The CC comes in from Zoom. And this is just so refreshing. I honestly felt so sad coming out of game 1. It felt like maybe we just overhyped Ultra Prime. Beating OMG. OMG obviously struggled earlier today. But this is what we'd hope for. A revitalized team. A team that Zoom joined to step up. And now pushing with that Baron. BLG on defensive. Trying to find some potential windows.
I mean, looking for that pick. Crying going to get locked down, but he's done it again. Better mid wins in this game as Fofo is sent to the fountain. Ultra Prime making a 5v4 once again. A seismic shove! What is it with ex-RNG players and popping off in the second game? Been trying, but at the very least, it's Crying's show now.
Now the wall to cut them off.
He's looking for another one.
Find Doggo.
Seismic shove was close, Orcs, but Ultra Prime, they got what they came for. It's a bottom lane inhibitor. The Baron minions help make short work of it. 5k gold lead just about, and a dragon to deny from BLG.
And I think we're seeing the power of this Talia. The reason this pick is prioritized, the damage that comes out, the consistent pick potential with the shoves, but also just launching the big boulders at them. So if anyone who isn't too clear on the update, one of the big changes they made was once you fire your Q on worked ground, you don't just fire one shard, you fire one massive boulder that does a ton of damage.
Yeah.
And Crying is again just finding so much output in these fights. It's now a 4,000 gold lead for Ultra Prime. They've denied the soul by picking up that dragon. Wait does find Zoom, but they will just walk past now. At this point, TF isn't going to be as relevant in the later stage of the game. He still has that CC control, but there is cleanse on Crying and Elk, which makes things difficult. But ultimately, I'm looking at Bin, I'm looking at Doggo. These two need to be the ones pulling the lion's share of the weight in these later team fights.
I mean, on both sides, I'm looking at Bin, and I'm looking at Crying. As Fofo is in the brush, flashes over. Culling is there to meet him, and Elk gale forces into the wall, doesn't get much distance. Fofo, because of it, gets away. I'm not sure what's going on with this other mid laner, but that is why the story is about Crying, about Bin, about RNG's MSI champions from previous years.
And this is just great use of Lucianami, what they want to be doing, finding those picks when people out of position, the rapid fire there as well to challenge. Fortunately, Elk kind of misplays it a bit, the dash into the wall, not helping him out. but only Bin's cleanse. Fofo now losing the flash in return. Starting to get more items come out. I assume going to be next for Elk. We have the Gale Force for Doggo. So Kraken Slayer is obviously the high DPS mythic. Shield Bow gives those defensive tools, but really value in the mobility this offers. And when you've been found by Hacker's kicks before, I think it makes sense. Positioning on this card going to be so vital in these fights.
So let me ask you about BLG scaling and what we talked about before. Ultra Prime have such a big lead now. They're so strong. At what point do we start shifting the narrative back to BLG and saying, well, it's too late in the game and Ultra Prime are running out of damage to impact this team?
I feel like the thing is, there's never a point where it's too late because you have pick potential. If you find someone out of position, Ultra Prime can just burst them. And as much as like GP and Kog'Maw can be real menaces later on, they're all squishy on the side of BLG. If someone mispositions, they will just die. So as much as I favor the scaling for BLG, you cannot ignore the threat of Ultra Prime at any point. There's no like guaranteed win point in this game, I feel. So that's why I feel like, you know, Ultra Prime are able to find these windows. The Hack is stunned.
But not that much damage coming out. Fofo with the stun down, a seismic shove again.
Oh my lord.
Crisp has to ult the jungler. Weiwei is going back the way he came. And Ultra Prime full HP with Hacker the kickback onto Bin. There's no wild growth to help him out. Elk takes him down and Hacker is unleashed. The Hacker man back behind the computer. Ultra Prime with another inhibitor and they are making this look like a fun Game 3 ahead with BLG's back against their Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Super Minions coming in bot. They can try and end here, or they can reset for the Baron in 50 seconds. Looks like gonna try for the play and see if they can end. Can BLG defend?
Was back crying with the seismic shove. Misses that one. The gold card comes through from Fofo, but once again, he's getting shredded to smithereens. Weiwei not doing too much. Is in the back line. Zoom is a massive fridge sitting on top of a freezer. This Sejuani cannot be killed, and Ultra Prime cannot be defeated. With their egos in game number 2, I'm ready to see what this explores to finish off this series. Ultra Prime 16-7 with a banging comeback in this second game. Show us what you got.
Oh, this was such an enjoyable comeback to see from them, and honestly, this is why we're excited about Ultra Prime. I really felt like coming to this series, seeing that game 1, maybe we overhyped them, maybe it was just that the opposition in their first series wasn't there, but they really put the pedal to the metal in that one. And Crying, someone who, similar to Bin, was criticized as being the weakest player on his team on that MSI winning RNG. What a Talia performance, honestly. So well played, constantly finding those knockbacks on the Talia to just decimate the enemy team. And it felt like BLG just couldn't find windows in.
I mean, honestly, with BLG's performance in that game, you know, like in the early stages, we're talking about, okay, the strength of, you know, Bin surviving on his own. Doggo and Chris were getting through the lane quite nicely, but it was never this huge lead. It was always BLG playing super defensive and making sure they could get to that stage where they're on even turf. Okay, they can take a team fight. But Ultra Prime, some of these fights were incredible to watch. And yeah, Crying had such a good performance on this Talia, despite Bin, you know, giving us a bit of deja vu with his gameplay performance.
RNG members, man.
That's right, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Hacker is my main one in this game, because game 1, I said it in the game, I said it after game 1, I say it again now, it was jungle diff. Absolutely, Weiwei just decimated him. But this one picks the Lee Sin again and delivers really well. And it wasn't even just like the early prowess, it was also those fantastic kicks he was finding in team fights to set up plays. One of the things that we kind of wanted to talk about coming into patch 12.10, more enchanters in the meta. How will LPL teams fare when you don't have primary engage on your support after so many splits of Leona and Nautilus just being so dominant? And it really can come down to other members of the team stepping up. Lee Sin is not like your traditional primary engage. Often you want more reliable champions like the Jarvan or even your Sejuani top, but Hacker was finding those windows, making it work. And onto those pivotal targets, the Kog'Maw and the GP, and you can see Bin, most damage in the game. He was one of the people the Hacker was able to hunt down on that pick.
I mean, it was crucial. It's what turned the game around. And Hacker's Lee Sin, something historically that has always been one of his favorites. And, you know, everyone goes, oh, every jungler can play Lee Sin. But for LPL fans that don't really go past this year or even last year, Hacker was on the Suning Super Team. Hacker had high expectations when that team of Shao Al himself, I think we had, I'm not sure if we had Angel in that roster. No, I think it was Maple, Sword Art, and AD carry was SMLZ. And this team was so hyped up. And since then, Hacker's kind of been a former shadow of himself. So it is nice to see him back in the spotlight here, Orcs, and you giving him praise. Of course, it was a multi-man effort with, you know, Cryan picking up the damage numbers because he had such a good Talia performance and was always ahead of Fofo in CS and was always kind of this big threat.
Yeah, and I do want to just going back to the Hacker point. I was speaking to Jordan, to Lyric the other day, and he was saying that there was like memes from the Chinese audience about Hacker, how like first 15 minutes, this guy can be insane, really set up plays, and then he just falls off a cliff, becomes invisible. This was not that. This was post 15 minutes him finding these great windows into team fight. And that's the main thing. Is like if he had a fantastic early game, we've seen him do that before and fall off a cliff, but he was finding the opportunity to be useful beyond that when the game started to feel a bit trickier. So I cannot give him enough credit, and I hope that form continues into game 3.
I was going to say to you, dude, we saw that in game 1. First 3 minutes were great. And then after that, he kind of fell off the cliff and entered for the way, 12-0 Graves. So it's been crazy, game 1 and game 2, but now we go to a game 3 to finish off the night, ladies and gentlemen. Short break. When we return, let's see which direction this final game goes. It's said that history is written by the victors, and for the LPL, that history has been written by Edward Gaming, an organization that has reached the pinnacle of League of Legends in every metric. 6 LPL titles, an MSI championship, and your 2021 World Champions.
They've actually done it! The LPL is back on top! They made it all the way!
Every time they seem to have slipped up, they return with a fire in their eyes and remind the world who they are.
And win back all.
And yet, without nearly as stacked of a resume, JDG continues to impress. Led by their superstar jungler and a bot lane that doesn't seem to miss, JDG is primed to ramp up and blow past the competition. And with a roster this stacked, they might just do it.
When we rise.
The LPL are kings again!
Herald will disappear, but plating given over to Angel as he moves over. Still confident here in the strength of Viper as SOFM gets tagged away. Sonic Wave's there from Cherished, the kick backwards as well. SOFM has Stolt to get out, but he's on the wrong side of dodge. True shot barrage. Man, there you go. You get the Korean sniper from Viper at the 3-0 start that every Ezreal wants. Meanwhile, the Shy dealing with Viper. This bird trying to go to an egg, but it's already happened. Viper secured it. He gets another double, and EDG somehow come out clean.
I think EDG are going to look super good. Viper was the best AD carry in LPL, even if he didn't go. Probably the best AD carry in the world in spring.
Viper and Mako, baby, they're doing it again.
When we rise, we run on the edge and across the flames.
That burst damage is huge, but missing is getting very low as well. Jackie Love, oh ho ho! Hope with the slam down. The hook misses as well. Mark gets outplayed by Hope, and Hope unleashes the calling into night.
That was Hope breaking the ankles of the top esports bot lane.
We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same.
Oh my lord, that damage.
Literally just dead. Konami goes into the backline. Heroic Entrance comes in as well. Righteous Judgment not going to do anything as it's another fight white for JDG.
Absolute massacre on the rift. The damage coming out. That will be a convincing finish to this series. A stompier game than we saw in the previous 2. This is a heated rivalry, and JDG absolutely have the edge today.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be.
Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe coming into this split, and with all the 17 amazing teams we have, the unique identities, I'd be looking at Ultra Prime and BLG and saying that this is an absolute barn burner, banger, you name it. I just had a banana. I'm that hyped. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Orcs. And yeah, the brain power is going to activate for this third one because it needs to. Orcs, our final game of the night, we've had all 6, or at least will after this one's done. We give Hacker MVP for game number 2, and you and I need to start discussing Ultra Prime because that was a very impressive performance out of the blue.
I mean, Hacker bouncing back from what was a tragic game 1, really delivering on this pick, and not falling off in the late game is a key thing to hit on, something historically he has been criticized for. Some flawless kicks, and honestly, you know, BLG, Koglulu, which won against the Nami Lucian, had a massive lead. Bin's Gangplank, which we saw do some wonders, and yet they lose the game in these team fights. The execution not there, and Ultra Prime just coming out blinder. Hacker fantastic with those least engages. Crying constantly doing so much damage with the Talia finding those shoves. Zoom on the Sejuani top felt like a brick wall. You know, we talked about the percentage HP damage from Doggo.
Sure.
It didn't seem to work, right? I saw a massive health bar with Zoom, didn't seem to be able to shred through him. It just felt like Doggo couldn't find a way to position these fights.
And remember, each fight we saw, it was one member getting caught out, or it was Chris Alti, excuse me, I'm 12 again, using his ultimate on people like Fofo, on Bin. It was never Doggo getting the ult. It was never Doggo getting space in fights, Orcs. It was pick potential that we talked about, that you mentioned specifically, with Cryans Talia, Hackers Lee Sin, even the Sejuani from Zoom towards the end. That Talia being banned, we all understand why it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is like the new TF maybe for Crying, honestly, in terms of proficiency on the champion. And honestly, with how strong it is right now, even more proficient. We'll see Ultra Prime repeat their bans for the previous game. BLG banned Nautilus and Renata. Those are both being left open, and instead opting for the Talia and Lucian. Looks like Ultra Prime, instead of going for the Lee Sin again with Wukong banned, they will go for the Viego, it seems, and that will give BLG priority on potentially AD carries, mid supports. We'll see if they do opt to lock this in.
I'm curious about those 80 carries, though, for Doggo and Chris. If they go back towards the Lulu Cog, had a decent lane, but felt like it was, not really an option for their team fights because of how well Ultra Prime did with their picks. With the Viego there, Orcs, run me through BLG's options.
So the Renata being open, you could take like a Renata dual lane, but Kalista not being there kind of limits the effectiveness. But we could see that, Aphelios Renata is pretty potent. I think maybe you could just take a jungler to not reveal too much, or you lock it in if you want to commit, and they are going to. So This is very much a defensive kite back lane. You can outrange it, definitely. But obviously Ezreal, something that could do that, is banned away. If you run into this, we know all about Renata, Aphelios red-white guns. The Renata can make sure he doesn't actually die. He can get the return kill. And on top of that, the ultimate for Renata is fantastic for when people are diving into him. So Ultra Prime, potentially looking at an option with long range. The Senna would make a lot of sense in this situation. And then you can pair it up with whatever you want. Tahm Kench, the typical one. But knowing the full bot lane matchup, you could even go for something else to pair, but they will commit to that Tahm Kench. So bot lane locked in for both teams. Now BLG have some choices. They can go for like a top laner or a mid laner here and ban away counters. They could pick up Ari for Fofo, ban away like Lissandra, or they could go for a jungler just to match. But realistically, game one, we saw that Waywave was really good in the Graves. So as long as he feels comfortable in his pool, you can just leave it till the next rotation and give emphasis to your solo laners. It looks like that's what they're going to do and lock in that Swain.
Makes sense. I mean, Fofo had a pretty good game one on it, and the Twisted Fate was nowhere near what this Swain was at the start of the series. So nice to see Fofo return to something that has a bit more carry potential, whether it's the Mandate or the Leandri's build. But now, Orcs, we know that BLG without a jungler are Prime banning by Ultra Prime. While on the other side, Crying going to be targeted a bit here as per usual.
Something I'm going to say with this BLG composition, this is like one of the hardest anti-dive comps I've seen. All three champions fantastic into short-range dive threats. I feel like Ultra Prime, I'd actually love to see them lean into things that have a bit longer range if they can do so, because I think if you get up close and personal with BLG's comp, you will struggle. BLG probably looking to get some engage across the composition, just to try and get people up close and force those fights. So we'll see what they opt for here. The TF can be banned away from Crying. The Ari as well. Definitely something that can play around those dashes and keep at a distance.
Yeah.
Now for Ultra Prime, see if there's anything else they want to throw towards a jungler. Maybe a ban towards Bin even. As other than the Gwen, we haven't seen too many, and they will go for that Fiora.
I love it. Fiora, Camille. Those are the two champions when you think about Bin. And of course, we'll say Gangplank as well now. That kind of has to go in there.
I think Gwen now at this point.
Yeah, that's true. But Gwen's just like an everyone top lane champion, though. I didn't even say the
You
shot.
can't be top lane and not play this champ.
Yeah, that's right. So, it's few and far between. Olaf hovered now. We haven't seen that in the top lane as of yet. But something we have seen today. Hang on a minute. Kha'Zix. Now, Hacker, this was Hacker's pocket. So it's so ironic that we're getting it out of Wayway in game 3 against him.
And it just kind of really solidifies like the AoE slows with the spikes that you can land. Great burst pick potential, but not the most engaged in this composition. So still exceptionally hard to dive on a BLG. And we'll see what Ultra Prime end up solidifying their composition with. Could go for the Sejuani in the top lane again. That CC could come in really handy. I feel like for Crying, typically we see on these more utility focused picks, I want to see like a long range control mage, honestly, I think would make the most sense here. I feel like if you're playing dive, you're going to have a bit of a problem. See what he opts for. Azir would actually be really on theme. I'm not sure if it's a pick that we really see crying on. Potentially could come out. I would like this.
I'll have a lot of questions for you if this gets locked in, because I have some concerns about Weiwei, which I'll be asking you when we round out the drafts. I just want to see what goes into the top lane here, Orcs, because GP is open once again, but last time it was towards the Cogmore and Lulu lane. So Orcs will round this out on the top side and see what Bin goes for, because remember that Bin, Camille, Fiora, those are the champions I associate with him in the most. But also the GP has to go in there too.
Yeah, so I feel like the Camille can make a lot of sense in terms of needing that like engage potential. But right now, BLG are kind of at the whim of the enemy team. They want the enemy team to run into them. They want things like the Barrel, the Swain AoE, the Renata, Felios to just massacre anyone who gets close. Even those tanks like Zoom and Shaoxi will get shredded if they misstep. The Kha'Zix is an interesting one and how that will work with the dynamic. You could potentially look for pick opportunities. That's absolutely something that you could find. But I kind of like Ultra Prime's comp in terms of like they have the strong engage tools. They have these long range carries, because ultimately Azir and Senna should never really get close enough to BLG's threats to feel the pain. And should Weiwei try and jump in for an assassination, Tahm Kench can just gobble someone up and then look to back away.
That's why I was going to ask you how Weiwei plays this game, because it looks really hard to play Kha'Zix into this comp with Tahm Kench, with Sejuani. There's so much, what would you call it? You know, so many bodyguards for the core carries that it feels like a big Weiwei performance, or this Kha'Zix might not do anything.
And the thing is, the Kha'Zix needs momentum. Level 6 is really where you come online initially and you get your first evolve and you get your ultimate. And it's very much playing around vision pockets. So I wonder if we'll see the Umbral Glaive come out early. Because I think if you just go into a team fight, this Kha'Zix isn't going to have that much impact. It's not going to be that useful. If Ultra Prime are grouped, and particularly the Tahm Kench is there, you're going to have a hard time assassinating anyone. Like, the only real good target is like Senna or Azir. And even then, you should expect Tahm to be with Senna. Azir can shove you away on his own. So I feel like if Weiwei gets a lead, if Hacker makes a mistake, sure, I can see it working. If they play around vision very effectively, again, I can see windows. Especially with the durability patch coming in, I feel like this might be a hard game for Weiwei. And the rest of the team, like, there's good scaling, don't get me wrong, like, on the side of BLG. But I feel like it's just the fact that if Ultra Prime play with their ranges effectively, it might be difficult for them on the side of BLG to lay down damage.
Okay, well, it seems like it's going to be on the back of Weiwei a bit here. He has gone with the Ghost Smite here as a Kha'Zix jungle with Conqueror. So we're not going full electrocute, folks. We're not going Dark Harvest or anything that really insinuates that this Kha'Zix is going to be a huge assassin. But at the very least, Orcs, do you want to touch on it?
It's going to be a bit more bruisery, I expect. Like one of the things with Kha'Zix is when Gordrinker was really strong, we saw him like rush towards that. And I imagine this could be a similar thing coming out here. You're in for the long extended fights where you get multiple rotations of your cooldown, stack Conqueror, Ghost keeps you going. And if you get a reset, you obviously can reset your dash later on when you have that evolved and the Ghost gets extended duration. The problem is I feel like that build may not have enough pop to execute those squishy carries. I don't know. It's hard for me to judge because I haven't seen too much Kha'Zix on this patch, especially not this specific build. We'll see how it does end up playing out. For now, though,
Shaoxi just flash exhaust over the wall. He wanted it, and he literally wanted to taste the fear of Weiwei. But BLG have rotated here, and the handshake on blue buff, not going to get anything on Ultra Prime, but Fofo's coming behind enemy lines, and Cryant hasn't moved. The never move, in fact, doesn't get anyone, but Ignite down on Shaoxi. This is messy, and with Fofo missing, Elk is just firing away. Waiting for that cooldown again. Fofo finally gets it. This time he flashes forward for it as well. The handshake good. BLG, the early start in their hands. Chris flashes for it as well. And now tasting the fear. It's Fofo who picks up the second. And Ultra Prime, that's gotta sting.
At least in game one, Hacker waited till 3 minutes, but I mean, they're starting even earlier. In this one, what was Shaoxi doing? We're going to watch the replay, and I can speculate, but man, that was such a bad play. Clearly saw Weiwei and thought, he has no flash. If I flash over and lock him down, there's no way he wins. But instantly, as soon as you make that play, you've just lost both summoners on one of your champions in like this level 1 fight where summoners can be so impactful. And as a result, BLG just play the long extended fight. Cryant even pushes the first wave in and then comes over slowly, but Azir level 1. so useless, right? You just put the soldiers down. You don't even have Q to reposition them. And, like, they got so much value out of the Renata with those constant autos, the handshakes. Just, oh, man. A terrible and honestly unnecessary play, I feel like, from Ultra Prime.
When we're just talking about draft and how it feels like a difference, it's a 1k gold lead now. BLG, they might not be ahead in the jungle, but there's a kill mid. And there's setup in the bottom lane. Look at the CS differences. Bin now ignited. He's deep again. We know Bin for this so well as Zoom absorbs damage, but Hacker's going to get the kill. Ultra Prime at least getting something back in the game thanks to Bin.
And I feel like Bin on the enemy team is like perfect scenario for Hacker because he is a jungler who will punish you with ganks. And Bin, this is what we've been critical of him all of spring, is he plays with blinkers. He doesn't look towards the rest of the map, doesn't care about enemy jungler. He's like, I am going to fist fight enemy top laner, and whatever happens, happens. And once again, an easy pickup for Hacker. Will say that they didn't bring in the flash from Bin, so not really as painful as it could be. Still not exactly ideal, but we do something to take into account. It's Cryin in the mid lane. We saw him with the CS lead in game 1, and I will say in Fofo's defense, he did kind of get punished by the invade where Cryin first got the push in, but 20 CS lead already in this game.
After that invade, it's kind of funny to see that gold is even. Like, BLG was such a big win, but yeah, Orcs, it's coming back to Cryin stayed in lane, and Fofo missed his first never move, but had the flash for the second. So for BLG, they're just going to continue trailing behind for now. Now, bot is the CS lead, as you'd expect in Center Time Kench, but a little bit more so than usual with Doggo and Crisp having a bit more time in lane here, Orcs.
Yep.
So they're going to continue pushing out, and it just feels like right now, BLG have control down here, but they are losing control in the rest of the map, especially mid, as we keep seeing Cryin hard pushing up.
And this is a thing where seeing strong individual performance from Cryin, obviously with the extra help from the invade, but ultimately Cryin is a player who's criticized for his individual play. Player who'd lose lane and sacrifice it for the team to make RNG with Xiaohu top work. But here, actually really punishing Fofo, challenging someone who is seen as one of the top laners in the league. I mean, last year in summer, people were talking about Fofo really being up there. And he is falling behind a bit. Is able to recoup, but TP from Cryin will continue to apply that pressure. So good start in the mid lane. Top lane's going fine. Jungle matchup is okay. It's only really this bot lane I'm a bit concerned about. But losing farm on the Tom Kench isn't as impactful as long as you're still getting souls on the center. And the expectation is this is kind of a rough lane anyway for Center Tom because the double range matchup, the fact that Renata can auto and then the proc means Doggo can deal extra damage. It's just a lane you have to try and survive as a Center Tom. Use your sustain tools.
So walk me through as Crisp has made an early roam here in the mid lane. I'm going to pause for now. Weiwei's coming in as well, but Fofo needs a never move. Chris just looking to help the shove out with the loyalty program. Orcs is going to ask you a little bit about what Weiwei does with the map state, but maybe the answer is going to come through top side as Cannon Barrage used on top of Zoom. The barrage does not finish off the pig, and unfortunately, Zoom has to sit back for now, and well, Bin's not going to challenge any further, so CS won't be a problem.
Yeah, should still to pick this up. Has to be concerned about the ultimate potentially from Zoom. Even though you can orange it with Locky in place, and you're not really going to go for a solo dive. Does have that orange shield and presumably second win for the harass. You asked me a question, I forgot what it was.
I actually didn't finish it. I was going to ask you about what Weiwei does with this game state. Like, what do you do as the Kha'Zix? Because there was a lot of emphasis on this pick and what it had to achieve. Otherwise, Ultra Prime could kind of just coast with the comp they've set up.
You farm to 6. We are seeing the Gore Drinker Kha'Zix, who is that Bruiser build. But basically, you farm up to 6 and you get that empowerment with your skill upgraded. And then you look for those skirmishes where if someone is isolated, you get all that extra damage. Particularly if it's like a scattered skirmish, right? If, say, the front line of Ultra Prime jump in and then Elk is left alone, Kha'Zix can really just burst you down. And the fact is you're bulky enough. Maybe not quite yet, right? You don't have those tank items coming in this soon, but when you get the Gore Drinker, you will be tanky enough to withstand at least a little bit of damage in return and maybe find those extended plays. Use things like the stealth and use diving in between brushes to find windows to assassinate those squishier targets.
Well, I mean, with starting off the Dragon and getting towards 6, Weiwei's definitely ticking one of those boxes. You did mention that it does come down to that 6 marks, getting one of the Evolve, and we'll see which one that is as well. Up CS in the jungle, but Hacker has a kill, and he's able to take away Krugs, plus set up a potential dive up here again. Bin is down 10 CS against the Sejuani. Zoom doing pretty well. And Hacker continues putting pressure on this top lane GP right in front of the Herald that's now spawned.
Yeah, and this heavy prio mid, we can see Fofo even resetting now without TP to get back into lane. Brian doing a fantastic job in this matchup. It is a good matchup, right? As he is someone who finds that early prio, and Swain kind of struggles with that. His cooldowns on his Q, his main wave clear ability quite long. And so using the prio they have mid and top, able to secure this first Herald uncontested. So a solid start from Ultra Prime.
And meanwhile, down to the bottom lane, Doggo's going to ulti onto Elk, and it's Shuriken time here. Okie dokie. It's like 10-10 from Naruto, but unfortunately, much like the anime, doing absolutely nothing. Doggo trying again, though, getting that Calibrum into action, and the crescendo is still there, but missing away from the Calibrum Q. Doggo keeping it in action, and now BLG trying to move down as well.
Yeah, trying to make something happen. Xiaoxi isn't level 6 yet, which I think is the big tool to mitigate the dive, but still feels risky. Remember, Renata can make dives a fair bit easier with the W. Sure. They will steal away the red, and they're looking for this. Can they level up in time? Crisp and Doggo both 6, so Ultra Prime shouldn't be too far off, but it's not going to come in.
Hostile Takeover does nothing, misses, hits between the coast, but Fofo's here to help out, and now onto Xiaoxi. Weiwei getting that isolation bonus, but Xiaoxi will survive. That Tahm Kench doing wonders as Cryin comes in for extra support.
There's the level 6 now, literally just a couple of seconds after. Ooh. And that kind of goes back to that invade. Missing out the first wave meant they kind of denied the experience, and so as a result we see the dive working off without a hitch. 4 members was enough. No ultimate from the Tahm Kench making all the difference, and it's an extra kill going in the pocket of Fofo, so I like the proactivity coming out from BLG.
Okay, so dive goes well. BLG have done it again. We've seen that BLG in the last game, you know, their dives were clean, and they pulled them off really, really nicely. Once again, that's come through. Fofo's in a good place, but also remember that this is the Imperial Mandate build, so gold is going to essentially a support Swain as we look at this one again.
Yeah, the root, honestly, from Melk, not the best. You should have saved that for the dive so that you can root Fofo and he could take enough tower hits to die. You can see the Swain very bulky with the ultimate, but even then has to get out quickly before the tower shots ramp, and able just to pick up the center and get away in that situation. Won't really be able to do that again. I think something big with Tahm Kench is not only the fact that obviously his ult stops you from being able to hit them, the shield afterwards is pretty massive. And you're either burning enough damage to get through it, in which case you're wasting your cooldowns to kill the target, or you're letting it time out, neither of which are ideal for a dive.
True.
Maybe Elk overstepping.
Yeah, trusting Xiaoxi. I mean, there we go, the Devour in action. Elk saved.
Problem is,
why?
It's a cooldown used, right?
Yeah.
Just from overstepping there a little bit. And realistically, you know, you can definitely fish for souls sometimes and overstep, or you can try and get trades that give you souls and go too far. But really, you shouldn't be the one stepping up. It should be Xiaoxi, so a bit of a mistake there from Elk.
And now with that cooldown, remember in the early game, going to be massive here. Tongue Lash comes through from Doggo, the bailout as well onto Elk. He's got no saving grace this time. Cannon Barrage from downtown. Ben puts him in the trash.
Had to press R. Elk had to press R as soon as possible to get the shield. I just don't think he had time before the cannon barrage came down, but ultimately Doggo and Crisp just styling on this bot lane 2v2. But like the center, Tahm Kench might be the option, the long range tools of the center. But my question really is, the Tahm Kench, was it necessary? We see center Tahm as traditional bot lane, but I've seen so many variations, particularly in the ERLs in Europe. Seen like center Seraphine, seen even center Swain come out sometimes. Sure. I feel like if you know your bot lane matchup, and you know it's not like a super aggressive all-in one, maybe Tahm Kench wasn't needed necessarily, but either way, they made their bed and they have to lay in it, and now the lane phase is the thing that's really been going rough to the side of Ultra Prime. We'll see what they can do from here.
Well, Herald was put down mid, so at least some gold goes back, and it's into Cryin. Remember the Cryin in game number 2 on the Talia was also 30 CS ahead. He's maintained that in this game. He's got himself a Leandries on the Azir, so Cryin pretty strong here this early on. Also want to point out that, you know, Hacker still pretty strong himself, trailing in CS, but now has a Divine Sunderer. So these are the people it feels like to watch out for, Orcs, while on the other side, BLG, I mean, there's an Imperial Mandate on the San already, but again, we aren't getting the Leandries from him, but Bin got a kill there. Bin got a kill with the ultimate, and now able to match Zoom a little better, and Bin with resources, like we saw in last game, does a hell of a lot.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, look at that parlay that came in. The Triforce now completed. Big spike for the GP. So there comes some spot. Now, BLG look for that second dragon. I don't think Ultra Prime contest. So BLG get off to a really solid start. Got those early objectives. And that's something that Kha'Zix is fantastic at. that Q damage on isolated targets just mean you could rush down those neutrals so quickly.
Yeah.
And able to secure them early on. 2 dragons to be caught so early, very impactful. Ocean Soul comes in. I feel like definitely has some value. You know, this is going to be a bulkier Kha'Zix, but I think better for Ultra Prime, who have more tankier members, in all honesty.
Just love watching topside. Zoom does enough damage, but so does Bin. Ignite comes down. It gets a bit more serious with Hacker joining in, but Bin's away in time. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Xiaoxin slowed down. Doggo doing his fair share. Handshake missing, but the loyalty program really not adding too much. Unfortunately, not enough rewards points to get the car. And so Crisp, it just pulls away as well. For BLG's bottom lane, they continue dominating. You can see the CS difference and take that what you will with the Tahm Kench in center. But at the very least, Doggo and Crisp are always pushed up, always adding pressure, Orcs.
Yeah, I think the significant thing as well is the plate difference that are really coming. You know, nearly got 4 plates done, and Elk's trying to make these trades happen, but so scary, this Aphelios, if you just end up mispositioning. Oh, Elk.
Well, he's going to hit, and Xiaoxi eats him up midway. Good shielding.
Look at
Chris
the TP.
now in trouble. Flashes away, dodges from the binding, but Cryan's here. On top of Doggo, he will not let him escape. 1 kill for the Azir. Give him a double, and suddenly it might be BLG that are crying.
And look at the clock. 14 minutes and 20 seconds. 14 minutes hit, and Cryan hesitated, not even for a millisecond. TP'd straight down to make that work. Really great play, and Cryan is honestly like Superman this game. Yep. Winning lane, finds the roam with the TP, gets those 2 kills, gonna be able to return for mid, and sure, BLG are able to pick up that Herald, but it's post 14 minutes, won't be able to get those extra plates with it. I don't think Ultra Prime are concerned, and that was a full health tower. They just managed to decimate through, I believe. I think it was full health, right? Either way, a ton of plates, a ton of gold.
Yeah, either way, it falls. Orcs, that's what matters as we look to the top side. TP play, BLG want revenge, and onto Zoom, this will be harder to die, but the Herald, it'll help out. Barrels at the ready, and Zoom now up against the wall. An Arctic Assault out, but Weiwei jumps in with his own little bailout. Fofo survives too, and that's going to be a turret trade. So BLG still trying to be proactive in the midst of an upset.
But look at mid, right? This is just an up trade for Ultra Prime. They got 2 kills compared to 1. They did trade towers, but they got the extra plates as well and got the first tower goal. Actually, no, they didn't get the plates, sorry. It was post 14 minutes. It was. Yeah. So they didn't get the plates, but they got the first tower gold, whereas BLG missed out on it. And it's just the instant TP as soon as 14 minutes hit. You see the Azir turn up, kills Doggo. Crisp can't do anything. He's already burnt his flash. Really heads up play. And then on the back of this, they get that bot lane tier 1, get the first tower gold. They get the mid lane tier 1, really impactful from Cryan. And things are looking positive for Ultra Prime. Gold is even. BLG have 2 dragons, but they've definitely managed to pull things back. And I am looking towards that next dragon as a point of contention.
That's why we're talking up Ultra Prime, guys. Remember, the BLG might have been the super team from last split. They might have been in playoffs. Ultra Prime missing out, but Ultra Prime got Zoom this split. They finished 12th in spring. And were kind of on the cusp like OMG were. They're a team that, yeah, you could have seen them make playoffs and get that last spot. They're also a team, though, that you're like, well, you can understand why they wouldn't get that last spot. For Ultra Prime, winning up against OMG in the first series was amazing, but here putting up the effort against BLG is good too. Now can they survive the dive in the mid lane as Elk gets tagged out, but Weiwei can't commit. No isolation with the tadpole right next to you, and they just have to back away. Mid lane turret stays standing, and BLG still struggling to crack through.
Yeah, and it's so hard to take these towers, especially like an Azir being on the map in general is such a wall. But when you move the center Tahm in here, it's so hard to just find a dive opportunity. They've just been moving Cryan around. He's going to take this top lane tower, more gold for him. And he has really just been doing as much as he can in this game. Going to take a couple of hits, but 300 extra gold in his pocket. More farm picked up. 184 CS in 17 minutes. And this is a new look for Cryan. Someone who I'll hit on it again. We've mentioned a few times today. When he was on the RNG, the MSI winning roster, people were critical of him. He was looked at as the weakest player. Focused more on roaming instead of the individual laning. He's been given a matchup in this game that he can take over on, and so far he has.
Kind of gives me those vibes of Cryan in the early stage of MSI. Remember in 2020, where he had some real dominant mid lane shellacking performances. BLG, pause. We got a bit of a pick here onto Hacker, but quickly stops as Cryan joins in. Weiwei takes a tiny bit of damage, but it's the numbers I'm worried about as BLG push the button to go. Doggo's jumping in on top of Xiaoxi. He's dragged back with an ever move. The flare comes out, but Shousey's taking so long to die, but eventually he will. Doggo with the kill, and meanwhile, Haka has to back away at half HP. Elk's now joined in, but BLG feeling confident to look for the third dragon, which is a big deal.
We'll see if they can contest. Still, Shousey obviously can't eat himself. The one who can't be saved. No flash means he's cut out, but they're still looking for an angle.
Look at Bin zoning, though. Glacial Prison not going to come out, and that's a barrel once again. Bin running forward, and Elk's ulti does work, but into the back line. Crying, jumping in, making a bounce house, but Wayway survives. Ultra Prime getting low, and as we get Crying down and dead, now Doggo's ready to go. Bin behind him, and Ultra Prime running for the hills. And the hill, the turn, Hacker needs a reset, but Chris won't give it to him. As the chase continues, Wayway wants to get him down, but Doggo's now here right in front. Bin as well, trying to chase up, but BLG might need to get out of there now as Zoom's still chasing himself. Route after route, play after play, no one dying yet. Bin with the barrel chamber, Shousey, what a hero. Jumping forward, Ultra Prime might regret that one as, again, only a couple of deaths coming through, but BLG get the dragon, and they knock Crying off of his pedestal.
I think the problem there for Ultra Prime is they were late to the play. So talked a lot about at the start of the game how Ultra Prime have the range advantage, and I think the pivotal thing with that is being on the objective first and forcing BLG to come into you. When BLG are the ones set up, that's what they want. They want you to come into them. And so what ends up happening is initially Shousey is just super overextended for this control ward. Doggo with the Gale Force into Calibrum means he's caught out. No way to escape, no flash, can't obviously gobble himself. And that's the pick that kind of sets up BLG. So they're now able to move into the river. And as much as Crying tries to go for the big hero play, it's honestly a mistake because you're opting into what BLG want. BLG want you to come into them so that Doggo with red-white can just free hit. So when Crying flies in and looks for the shuffle, we get the flash from Crisp and then the jump away from Wayway so no one's caught. And now look at Doggo. He's standing on Crying, ready to decimate him. And then the follow-up to the fight. Oh, Engage won't come in there, though they're looking.
I mean, Zoom's dead. Zoom is now dead. His carcass on the floor. Wayway not going to get caught out on the side either. That top laner was the fridge that you buy at Bunnings for $1,000 and it lasts you 10 years. Now that it's down, what do? BLG is a 4-man unit sitting here strong, but it's Bin I'm worried about with the barrel chain over the wall. It's going to come through, but misses only slightly. Mid lane turret stays standing, and still a pain for BLG to knock this one down, but they keep getting more and more.
And I'm just not sure what happened with Zoom going down, but there is definitely the DPS on BLG. Never any hesitation about that. Doggo is absolutely mastering anyone who gets close, and Bin as well, similarly, can just shred. But it just feels like Ultra Prime keep opting into situations that aren't favorable for them. And that's one thing to be said for this composition. Bit of execution is higher. And we'll see how this ends up actually playing out. Looks like Zoom just dives in, and this is a problem. It's onto a Swain who has the ability to pop that ultimate. He's fine with you diving into him. This is what BLG want. They want to be dove into, and it's only when Ultra Prime realize the fight is bad and start running away that you can see BLG's comp isn't as effective, right? They're not as good at chasing down. They want you to run into them, and I think Ultra Prime need to re-examine how they're approaching these fights.
Because again, there was such a highlight on the draft difference on how Ultra Prime set themselves up for ease of access. Ease of this third game for potential win. Now, Ultra Prime aren't that far behind in gold, but Dragons are a concern here, Orcs. We've got an Ocean Soul coming up in a minute 30. BLG prepared. 1k gold lead's significant enough, but it is also item territory we're getting into. 2 items with a stopwatch there for the mid lane Swain in Fofo. We have a 2-item GP on Bin. Phage is moving into the third. Also got a 2-item Doggo soon to be as well with what looks to be Infinity? Bloodthirster. Thank you very much for the
Can't build Infinity Edge second. That's illegal.
Yeah.
Not allowed.
I was like, that's
I
good.
think one of the issues here is we're seeing like the mid-game trough for Ascena, 2 levels down on Doggo, particularly when a team like Ascena falls behind. It's so easy to just lose out in levels if you're denied waves, because again, you're not the one farming. But 50 seconds on this dragon. The pivotal thing is whoever gets onto the area first, who gets control of it, will have such a big advantage. Both teams kind of want you to run into them. So establishing control, very, very important. And both teams are hotly trying to contest this here and now.
That's why it's scared for Bin to do exactly that. Zoom takes a chunk. Now, Zoom is a 2-item Sejuani with Fimble Winter, but remember, we are going to require a back here for him to heal up the majority. before this fight takes off. 35 seconds, excuse me, 25. I was pixelated until this dragon spawns. Ocean Soul coming through his TP now. There is all handshake on Hacker. That's the jungler. The smite now also at half HP. Hacker caught out in the exact same position Zoom just was. Never move again. Ultra Prime keeps walking into the same position. Literally, I feel like this has happened more times than I've watched the Shrek movie. Ultra Prime still walking in, but the health bars are a bit scattered.
Oh, Engage coming in.
Ultra Prime is coming through as well. This is good onto the back of Bin. Cryin has a whopper of an ulti, but look at this. The ulti from Crisp. The W, I mean, onto Bin. Beautiful as Doggo heading forward. BLG. This is their Ultra Prime now. As Crisp is just so confident after the play. Weiwei with his resets continues to run forward, and for BLG, they're feeling themselves at this point.
So many low health bars on the side of BLG, but Hacker cannot find a reset. Oh,
again, they just keep walking into Swain. I don't know what to say, Orcs.
Every time, it just feels on repeat, and you can see how much they're trying to get into the river. They eventually look for an engage, but BLG's comp is in prime position to deal with it. Bin doesn't even go down because of the W from Chris coming in, the reset. And BLG, they get the dragon, they get Ocean Soul. Gonna make so much difference because honestly, you know, the two DPS threats on Ultra Prime are Elk and Cryin. Ocean Soul will just make it so much harder for them to cut through targets. And we got a replay, so Zoom fishes for Bin, does catch him, and it looks like he's going to go down. But the W from the Renata means even though he runs out of health, all he has to do is kill Zoom, and Doggo is there to make sure it happens. Low health bars coming in, but Ultra Prime, they've lost their primary frontliner, and Doggo even feels confident enough to charge forwards. The constant never moves coming in to drag people in, and despite once more stopwatches coming in to keep people from going down, BLG managed to find the fight.
Beautiful ult from Chris. Beautiful W, sorry, with the bailout. Chris saving the day, keeping Bin in it. The highlight of BLG, if you haven't heard, in the past, consistently, was always about this support. 2-1-10 here on the Renata. 100% kill participation, not surprising. And as Orc said just before we went to a break, or rather, replay, 3K gold lead, but more importantly, the Ocean Soul now here at 25 minutes, Orc.
And I'm pretty sure it was in spring, if I remember correctly. It was Crisp that everyone was like fearful off his Renata when it first came onto the Rift, because he'd played it to such a masterful level in like solo queue, and so it was frequently banned against him. We didn't actually get to see it for quite a while, and this is kind of showing why. The comfort on this champion, spellbook taken as well, now running with the ghost. Wait, could be in trouble though.
Yeah, he's on a ward, has to leap over, but the Heartbreaker matches and going invisible for the time being. Hacker is isolated but tanky enough to absorb it. Ultra Prime forcing away Weiwei's ulti. It won't be a big cooldown, but still trying to get that pick.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is as soon as you dive with the wall, it becomes a 1v1 with the Kazakhs. He fares pretty well, but does just use that ultimate to get away. BLG, this is how they're just playing. They are getting control of an area, and anyone who tries to approach Multi-Prime, they're just like throwing out cooldowns at them.
I mean, Fofo with a never move, aiming for Elk once again, trying to get that time catch ulti out, but look, here we go.
Look at Bin.
Rolling through, everybody attack each other, and now with Fofo forward and Doggo feeling as well. Crying's ulti, a big deal, but he's jumped on, and the bailout helping so much. Chelsea and Zoom left as remnants. BLG making it so up must come down.
And was that a triple kill for Chris coming out? What a mad one, but BLG able to find the engage windows. They're just so much stronger than Ultra Prime now. They charge at them, don't give them time to move. Bin with the beautiful flank coming in to cut them off, and now BLG can go towards the Baron. 17 kills to 4. BLG so favored in this game.
Feels like we put this one in getting too hard basket here. It's been a couple of back and forths, and even though it's 17 to 4, gold 6,000. It'll bridge to about 7.5, make it 8. BLG might have just secured themselves their first series win of the LPL 2022 summer off the back of a very hard series, but a very entertaining one, including the game.
Yeah, and Hackett dashes forward. They know he doesn't have ultimate. They know he doesn't have flash. So they just chase him down. The permanent slows coming out from Fofo with their allies now. And Bin finds this angle with the barrel. It only actually connects onto Hacker, and he's not the full crit build. He's not doing as much damage, but it's enough to finish off. And then Cryin doing what he can. Doing what he can. The tower setup the Emperor's Divide to try and force them under it. But all the healing coming out from BLG, the Ocean Soul, just means no one's actually taking that much damage. They're healing up. Remember that fight before? Everyone was so low at the end. Everyone who survived there for BLG was basically full HP.
You're right, though. Chris got a triple kill. That's something I haven't seen on a support in quite a while. So, props again. Chris, 5-1-12. That 100% kill participation is holding strong. And at this point, BLG with the Baron buff, the waves looking so hard for Cryin to clear because Elk's not doing enough damage. He's 1.5 items strong. It's all about Cryin and how do he deal with multiple waves at once.
And I think, honestly, Ocean Soul, I think Mountain Soul would have been really bad as well, but Ocean Soul's so bad for Ultra Prime, for BLG to have it because they're lacking the damage. I feel like if it was Infernal, that's giving the enemy team extra damage. You have these bulky frontliners, but they just cannot cut through. And Doggo with this Bloodthirster, look at the shield he has. Yeah. It's so disgusting. And remember, you're often going to have to kill him twice because the Renata W really is a struggle for Ultra Prime. They're trying to play base defense right now, but it's 1:20 until the Baron times out. And you know what also is around that time? Starix? It's the Elder Dragon. Yeah. So this is probably going to be, BLG may not be able to crack the base. They may do, but more importantly, Ultra Prime won't get to leave their inhibitor towers. And then Elder Dragon's going to spawn, and Ultra Prime have to walk all the way through their red side jungle to get there. And I think that is where the game is going to end, because either BLG get the Elder or BLG get the fight.
Well, one or the other. It still feels very sure thing. Bin's whittling away at the turrets with the Baron buff getting so much value. 3,500 gold Baron power play so far. We've got 45 seconds left, and BLG are assaulting on all angles. Now pushing through, they get an inhibitor turret, and Ultra Prime are just trying to defend, but Fofo's so confident. Weiwei as well. This bruiser Kha'Zix taking nothing as Elk's dragged in, saved by Shalcy, but now Shalcy is going to die for that sin. Elk running all back, but Fofo doesn't care. He's built support. He'll do enough. Orcs, it won't even end outside the base, or maybe for now, it gets delayed. Doggo going to try and do it himself as Bin's joined in, and Zoom is still a bit of a fridge. Running forward, Doggo taking some damage, but the Gale Force gets him out of dodge, and hang on a minute, Bin drops the ulti, and BLG are just toying with him at this point.
I think you see the divide. BLG start to rush forward and tower dive. That's when Ultra Prime actually start to find the kills. Importantly, Cryin rejoins. He is the one with all the damage. But as soon as Ultra Prime start chasing down BLG, the kiting comes in, the burst, the shredding through. TP coming in from Cryin, though. They're trying to actually contest this Elder, and I think it's the right call.
But Bin is here. Level 17 gangplank off on the wing. Weiwei is going to run face first. Bin not involved for now. Cryin with some good poke as well, and that stops the Elder buff. That stops the Elder from even getting started again. BLG playing it very close to the chest.
Yeah, but it's just a mistake from BLG. They didn't need to overstep. They saw the end of the game, and now they've allowed Ultra Prime to leave the base to contest this Elder. You can see TP is available to Bin. There were some pings on the inhibitor, but Zoom is there defending with his TP. This is still such a hard play for Ultra Prime to make, but they have to try and make this work. They have to try and contest this. TP coming in now from Bin. He's just had a reset. They want the fight to happen. We can see Weiwei fishing on the flank.
All right, Xiaoxi is going to have a big day of it because he's saved Elk so many times. Xiaoxi has been a bit of a saving grace, but how do you survive this one? How do you get yourself through this fight as Ultra Prime on death's door with Zoom still defending, not making the TP play yet? Weiwei on the backside. The junglers are not even near the dragon. BLG want to turn for the fight instead. It's Bin who sets up his barrel chain. I'm waiting for it to pop off, but Cryin is denying it. With Weiwei still not in the pit and the dragon just taking its sweet time. Orcs, they have Ocean Soul. Why would they rush?
They can just sustain up the poke. Cryin's trying to get it down. He's doing a good job of deleting the barrels before they come up, but no one's really finding too much presence here. Bin is not looking.
Cannon Barrage comes through. That means he's going to commit now as barrel goes through only onto Hacker. Zoom finally TP's in, but BLG, they're the ones taking the brunt of the damage, and they haven't killed Cryin, who feels like a bit of the raid boss here. But BLG move on back the Ocean Soul, helping them again. And onto the dragon it begins.
You can see the difficulty. The engage is lacking for BLG. They try and throw it on the Renata ult, but it's not doing enough. The thing that's favoring them is that Ocean Soul, the sustain, keeping them healthy.
Cryin with a big ulti. Yeah, it's a good one, but onto Weiwei. He's buying time. Bin's going to go mid and end the game, while BLG have already found Hacker. jungler down in a 5 versus 4. Ultra Prime still not winning as Crying's now caught out. He's separated from Shoutzy, who jumps into the rest of them. What a big surprise. A massive hug from BLG. 4 people squish him inside. Elk gets destroyed. And now Bin deals with Zoom with an open Nexus. What a great series between BLG and Ultra Prime to give us such potential in these teams. But for BLG, getting their first win was so important of the split. For the once super team, rebuilding the roster, BLG looking damn spicy for this season.
And honestly, in that game, Doggo redeeming himself for that game too, where on the Kog'Maw, he felt like he kept getting caught, but there on the Aphelios, super aggressive, knowing he had the backup of Crisp, able to deliver. And despite, you know, I called out some limitations to the composition, we even saw them struggling to find the engages. They got ahead, they got control of the area, they knew what they had to do. They would set up on an objective and force Ultra Prime to contest into them. And time again, it just worked so well.
I think both teams, you know, coming away with quite a lot to learn from that series. I would be impressed with Ultra Prime. What happened in their second game? I would say that Orcs overall, like, the biggest standout in this series is like someone like Crying, Bin as well, adapting to their rosters. Crying had such a good series. And even in that Azir last game, like, despite them losing, I think Crying was at points of saving grace and still played well enough.
I feel like even for me, Crisp is such a standout. The Renata performance in Game 3, fantastic. Game 2, when his teammates kept getting caught out, the only reason they didn't die nearly as many times was him on the Lulu. We said it time and time again, the ultimate being thrown on a Fofo to keep him healthy, but really, he wasn't the one getting picked off 9 times out of 10. And I feel like Crisp just showing why, you know, he is rated so highly, even when BLG was struggling. Really fantastic performance.
Yeah, again, Crisp, Renata was banned against him in spring when it first came out. No one else was getting a respect ban, and then Crisp brought it to the table, and we kind of saw why. So another great Renata game from him. A highlight for me was also Bin throughout the day. Bin had some bullying thrown against him in game number 1, but he was great in game 2. He was great in game 3. Filling me with hope because when we saw the trade of BLG sending Breathe to RNG sending Bin to BLG, I was thinking, oh, this is the worst trade. Like, you know, losing Breathe, I think Breathe would, you know, considered a better top laner, but Bin's still an MSI champion and he's kind of acting like it.
And I think, you know, Lyric was saying he feels like Bin as an addition to BLG can work well, having something that you can play to. Didn't really happen in this series, but and as much as he was still vulnerable to those ganks, became such a menace in the later stages. Crying, doing everything he can to turn it around, but ultimately, I think the Ocean Soul just kind of allowed BLG to hit critical mass. Elk, this is kind of a recurring issue with the Senna, is if you fall behind in the mid game, like this game, I think at the end, Elk was like level 10, level 11, I think he was level 11, and Doggo was level 15. And like, I know the whole point of the fasting Senna is you've got to be down in gold and experience, but you make up for it with the souls. But that is such a massive discrepancy. Remember, with the durability patch, the health per level, the armor per level, the magic resist per level is up. So you're 4 levels down your counterpart. This big, beefy Aphelios with a Bloodthirster, with a Renata who can't go down. And Elk, I feel like if anyone looked at him, he just dropped. And you even saw like him autoing Weiwei doing basically no damage. And yeah. I'm surprised he had that much damage in the game.
He didn't have 2 items till the very end. He was sitting on Umbral Glaive with components towards the Eclipse. It just kind of shows again how far behind he was. 0-7. Rough performance here, considering that, you know, we did see some breath of fresh air from Elk in the series and even the last one. But for Ultra Prime, this is still filling me with somewhat hope, right? They're the losing team, but they're still hitting this benchmark that I think is higher overall than last split. It's nice to see them go up against OMG, do really well against OMG, have an exceptional game against BLG. Kind of makes me think that they could be a dark horse for playoffs. How far they go or if they can actually make that jump is a question we'll answer throughout the split.
I mean, you got to remember that even when we look towards spring, BLG was not only a team who made it into playoffs, but also made it past the first round of playoffs as well, and then lost 3-1 at Top Esports. So they even took a game of Top Esports. So we were so critical of BLG for these issues. That is because the roster is so stacked that you got to remember that even with these issues, they were still a formidable opponent, right? Top Esports, who ran all the way to the finals, who 3-0'd LNG, still dropped the game. And I think the fact that Ultra Prime are challenging them, giving them a real fight, I think is a big positive to take away from this. I think Ultra Prime have given us a lot to think about. And OMG, their first opponent in the split, I definitely feel like we saw earlier today, maybe not the most convincing opponent to have taken down, but to be challenging one of the stronger dogs in the league has me feeling quite positive towards them. I think the next match is up against RA. I think they can realistically look to take that one potentially against RA. So be optimistic, see how that one goes. It's another decent test for them, a team that will be similar to them in the standings, whereas BLG was probably be a bit above. And yeah, I just feel like there's more positivity about this roster, because sometimes you can look at the bottom end of the LPL and just, some teams you can definitely feel a bit like, I'm not sure I really see it. I think bear in mind with week 2, Ultra Prime has time to grow.
Very true. I was going to touch up on their schedule, RA next, but Ultra Prime feel like they have a heavily weighted schedule coming up. After RA, JDG, Weibo Gaming, RNG, back to back to back. And then a week later, EDG. So it does feel like Ultra Prime, they get them to get their toes wet before they get, almost drowned in the shallow end. I don't know if that's right.
I'm going to say it. I feel like JDG is a hard matchup. I feel like Weibo are beatable, right? For Ultra Prime. I'm not saying it's like favored, but I feel like it's winnable. I feel like RNG is like a big question mark because we haven't seen them since MSI. They're bringing in a new top laner, which a lot of people, I'm included, think it should be a better fit for the roster, but we saw how hard they struggled with Bin joining. I remember back to summer 2021, coming off MSI without having much of a break, they went like, it was like 1-6 at the start of the split. Like they really struggled. So we don't know what form RNG is going to be in. That might be a question mark, but still obviously RNG favored. JDG definitely favored. Weibo still favored, but I still think there's upset possibility. I think is the main thing I was wanting to hit on. So we'll see at least how much they challenge. And I think that's the thing is, when you're facing these harder opponents in the LPL, there are some teams you will face as a lower ranked roster where you're just expected to lose. But it's about what you prove in those series. And we've definitely seen so many upsets, right? WE 2-0'd RNG last split. RNG, the team who won MSI, best team in the world at the time, got 2-0'd by WE late in the split. Yeah. It's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah. I mean, it happens all the time, right? Like, top esports were a classic of that. And, like, teams like LNG we expected to be better, and they started dropping, random games. Doggo got MVP, by the way, if you're wondering. It feels like a really good joint effort from the bottom lane of BLG. We're talking up, Ultra Prime here, and they're the losers. So think about what we're saying about BLG. It does feel like this team, it went through a lot last split, like trying to adapt Uzi into the roster, having so many different styles coming into one. But when Fofo's on something like the Swain, when Doggo's doing his thing, I guess it feels like everything fits in nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, Doggo was just such a force to be reckoned in this one. As you said, him and Chris both fantastic bot lane play, really challenging the 2v2, and then the team fights so instrumental. Chris walking up there, having faith in the stopwatch. But ultimately, a really good performance, and I think it's important because I said this about Hacker, the really rough game 1 where he got gapped. Game 2 got MVP. Doggo, being frank, game 2 looked rough. He just couldn't find a position on the Cogmore, constantly picked off. Game 3, he really made it work and really redeemed himself. So I just think it's fantastic when players have a rough game but are able to bounce back. And both of them in the bot lane are deserving praise, but I think Doggo definitely in that MVP.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like it's so well deserved considering that, Doggo had a lot of criticism last split, and he's someone who, continues to grow and grow in the LPL. A lot of ex-LMS/PCS players come to LPL and they don't do too well. So congratulations, Doggo, and to BLG for getting their first LPL win. Here's the results of today if you missed out, because today's all done. We went for a 6-game day, Orcs. We started...
This is a gauntlet.
Yeah, we went for it, didn't we? And, the first series, that was just kind of funny at points.
There were definitely some moments, right? OMG... a lot to think about. 0909, I don't think we could be too critical of him. He's kind of been dealt a rough hand, but definitely the team not performing quite at the level we'd hope. They did find that game 2 where they were just picking Leanne on repeat, who, surprisingly for RA, Leanne's looked a bit underwhelming, but I think Strive has been such a shining light for this roster. Cube as well had a great series, so definitely keeping my eye on them. Second series we just had, it was a slugfest. Game 1, Ultra Prime just looked honestly a bit lost. They got decimated in the early game after Hacker's mistake.
Sure.
Game 2, though, the big answer back, and that was a real fight, right? BLG, I felt like they maybe would have the favor with the scaling, but Crying pulling out a masterclass with all those picks. Hacker on the Lee Sin, fantastic. And then Game 3, a bit more one-sided again, but Ultra Prime never giving up.
Ultra Prime, making us proud inadvertently. But BLG kind of doing the same.
I'm ultra proud of Ultra Prime. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, tomorrow I just realized that is a day. Like, even though...
Oh, Lord, that's a day.
FPX look at, a little bit better than we thought. And it's RNG's debut from MSI. They're finally getting to play. They're finally going to jump back in. But even the first matchup, EDG versus JDG.
Dude, that is the one I'm hyped for.
Duly, this is an LPL day.
2 of our undefeated lineups, 2 of our teams. I think JDG, one of our top 4 teams. EDG, reigning world champions, and people's expectations on this meta, they should be able to bounce back. Both of them powerhouses, and I mean, that is our match of the week for a reason. But that one should be fantastic. I think RNG, question marks, how they will be, having not seen them for a while since MSI. Expectation is they will be heavy favorites, but never really know coming off the back of that tournament with all the meta shifts with the top lane change. So guess we just have to see.
Exciting though. Debut of RNG tomorrow. EDG versus JDG, excuse me. RNG versus FPX. That is a day we are not missing. Folks, big thank you to Orcs for joining me. Big thank you to our production team as always. Thank you for joining me tonight, and thank you to everyone in the audience for joining as well. It is bye for now, but not forever, and we'll see you tomorrow as usual.
Thanks for watching.
Oh, thank you.